Ooh, I didn't open my thing. I need to do, oh, I should do a new window, huh? Aren't they supposed to have something going on here? No, I can't remember. Oh, here it is. I'm like so confused really right now. Remember your name? What? Wild, man. Jeez. It's wild stuff happening, man. Wild. Oh, wow. Oh, man, did I not do my, Oh, crap, I think it's too late. Dang it, I was gonna try and change my thumbnail. No, it's not. Oh, missed opportunity. That's okay. It is what it is. Too bad you can't change it. Oh, maybe I can if I do edit. Hang on. Ooh, I can. Sweet. All right, nice. I don't know if this is it. Oh, I can. All right, sick. We changed it. And now I feel complete. Let me see. Did it update? Oh, man. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it'll update when people are looking at it, but yeah, we should be good now. Wild stuff, man. Yeah, listen, fam, we're gonna be showing you some stuff today. Yeah. So there's been some people that have reached out. We got some screens. We're gonna be talking about this this whole FSK 310 situation. We're gonna read through some chat too as well. It's been pretty wild, man. It's very interesting what's been happening, and I'm going to share my thoughts. We might even get some people that are in the KVK to come and chat with us. Right, we'll see if anyone's free. It's very sketchy what's happening right now, and it's one of those things where, like, you hate to see this stuff happening. You hate to see it going down, but at the same time, it feels like this is a lot bigger, and it could be a lot bigger than what it is. And I'm talking to, like, where these are the kinds of things that these are the kinds of things you feel that. I mean, obviously, one shouldn't. We don't want to necessarily see these things happening, but at the same time, there's been a couple instances so far, right, of like big situations like this where with big names too as well that have happened previously. It's been a handful. But yeah, when I first saw this, I thought to myself, like, when the report started coming out yesterday, it initially I was thinking, okay, well, this is you're seeing, okay, like, this isn't unheard of, right? That you're just seeing some initial bans coming down for maybe one or two, right? A handful of people, right? Because you hear about this every once in a while. If not, maybe every KVK, right? A few might happen that you hear about if it's in Gen Chat or if it's maybe in the Alliance chat and it just kind of works its way onto the COD Discord or you hear it from someone else. But then all of a sudden, now you're hearing that reportedly up to 40 people ended up to 4. I think that was a report I got from one of the Lion people was, I think they said up to 40 people and they shared some IDs with us too as well. So we're going to take a look at some of these IDs as well and look at the number. I think 40 was the initial number I saw. I don't know if that's been updated. Oh, mobile's saying 70 people now. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, God, if it's 70 people, that's a lot. That's pretty nuts. I'll be honest, this could arguably be the largest KVK ban attempt that I've ever seen. I do not remember. I don't remember anything being as big as this. The only other one I know of that was decently sized was the GG one, because that had a handful. And then I think there was the NTS one as well. And you ended up having, I think, a little bit more during that situation. Right. But, this is the crazy thing about this is why, like, the NTS thing, it feels like there's a little more some similarities here. Why? Because NTS basically had cheating allegations that were made against it. We did a whole 3-part series on this about a year ago when it was being reported that they were botting, they were using scripts. And the most hilarious thing out of that was eventually they were cleared because we ended up seeing COD support. There were some reports were saying that they weren't using anything, and then some reports were saying that they were using scripts and third-party devices. But in the end, they were pretty much absolved of it, right? Like, there wasn't any overwhelming evidence at the time that would make you say to yourself, "Oh yeah, well, NTS was clearly in the wrong here, right? They were cheating to whatever extent they defined as cheating at the time, right?" And so NTS is absolved, and then you get, and this is after GG, and I think there was another group that had a situation. Those are the two I remember. But then you get to this FSK situation now, and it just, yeah, man, I don't know. It's just like, it's just wild because now you're kind of getting into this situation where it almost appears to be that there's some kind of like mass banning. It's almost like and this is the thing I talked about during the TAGG situation that happened, against GG's like Selly Team 6, which is kind of the infamous thing now for those of you that were around during that time, where GG had, a handful of players on at one point and they were using Celestials, and they were in VC and they were just like moving them like in a pretty synchronized way. And TA apparently had a number of people that like mass reported them, and then they got banned. And at the time I talked about this because it was one of the things that I was just so like, it sucked to see, because I think initially you think to yourself, okay, well, I think everyone wants to believe that if the game is going to ban someone, that they're doing a justified ban. I think that's how everyone wants to go into it thinking. Like, you want to know with absolute certainty that the developers and their security team is applying due diligence to the fullest, right? They are going above and beyond for how they are vetting, how they are investigating, and that the bans are justified, right? These are legit bans because they have been able to detect whatever form that they define as cheating. But the problem, I think, here is that when you don't start out with an absolute banger of a track record, meaning Oh, I guess I should, let me finish that, right? When you don't start off with like a perfect track record of people of the community believing in you 100% that all these bans are justified, like that only causes distrust. It will only cause, and maybe not for everyone, but for some it will. And I think when I look at it objectively, I think to myself, okay, well, clearly, clearly there was something here where you end up getting into these situations where you see COD support and VIP support at times will say one thing, but then they'll say another thing as well. And for me, I feel like that's the challenge, is that it's hard. It can be hard for the community to believe believe a report or believe a post or a result that they're seeing from COD support or from VIP support when you have a moment where you get it wrong. And also at the same time, it's not as though they're able to identify, or maybe they are, but they just don't say. It's not like they're coming out and they're saying, for example, if they came out and they said, yeah, the script that we identified them using is this and this, right? Or the script that the cheating we saw was them doing this, which, you know, I mean, sure, they're giving kind of broad and vague answers, if you will, but it's not something that is just like over the moon. It's so crystal clear, right? And I guess you can kind of look at that in two ways. One, maybe they just don't want to promote those things, but at the same time, I mean, even if they said what they were using and everyone knows that it's a bannable offense, it still would make it easy for them to identify that. So it's like you're just kind of, you know, you're promoting what you're going to end up banning them with anyways, right? That's kind of the one side of the logic. But the other side of it is, okay, maybe you don't want to promote what people might be using. So I can understand that too as well if you're looking at it from that angle. The second angle is, okay, well, how much due diligence are they really doing? Because they can say effectively whatever they want, but how do we know, right? And I think that's a fair question to ask. How much do we believe? How much do we feel that, like the COD team, right, the security team, if you will, is doing everything they can do, and that every single ban is absolutely justified? And I think that's the thing that worries some people, because it makes it difficult for, like I stated earlier, when you have situations where you've had instances of moments where you don't have just a baseline, just like a base level of consistency in what you're in the result you're seeing on the screen, right? And for me, I feel like for me that's just what it is that it's like on one end, you know, you want to absolutely believe what they're saying, but it's just sometimes when you see the conflicting responses and the answers from them, it makes it hard to believe. And I think like we said, the NTS situation is very clear to me, where they initially came out and they said that those things were happening, and that, or sorry, some of the reports, some of the answers from COD CS and VIP support were saying, yeah, NTS, some of these players were banned for using scripts, and then some of the reports from them were saying, no, they investigated, there was nothing that was found, and then the people got unbanned, right? And so to me, I feel like that's really where it kind of starts and ends. It's like the moment that you give the community just a brief moment of, you know, like, I don't want to say doubt, but like the moment you give them a chance, if you will, to essentially say that, okay, well, you know, you didn't always get it right here. There's times where you got it wrong. And right. And maybe it could have just been a communication error. Maybe it just could have been something that was on the way that information was disseminated from what COD support and or VIP support said. But I feel like the moment that you did that, it just allowed for there to be like that doubt that could be sowed. And I just feel like that's one of the challenges there with when they come out and they say that, you know, someone was, and then also, and this is the other thing that I find very interesting, and I'm curious how many of you maybe resonate with this, but when you have a situation where when you have a situation, for example, where you are um, where you think about cheating, but for example, like, because you have to understand, like, the way that they're doing it is where is essentially where they are saying, they are defining what the cheating is, right? And most of us would imagine that, if you're using something like a script or some kind of automation, if you will, right, that's probably what you might consider to be something like cheating, right? Where you're not manually controlling something on your own. Maybe you're using some kind of a synchronizer where it allows for you to control multiple instances of a game screen. Like if I had 4 or 5 or 6 of these things up and I could sync all them together, right? And have my troops out in the field and I'm at the same point, I could arguably control, 20, 25, 30 units at the same time. This is possible to do. Things like that. So it's like, I can understand that, right? And maybe it's just that simple for them for how they see it. And again, maybe there's other things that are out there too as well that people can do that maybe we just, maybe we're just unaware of. But yeah, like I think for me, that's one of the things that immediately comes to mind is that they have to be the ones to define what the cheating is, what they consider to be cheating. Because if you ask me, if I had 2 instances up on my COD PC client, and I'm just and I'm going back, like I'm moving this one, I'm going back and moving this one, and I'm going back from screen to screen. I wouldn't consider that cheating. I would just consider that you having probably a very high APM, right? Like at that point, you're probably doing some overdrive work and putting some stuff in there at that time. So yeah, like that to me would be obviously a little bit different in that case. Yeah, man, it's wild. So, but like that, like to me, those are the kinds of things I think of. So now we kind of get to the situation of, right, we're in the kingdom, and what's actually happening here, or sorry, we're in the KVK, right, for 4029. What's actually happening here right now? What has happened so far? So the summary and the gist of what's been happening, from what I've gathered and from what has been reported, and I'm going to see if there's someone from 310, and maybe even if Kyle wants to, we'll see. That would actually be a shocker. But maybe if there's someone from FSK that wants to lend us a little bit more on, like, what are they seeing? Because obviously I would love to hear from both sides. So if there's someone from 310, if there's another kingdom, someone who's in management that's in the KVK that would like to illuminate and maybe just tell us kind of what is their POV, what's their side. We'll see if we can get someone on as well, because I think that would be really interesting to hear from someone on that front. Yeah, so let me see what we can do here on that one. But in short, what I was saying is that what we know at the moment, is that there was reported bans and bans that were issued from, I believe, what Killer had stated. Now it's up to 70 people from 310. Now 310 is Lion. Let me see where they're at here on the map. So they're over here, right? And I think they're in this zone 1. Oh no, hang on, that's the zone 2. Let me double check here. Yeah, this has to be their zone 1. Yeah. So Lion's in here. FSK is adjacent to them, right? This is 36. This is 310. Reports initially started coming out that players from Lion were getting banned. And I believe this happened as of about 2 days ago. And at that time, you ended up seeing that they were banned. They were trying to figure out why. A bunch of them had started messaging COD CS and VIP support, but they were not getting anything back initially. I believe after about 12 to 16 hours passed from what was reported to me, they started getting some answers saying that they were apparently banned for using scripts or third-party devices. Since that time, some of the players have been unbanned. I do not have a hard count as far as on how many exactly have, or excuse me, how many exactly were unbanned. Like I said, the last report I got was about 70 people were banned. And then we ended up getting into a situation where there was, I believe, a handful or more than a handful of people that were unbanned, but I don't know the exact number. I'm sure Zin or someone from Lion can clarify. I'm going to check my Discord here in a moment just to see. And then apparently from that point afterwards, there was a secondary wave of bans that went down. Now, the initial reports I heard were that some of the people that were unbanned were banned again, but I also don't know if there was any additional people that were banned beyond that. So let me see if Zin or there's anyone from Lion that maybe wants to come on and tell us a little bit of what they have been kind of experiencing, what they've been seeing, and then maybe because I think we have Zin. I think it is Zin. Let me see if he's free. R4, R5, maybe? Okay, so I asked Zin. If there is someone from Lion, you're more than welcome to reach out to me on Discord. Like I said, I'd love to get someone in if you're an R5 or R4, or even if you're just one of the other kingdoms that might be privy or have some information on what you've been seeing. I would love to hear. And like I said, at the same time, if there ends up being someone from FSK that's in management or lead and would like to just, again, share your side of what you saw, I think, clearly from, and we might talk about this in a bit, there was that basically dissertation announcement that Kyle wrote on the COD Discord. And we're going to cover that. We're going to cover that too as well. But he wrote this whole thing basically, and a part of it was stating that Lion are cheaters and that they're using bots and scripts. And I know I heard from someone else. And what I'd love to hear is, even if you're someone, and I think there is someone else as well that told me, oh God, I think it's Shoto or something. Someone else had reached out to me about having an experience playing against Lion. And they had stated something to the effect of about how they had played against them last season and did not experience any kind of cheating or anything that looked suspicious to them. And I'm trying to find out who sent me that message, because someone did reach out to me and talk about that. So, and again, I do want to go through a few more of these world chat mentions too as well here in a moment. But maybe we'll end up, if we don't end up getting anyone on, I want to read through Kyle's announcement too as well. So we might do that here in a moment. Let me try and catch up on chat a little bit too as well. Yeah, man. I just find the whole thing just absolutely wild. Yeah, man. I might have to start from the top. Lad, what's up? Welcome. Yeah, let me oh, hang on, let me do this. Actually, I just have to reduce my I think this is it. Oh no, it's 100. Oh, there we go. Oh, guns. Even guns are size. Guns are size me posted. What up, baby? Oh my God. Yeah, so we'll probably we'll probably take a look at that in a sec. I think I have some messages coming in. I just want to see if there is anyone that Let me see here. 3 and 2 more than half. Yeah, and I got some screens. I'm going to show you guys some screenshots too as well here in a sec, because I know some people have been reaching out to me about that as well. Dude, some of these screens are just okay. Yeah, let me show you guys some of these, if I can. Let me, because I have some saved actually. So let me see here if I can. Oh no, that was dude. Someone said something about yeah. There we go. Okay, we'll do that one. That one. I don't know about that one. Yeah, we'll grab these 3. Yeah, so there, and again, there's some others we could probably find too as well. Yeah, there's a few on here that I thought actually were pretty good. So here's one that will show you off. Okay, so here's one that was sent. There's like 3 here I'm going to show you guys. And then we'll take a look at the Discord too as well here in a moment. So this was something that was sent from the world chat, I believe. And this one says, I can see some 191 using cheats as well. Go for it and see if you get banned. So this is wild to me that you're in this situation where apparently, I mean, listen, the fact that you think, and I want to be very clear when I say this, the fact that you think 70 people, right? I mean, again, if the reports are true and 70 people have been banned, or about 70, we'll say, and you honestly think 70 people are cheating when not even that amount of NTS players got banned, when that was basically like the peak moment of them talking about, hey, NTS are a bunch of botting cheaters, right? And there was the whole thing that blew up around that for a couple days, for about a week probably, on as I was covering it, other people were covering it. It's one of those things where, like, that is such a stretch to me. Again, if you're asking what I think is that's an absolute freaking stretch. That you think about 70 people are cheating when we've never seen that volume, that large amount of players that have been banned in such a short period of time. Now, you can take that for what you will. And that's not to sit here and say that all of those 70 or so players were, you know, there's absolutely no cheating that's going on, or there absolutely is. I'm not saying it one way or the other. What I'm saying is that if you look at history and you look at the trend of what has been happening and what has happened more specifically for any of the previous big cheating allegations that have been stated, and as I've said before, there are always going to be some people that are going to mention something about some kind of cheat, some kind of, oh, this person was doing this, or this doesn't look good. I mean, I hear it every season. This isn't to say that it happens at a large volume or a large quantity, right? For me, it's maybe more of a handful, right, or so, for at least the amount of times, or even less than that, that I hear about something every season. And that also doesn't mean that everyone tells me everything. I can only go off of obviously what I know and or what I am told. But to sit here and make this claim that, and again, I'm talking about like from the FSK camp, objectively, this is how I look at it, which is for you to come out and for anyone to say, whether it's FSK or not, that about 70 people from 310 are cheating, because clearly those are the people that got banned. And clearly FSK, along with anyone else involved, and let me be specific here, for the people specifically within FSK and or beyond FSK that actually went to report people. I mean, the fact that you would have had to go and report 70 or about 70 people, again, if the 70 number is true, that is an astronomical number compared to every single other cheating allegation scandal or cheating allegation situation or scenario that has occurred to history to date thus far in COD's history. That is why I would say, if I'm looking at this from the outside in, dude, this feels like such a stretch to me. Like, I just can't tell you how much of a stretch this looks like. It's just, oh, I got to check Discord PMs. Let me see. What's going on? Oh my God, guns. Okay. I wasn't sure. Okay. Someone sent me that screenshot. I swear to God, I thought that was like from something that had happened before. But okay. So wait, did this just happen with BDO? And I got, okay, interesting. Okay, hang on. Okay. So Guns sent me something. Let me show this. Yeah. Okay. So everyone needs to know, do Guns just do the dirtiest cheater in the game? How do they even let a human being like this through the install menu of the actual raw file version? Like, how do they even let this person? I mean, listen, for all we know, dude wasn't even in the Army or the Marines, faked that too. Clearly a script user. I mean, just scum of the earth. How dare he? I'm shocked I made it that long with a straight face. But yeah, well, obviously, we should pin this wall of shame. Every just everything under the sun. Yeah. I mean, listen, he's in an alliance called CASE, right? The letters can't even tell if they're English or Spanish at this point. Yeah, but wild. So okay. So Guds is saying this is from BDO. That's interesting. Okay. So Guns, you think that BDO might have been the ones to report you? Is basically what it seems like he's saying. Anyways, call it case in the other. Okay. Ryoko, that's good. That's good. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. New meta, just insta ban Guns. What's funny is that. And I just want to say that sucks to see. It being very sincere, yeah. The fact that you got banned, and what I'm curious is, did they say? I am curious, guys. Did they say why you got banned? Say why or the reason. Let me ask him in chat in Discords. Yeah. Yeah. Your again, which alliance? Yeah. Okay. So sorry. So let me go back. Let me Shelton, if you're losing KVK band player. Listen, man, I also sorry, a huge shout out. Thank you so much, Am and Vigno. I appreciate the sub, man. It means a lot. So let me finish my thought here as well, because like this is like really important for me. Guns. Okay, I don't think Guns would mind me sharing this, but okay. So I asked Guns. I asked him. I said, "Hey, did they give you a reason on that ban, right? On this ban?" He said no response yet. Which again, depending on when he asked, it could be about 24 hours, right? Because we know that some of the other reports from people that were in 310, they didn't get any responses for about 12 to 16 hours. But sometimes it could have been the downtime for when COD CS is up and or VIP CS is up for their hours of operation, right? Versus when it's their downtime and uptime. But this guy, listen, I'm with you. He's like, bruh, I'm trying to work here. Dude, facts. Factoroonies, my guy. Oh my God. He says I'm not blaming BDO. Yeah, and again, I'm not saying or insinuating that it was BDO. He was just saying that I think he said he was face-to-face fighting against either BDO, and then the ban ended up getting issued. But I'd be curious, I guess it would almost be curious to see who did it though. Like who either banned you and or if anyone has come to kind of take any, oh my God, is it bad to say credit? Because I don't know if I really want to come off and be like, oh yeah, people are taking credit for banning Guns. Dear God. I mean, listen, man, people could ban my scouts all day long. Okay? So funny story on this. And some of you might just think to yourself, dude, like that's just so crazy, right? Who is going to waste their time banning one of Boss's scouts. Because as most of you know, I have a character in every single kingdom in the game, right? So, you know, and the funny story, and I've told this a few times before, I have actually had 2 or 3 of my scouts banned. It was only for a day or so, but it was just funny to me because I don't do anything on them, right? Like I go in and I check information, I'll check data, I'll look at certain things. Maybe I'll go in and message or reach out to someone, right? It's all kind of content focused. It's all kind of community engagement focused. So I'm not, you know, the accounts are basically 7 to 11,000 power. It's nothing to any extent that you would be like, oh yeah, just obviously valid ban. You know, let's get him out so he can, you know, not threaten us with all of his T1 cav. Nothing to that extent. But I did just think it was funny the few times that it did happen. Okay, so let me get to finishing my thought here while we're waiting to get some more information we hear back from some other people that I reached out to. And then I also want to get in and show the KVK. I want to show Kyle's message that he initially stated that like really kind of set all this off. That really set what I felt was kind of the ignition point. Where I was trying to go with this is that, and again, some of you might agree, some of you might not agree. Where I'm going with this is that you have a situation, and as I stated before, again, if there is an officer or a lead or an R5 that is in this KVK for, what is it, 6029 for this Winners Upon Us group that FSK and Lion is in, and you're either a part of FSK or Lion, or even if one of the other alliances and you're able to shed some light, just hit me up on Discord. I'd love to get you in to ask you some questions and, you know, just get your POV, your perspective on what happened. But until then, the thing I will say is, and this is where it gets a little iffy for me, as I was starting to talk about the whole, listen, the fact that you either had to ban or that about 70 people were banned, that to me is the suspicious part. The more suspicious part than even the lightly suspicious part of the fact that some people were banned. Why? Because the moment that you get up to that high of a number of people that are banned, the more likely it is that not every single one of them was actually cheating, right? Because it's just simple number. It's a simple number game, right? If you're just kind of going off of predictions and calculations, right? Your margin of error gets higher, the more people that are involved, right? If it was a handful, like 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, that arguably could be a little bit more believable. And at the same time, that's not to say that all of those about 70 people cheated or that they didn't cheat. It's just to say that the odds of probability get less and less as you have more people involved. So the fact that you also and not only that, but the fact that these people, this high number of individuals were banned within such a short period of time, that to me is the other suspicious area, the other suspicious part to all that. Because now I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is a little, I don't know, part of me feels like, okay, it's a little sussy right now, right? It's almost like, okay, this is either too good to be true or again, maybe every single one of them were absolutely cheating. It's just, like I said, if I'm going off of history and what has happened so far in other cheating allegations, we've never seen, this is probably 4 to 5 times the amount, if not more, for the people that were banned on any of the other cheating accusations that were made. That's why, to me, if I was a betting man, if I had to take a stab and guess, I would say that this to me feels like more of a TA situation, right? Where like TA thought that GG was cheating, they got mass reported. Some of you might even feel that it's worse than that. Maybe some of you feel that this is more of, man, like, did they just report them so they could try and maybe just have a more favorable position in the KVK? I mean, listen, you wouldn't be the first people to think that. Other people have thought about that as well. And yeah, you know, but I say that in the same breath of that this happens anytime you have a big accusation like this being thrown around. it very much is. It very much can be that, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, if I'm a betting man and you're asking me, yeah, I absolutely would look at this and I would say, okay, this feels a little iffy to me. Like I said, based on history, based on trends, based on the previous cheating allegations, based on the amount of people that were banned and how fast they were banned, all of that to me, it leads more on like, I'm a little more cautious on this, because I could see someone making an argument and saying, okay, well, were these people targeted banned? Were they mass targeted banned? Just so FSK or whomever it may have been can maybe have an easier time maybe pushing out of a pass or pushing past a choke, pushing through a bastion. We've seen stuff like that happen before, and those types of accusations made previously. Absolutely wild stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Lad says, the second wave of bans came as we pushed the Spire. Interesting. So there you go. And as always, listen, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you throw us up, because it helps out a lot. Thanks. The other thing I'm going to say is that later on, once we finish covering this, I may have another surprise for some of you on something that I've been planning, and it involves some potential interviews. It's kind of something aside from this, but that might end up happening a little bit later. And again, I'll probably put an announcement out on the Discord about that too as well. But that could be a little spicy, where we might get some good community engagement from that, and maybe do some live AMAs and questions from people in the chat. So there's, I think, up to 3 people I have lined up to do some live interviews. And yeah, so again, but we'll see if everyone's able to make it. I was thinking about doing it a little bit earlier, but we'll see how that plays out. Yeah. What is this? Tome, what's up, man? To Kyle, open team viewer and scan my computer. I'm public, opening this message to him, open team viewer and look for cheats on my computer. My God, man. Yeah, let me see what if what some people are saying. Chain smoker something. No, I guess I need to see your town first. I can't find everyone. Have a friend to play the game. No, we're not. There can't have been that much lies and deception if they ban half your alliance. Oh my gosh. I'm not sure how I should be taking that, because I take that as like, that's absolutely hilarious, because I just think that it's, like I said, I just think it's more indicative of that. It feels like a farce. It feels like it's so inflated to me that, like I said, you would ban that many people and they would be banned that fast. And then even if you want to add, if you want to add on to it even more, the fact that that people were rebanned, right? Like that, like the people that were unbanned were rebanned. How would you know? This is my thing. Like, if we really want to go down the conspiracy lane, how would you know who got unbanned unless the people that were unbanned publicly stated that they were banned, or sorry, publicly were able to start re-talking back in world chat, or maybe they stated somewhere that they were unbanned. But then that the turnaround time for them getting rebanned was so fast, like that. I mean, but you also would have to be paying attention to that if you are not, if you're not, I guess maybe already. So I mean, again, maybe that could have been the case, but still, it's just like that seems wild to me. That it happened. Now, like I said, I'd love to speak to someone who's in this KVK, from someone within Lion. If it's a lead, like I said, just reach out to me on Discord if you want. It's just at Boss Nasty. You can always click the link at the top of the pinned post here on the live chat. If you want to join the Discord, find me that way. But if there is someone from management, I'd love to. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, would you hang on? We might have someone. Would you be down to BC? Okay, hang on. So I might have someone coming on who's an officer of Lion. I'm just double checking right now. So give me a sec. I'm making sure if he's okay, if he's cool to VC. And then there are some other screenshots I want to show, and I want to read Kyle's message too as well that he had posted yesterday, so I can share my thoughts on that. But I want to see first if we can get someone in that might be able to shed a little bit of light on the situation. Okay. I'm just messaging to see. He ended up saying, okay, so this R4 just stated that they're not too good at English, so they're going to reach out to another officer here in a moment and see if they're okay to come on. So while I'm waiting to hear back, he said he's going to let me know. We'll wait to hear. Like I said, as I said, man, if there's someone from FSK, an officer, or even Kyle, if they do want to come on, I'm happy to hear them out. Like I said, I'm only sharing my view and my opinion based on what I've seen historically and what it kind of feels like to me. And that's not to take away from the fact that these people were banned by the COD team and hashtag their security team. So that's not to take away from that or to say that they did or they did not. But I do enjoy, and I think, having some healthy conversation about how are people feeling and where are they coming from on what they saw. I mean, it's very similar to me, like I said, on the NTS situation that we ended up seeing and that was probably the most, I don't want to say egregious, but it was the most it had the most eyeballs on it at the time when it was happening. Because there were some people who were just so adamant, and some of you may recall this, when those allegations were coming out from people against NTS, there was some people who were just so absolutely dead sure that NTS was cheating. And then obviously we come to find out later on, no, that wasn't the case, right? And for them to have to last through that, and I really mean that, for them to persevere through all those accusations and end up continuing to grow, continuing to get more migrants in, to build up their activity, and to become one of the top fighting kingdoms in the game, where they had to go through all that dirt. I only have massive respect for NTS and 49. And, I'm on better terms now with Mark and with Ma too as well. Ma actually talks to me. I don't just get the standard FU reply back, which is muy appreciatado. I'll say, because some of you know, because I would talk about it, is Ma, who's the leader of NTS and 49, I would reach out just about anything, right? If it's, hey, I'd love to get your comment on this, or, maybe I'd ask to do an interview, or I'd ask him for something. And most of the time, the answer I got was just a big FU. Like, he was very consistent in his reply. Anytime I reached out, he would just always send me FU. But then sometimes he would send it in Russian or whatever the language is that they speak. And so I'd have to convert it. And I convert the text. I was like, oh, lo and behold, I just got a giant FU, but it's just in a different language. And I don't find it out until it's converted. So yeah, but I will say I'm on much better terms with them now. And I actually had reached out to NTS about doing an interview with them, and Mark said he was okay to do it. So I'm very excited about that. But yeah, okay. So okay. What is her Discord? Okay, so I got someone. I'm just waiting right now. I got someone from Lion as one of the other R4s. Or if she can send me friend request, please. Either way. Okay, so one of the other fours reached out. Someone from Lion might be coming on. They just gave me an update. Jorge, what's up, man? NASTi, you need RSS. This guy, you guys. Come on, man. Don't start. Don't start. You guys. No. No. But thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the kind gesture. Thank you for the kind gesture, you guys, man. No, let them talk. Yeah, let me see. Oh, okay, hang on. He just sent me the deets. Oh God. Do you have the username? He sent me the IDs. Oh no, hang on. I can find it this way. Let me see. We can maybe try it this way. I can't. It says unknown. Let me see if I could find her on the Gen Discord. That we might be able to do it that way. Yep. Okay, I got her. Sweet. we found her. We had to do a little Discord finagling. Let's see here. Oh, okay, whatever. I'm just gonna message. Let's do add message. Okay, so this is Katie, and we're gonna see her in a moment. I just sent a friend request. I need to delete the ping though that I just did on the Discord. Lad says, please say it's CQ. Apparently it is CQ from what I've been told. Yeah, it's Queen who's going to talk to us. I just reached out right now. Sweet. You able to VC now if I call? Okay, I'm just asking if it's okay if I call first. And we are on stream just for your awareness. Okay, and again, I gotta state the obvious. Listen, we're on stream, so she knows. So we'll see in a sec. She's just responding now, and we'll see if she wants to come on and share. It's nuts. It's nuts. Listen, fam, spread the word. Tell your friends, tell your wife, your cousin twice removed. Let them know, man. It's going down right now in the stream. Okay, let's see. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm going to call her now. And let me turn off my jams. And let's see if we can hear from someone that, again, this is a member of management. Let me see if I could find out who this is real quick before I call Katie. I just want to see if, or if it was Kathy, excuse me. So this is Lion. I think it's, I don't know if they're here. Okay, yeah, they're not there. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. They're probably in, that's the shell, right? So there's Lion. Maybe they're in LN. Okay, they might be in this one. Let me see if they're in this one. Nope, that's one bill. Huh. Okay. Are they in another? Oh, maybe they're in one of these that's pushing. LC. How about Lion Claws? Let me just double check. I just want to see if I could find which one they're in. Okay, it's probably this one. They're at 10 bill. Yeah, there's Zen. I don't see CQ, but again, if they're saying that's the case, that's fine. It's LC. Okay, I found it. I found it, you heathens. Back. Okay, hang on. Okay, let me call Kathy. And okay. Yes. Kathy, hey.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing?
Oh, oops. I'm doing okay. How are you?
Doing well. First and foremost, I appreciate you making some time. Again, I know I did state we are live, and I just want to state first the whole situation. It obviously seems like a lot, and you know, I hate to see anyone obviously getting banned for anything. Obviously, especially even if it's in cases where, you know, they feel they didn't do what they're being accused of. Can you just, for the record, just state again how long you've been with Lion, what your position is, what do you do there first?
I've been with Lion, oh gosh, like 3 or 4 seasons, I think. I started out in PS and Pass Assault.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, of course they kind of moved on and did different things, but I was R4 in Lion since I got to Lion, and just this season I stepped back because I'm starting grad school actually, and I'm really busy. But I've been here for this whole thing. And the hard part is that they banned our R5, so we can't even appoint new R4s or do any kind of, like, our whole alliance can't function because of this ban.
Okay. And I did see someone say that the R5 was banned, which obviously limits, I imagine, a lot at that point of not being able to do
Yeah,
a
which I
number of
kind of think.
managerial tasks.
Yeah, I kind of think that might be something that Lilith should look into because to um, ban an R5 when not all of the players in the alliance were banned, that really puts them at a huge disadvantage to their enemies, which is obviously what I believe Kyle's intention was.
Okay. So for from so I guess before we even get to that part, so the R5's banned. How many at this moment? What is the tally? What's the head count from Lion there at the moment, or just within the kingdom for how many people? I've seen reports as high as about 70. Is that accurate, or is it a different number?
I am not sure about that.
Okay.
I know that when you go through the list, you can see if they're banned because the coordinates underneath their names are, it says that there's no coordinates.
Oh,
So
interesting.
for the
Okay.
Yeah, so for the people that I can see, because I'm in
Okay.
LN, LC, and Lion, those are all
Okay.
310
And can you give
alliances.
me someone that I can look at for that? Because I was unaware of that myself. That was a way that you could use to identify. I don't know if you have someone offhand that we can see and show.
I'm not sure if you can see it if you're not in the alliance because I
Oh, I
tried to
see.
look at like
Okay.
Kyle's coordinates, for example, and it says, I can't view that information. So for those three alliances that I have an account in, and you know that COD allows 4 accounts legally in any, KVK, I can see 32 total, but that doesn't account for accounts that are attached to other accounts that are still just in home kingdom or aren't in alliances right now.
Okay. Okay.
So
So
um,
you guys count about, you said about 32 that are specifically in the KVK, and that's a conservative number.
that's a conservative number. I know for sure for a fact that many at least, and there's definitely more
Okay. Okay.
farms that are attached to those accounts for
Okay.
sure.
And the farms that are attached, I mean, are they just low powered farms? Are these farms that actually could fight and could apply some level of contribution in the KVK, or not so much?
I know at least one is a decent account,
Okay.
but the others we keep our accounts low so that they don't, count for our total power. We really just use our farms as farms,
Okay.
builders and farms basically.
Okay. Understood. So so you would estimate at the moment at least 32 fighting accounts have been banned.
Yes,
Okay.
at least.
Okay.
Yes.
So I guess that wants me to kind of move on next. So when, give me, if you can, provide me a timeline, maybe set a stage a little bit. When did the bans start happening? For when you guys started noticing, and then was anything important happening at that point? Was it a pass opening? Were you prepping for something? So I guess it's kind of a two-part question, but let's start with the first one if we can.
Yes. So no pass openings, but we had pushed Fisk all the way back to their zone one.
Oh, that's so cute. You guys call them
And
Fisk? I just call them FSK. Wow, you guys got like a nice nickname for them. Sorry,
oh,
go
I
on.
typically call them Fiskies, but
Okay.
I don't know.
Interesting.
That's just
Okay.
me.
I've never heard anyone say that at all. That was like when I was calling no, I would call Noir, and like someone was like, no, it's newer or something. Like it's newer. It's like you're saying newer, Newer. Like that's what someone told me before. So because I
Oh,
would just always say Noir because that's what I thought. But then we're like, then people were like, oh yeah, there's no E. It was like, obviously there's no E. You can only have 4 characters in the damn alliance tag. I get that. Okay. Anyways, sorry. I do not. Yeah. Excuse me. Please continue.
so we had pushed them all the way back. If you look on the map, I'm
Okay.
I'm I'm on my phone, so I can't see what you're looking at on the
Okay.
stream right now.
Yeah,
But if you
I'm
look at the
looking at the
map,
Supreme, sorry, the ancestor statue between you guys and them.
yeah. So that gate 3, that's kind of north of that spire, we had pushed them all the way back there,
Okay.
and about the time that they were trying to, they were silent for at least a week. They wouldn't fight us. They wouldn't talk, basically. I mean, except for Clano, because he's a huge troll. But
I like Clano. I talk to Clano sometimes in Gen Chat, but
oh, he called me fat and ugly in world chat. So, that's that. But anyways, so we pushed them back. They didn't talk. They didn't fight. They wouldn't engage. When they started engaging,
okay.
that's when bans started happening. When
Started
they were starting
engaging. What do you mean?
trying to push out of that. They took the gate. We got warnings from the R5. Hey, they took the gate. They might be doing something.
Okay.
Now, during this time, I'm at work, so I'm trying to watch things as they're unfolding. But I wasn't there for that part, so I'm not sure hours wise.
Okay.
How far did they get into that? Realm until the ban started happening. But I came online when they were attempting to take the Spire,
Okay.
and bans had already happened. A ton of bans, and then multiple bans, all within less than an hour.
Okay. Okay. And that's a good time because I wasn't sure exactly what the window range was for time. So you're saying in less than an hour after level 3 pass, but before they took the Spire.
Yes.
Okay.
So when they were trying to take the Spire, we had so many accounts banned. We were still able to hold them off. Like, it took them a really long time to try to get through, which kind of shows you their activity level and maybe their skill level of trying to fight us, because we had a lot of our high performing players were banned, which makes you wonder, why were the high performing players banned?
Okay. And this is going to lead me to my next question too as well. So please continue, because I love where you're going with this, because this is one of the questions I do get
Yeah.
asked as well. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I wasn't banned. Obviously I know I'm not cheating, but I'm not a really high performing player. I'm a mage main. I'm not super great at positioning. Sometimes I get caught on the front from infantry slowing me down. I'll admit I'm not the best. I try my best, but the people who really do well, they have really great archers. They have really great pets and artifacts, and we have long range warfare this season, so they're going to do some damage. They're getting great high merits from that, and also we've been trading with each other to buy out our merit stores, because Fisk wouldn't engage with us. So we had our statue, so we got merits from that. That was one of the things they said, oh, how are they getting so many merits when they're not very high powered? How are they beating us when they're not very high powered? Maybe you guys just aren't very good. So I mean, on Discord, in the COD Discord, Danny or Danny, however he says his name, from EVG, the R5, we played them for 2 seasons. And, they don't love Lion, but he said, I played you for 2 seasons. I know you're not cheating. Like, I didn't see anything that showed that you were cheating when you played us. And wouldn't we have used it against them if we were cheating because they were beating us so bad? Like, they beat us pretty bad, So, I mean, I guess that's kind of where I'm going with it. I know you were going to bring up Kyle's letter, and some of the evidences he brought up were, I spent $850,000 on the game, and this is my last game. Here's evidence why I am saying that they are cheating. Don't know why that needs to be in the letter, so that makes it more sus to me too.
Okay. So just so I can piece some things together, because again, I know you shared a bit, so thank you for that. So you get to a point where, okay, the bans are starting to be issued. Have you guys figured out, one, I guess more specifically, out of everyone that was banned, were these, and I'm trying to figure out, if was it kind of more targeted, as in, were the highest merit performers banned, were the highest power player people banned, were the highest activity fighters banned? Do you have any idea yet, again, on if it felt like it was targeted from any of the data that you pulled, or maybe if you guys haven't looked into it that deeply yet? Is there anything along that lines that you could share?
I have not looked at the data that deeply.
Okay.
Actually, that would be a great thing to do to bring to Lilith, but they are not really very responsive. They're giving us, cut and paste same answers to every single person, won't show proof. When I ask Fisk for proof, they won't show proof. You don't have any. But what I'm seeing is probably the highest activity, because it's a range between, the highest powered and influential players. A lot of our R4s, almost all. We had maybe 2 or 3, I think, that were still on. Um, And then like even P4 that were really active, so if you have a player that's 40 or 50,000 and they have a million merits fighting T5, they're doing a lot, they're contributing a lot. So it's people who say, hey, I'm on my phone, all I do is play on my phone, I have no idea how I would even run a cheat on my phone. Even people who play on the computer, they're like, what even is this? I don't know. And Lilith won't tell us at all what are the things that they're seeing, which I think they shouldn't be able to ban an account without providing proof. Show me the proof that I did it. Show me what I did, so I can make sure that if you think that's cheating, I don't do it again. That's a bare minimum for people who are paying to play a game. Doesn't matter how much I'm paying versus how much Kyle's paying. We're all paying.
Yeah. Okay. So, which again, I would agree with there. I think the idea being is, I think everyone obviously wants a level of fairness to be done, and sometimes the challenge feels, and I was talking about this earlier on the stream, is that sometimes it can feel a little disheartening and a little worrisome objectively from the community, where you have bans that are issued, and part of you wants to feel that every single ban is justified, right? Like you want to have that belief in that, okay, well, their team did their due diligence, right? Whether it's their security team or whomever it is, especially with the recent massive mention of them wanting to kind of up their security department for cheating detection, etc., for fair play. And again, they've sent an announcement about that, I think a few in game. And then you get into these situations where sometimes you will see responses from COD support or VIP support, and in short, they can just be conflicting at times. And part of me feels like, well, that can rub some people the wrong way, especially if you're just not always consistent on your responses. Now, maybe sometimes it could be communication, sometimes it could just be flat out direct. Like they said, hey, one time someone was banned for using scripts, and then another time they said initially they were banned for using scripts. They looked into it again and they found that there was nothing wrong that was being done, right? And then those people got unbanned. For you guys now, what so I want to circle back real quick to the activity part. So you talked about once the pass is opened, what was the feeling amongst 310 going up against 36? Do you have, or are you aware of any numbers as far as activity online that you guys had maybe at peak time or maybe during any of the fighting engagements against FSK versus maybe how many you thought they had?
I could not speak to that because I was not R4 at that time.
Okay.
But I know from what some of the R4s said, we would have, over 100 people online at once.
Okay.
And that, I think, is a testament to one of the things that Zen and Samus do really, really well is we're constantly recruiting. And we're constantly telling our players, hey, we have merit requirements. It's 10% of your power. We need you to meet that. If you have, reasons why you're not meeting that, talk to us. But we need you to meet that. This is an active fighting alliance. We need you to leave if you do not meet those requirements. And this is every single season. So they are diligent about keeping the server active. And that's why we see so much activity on our server. It's not always the highest powered people. And, when we're losing, we do have less activity. We had a little bit less activity when we were playing EVG. They were beating us. People got discouraged. But, everyone was hungry for war. Everyone was online. And we did really well against Fisk. So, everybody kept coming.
Okay. I mean, listen, I'll say this, having 100 plus online, even if it is a couple times or a baseline average that you guys are able to get as around a 10 bill alliance, or if it's 10 to 11 bill, I will say is still very respectable for what I've seen, especially when, you look at some of the top groups and, you're obviously seeing, 150, 180 sometimes at times. And obviously that number has gotten up to that point over a period of time through basic refinement and kind of thinning of the fat, if you will, and then bringing in new blood. And it's always going to be a process no matter what. So,
yeah.
Okay, so you get to this point, you guys, okay, now you guys feel like you have, but generally speaking, from what you said earlier, you feel as though 310, at least during the fights you've had against FSK so far, you felt like you guys have at least had maybe on average a little bit more activity than them, or a bit more activity when you guys have been fighting.
Yes, and a lot of a lot of our, watching their play style, a lot of it is like send it down the middle, 5 march down the middle. You do that, you're not going to get a good result. They do well with cavalry groups sometimes, so I can give them that. But they did, they're just kind of sending it in and melting. So I don't know what to tell you on that, but we outplayed them, and it seemed like they just kind of got mad about that. But of course we're cheating because how can we be such lower power than them and beat them? They also said, oh, we're cheating on stamina. I don't know how you would even do that. We're cheating on what else? Oh, how come we're not losing power? Because we're resource healing and we've been fighting each other to get our elixirs and elixir healing, farming a lot so that we can resource heal and keep resource healing. Some of these accusations, the reasons that they say that we're cheating, I'm like, I don't even think there's a way to cheat in that manner.
Yeah. I wouldn't know on that one. I would probably have to ask someone who's a little bit more advanced in the game. I'm not sure if there is a way or not, at least with, fighting and going through stamina usage. I don't know if I've ever heard of anyone mention to me or any whispers of doing anything that would be cheating or a way to kind of boost or finagle or manipulate stamina in that way. Okay, so
they'd have to be pretty smart. I'm like, why would they be playing Smoothie if they could do that? I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's like, why not just go into like engineering or some kind of
right, like
data coding? Absolutely. Okay.
Right.
So you guys are at this point. Okay, so generally so now I'm curious. Now I'm curious to get to what is the sentiment? What's the feeling right now within 310? So first off, I guess even before we get there, what's the matchup landscape right now? Is it FSK and someone else versus everyone? Like what are the matchups right now in the KVK?
We are matched up with 14BS and CNN.
Okay.
And then fifth, I don't know. They were like saying it was them versus everyone, maybe, but now it kind of seems like it. Fifth K282 and then KL7 or I7. I'm not sure if it's an L or an I. Okay. But those three are pretty chummy and seems like they're happy to do that.
Okay, got it. So effectively, it's a 3 versus 3 kingdom fight, at least from what you know, or to the best of your understanding at the moment.
I think at this point, yes.
Okay. Do you all know, I guess, how, because again, I haven't taken a look at this matchup specifically. I've done a lot of the matchups so far, but I don't know if I've taken a look at 29 and done kind of an overview or even a deep or advanced stat look. Is the consensus that the matchup is pretty fair and balanced, at least as it pertains to the final zone, if all 6 kingdoms were to go 3v3 against each other, or no?
That I don't know.
Okay.
That's not part of our 4 duties.
Understood. Okay. No worries. Okay, so I guess let me switch gears then. What is the sentiment within 310 at the moment from the players that I guess either have been banned and or the ones that haven't been banned and have been seeing this happen? Is it just like a level of vitriol that is going against the fact that they feel that they were wronged? Is it that they feel that, if FSK was the ones who did do this, is there something there? Is it, what, these things can happen, let's just do everything we can to try and get this reverted as much as possible? Like, what is the general feeling right now within the alliance, like I said, whether it is for the people who got banned or who didn't get banned, against what's happening right now, and how do they feel about it?
I think there's a mixture of feelings, really. I know that people who got banned are furious. Most of them are like, I'm so mad that I'm getting banned for something I didn't do. How is this even possible to get banned for something that you didn't do? And they're saying that they checked our account and I didn't do it. So how is this happening? I know There's a number of people who are wanting to quit. There's a number of people who want to get refunds from the game. There's a number of people who are saying, hey, let's fight for the people, on behalf of the people who got banned. Some of the people who are banned are saying, hey, we have some days at the end of the KVK, let's see what we can do at the end. There's a mixture of feelings, really. But most of us are just really outraged at, kind of the audacity of this. And whether, the question of whether it was Fisk that did this or not is not a question at all. Kyle absolutely did instigate this, and he is bragging about it in the world chat. And he even said, oh, those who got unbanned, I don't know that your bans are going to stay on. Watch, they're gonna be, they're not going to be stayed lifted. They're going to come back on you, and starting with Ghost Thomas. So he knew.
Oh, so you're saying he said this himself?
He said this himself. Okay. There's screenshots. I can send it to you. He said this himself in world chat. Okay. And then right after he said it, Ghost Thomas is banned again. So he knows. Okay. He literally knows. And he's saying these things all right before, I know you probably have a screenshot from someplace on Discord, him saying that Lilith are his, I don't know if you're allowed to cuss on your stream, bitches.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
And they do what, they do his bidding, basically, So, I mean, he is very, very clear that he's throwing his weight around to get this, or at least to get it looked at. Let's say that. Let's be fair and say he's throwing his weight around to really press the issue. But, if it wasn't him doing it, I don't think any of this would be happening. So.
Okay. So I guess from your perspective and or from the kingdoms and the alliances and maybe in what you're saying, the R5 as well, you all feel without a shadow of a doubt that this feels orchestrated, and if so, done by Kyle and any members of FSK that participated.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They are admitting it in world chat that they have done this. They have, one member messaged me and said, we've been trying to provide proof against you all week long. And, so like for the last 4 days, we've just been providing proof. I'm like, okay, well, show me the proof. I'm one of the people that isn't banned. So obviously you don't, quote unquote, have anything on me. What are the allegations you have against us? Show us. No one will show us from Fisk. No one will show us from Lilith. Okay, if you have an allegation, you need to back it up. It's innocent until proven guilty. I know maybe not that's not the way in every single country that is playing COD, but, it should be that way.
Yeah. Okay. So I feel like it's, at least at this point, it's pretty clear where 310 and Lion stands on the situation that's been happening. Is how long are, and I don't know if you may know what the average is, but is the average length a day, 2-3 days for most people on their ban timers or cooldowns? If you may know.
The first round of bans was 14 days.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. That's definitely not it's definitely not a short period.
Yes. And that's like almost the entire rest of the KVK. I think what I had been hearing was we had 18 days total left. So that would give us 4 days to do anything at the end of KVK. So that's a really long time for a ban, for a first time ban, for a ban and not giving any proof for.
I mean, I could take a vacation and come back and still be banned. So.
Yes, right? That's crazy. Then I don't know what the next round of bans were. Now let me be clear, the next round of bans weren't new people, to my knowledge. There were like at least 5 or 6 people that got their bans lifted. We started fighting with Fisk again at that Spire.
Okay.
And during that time, Kyle said, oh, your bans are going to get back on you. And
I did see a screenshot of that.
Yeah.
I have to find it
So,
though. But I know I saw that.
I can send it to you.
Yeah, because I think I know some people sent me some stuff. I'm like trying. I was trying to look for some of the things while you were talking. Help us. What a BTS.
All right, I sent you those ones that I have.
Okay, now I'll take a look. Thank you. So is because I was trying to look as well. I don't see them doing any pushing at the moment at the Spire. Has it been pretty? I mean, because I know there was a mention of them fighting when the bans were going, but now it feels like. Is it safe to say that, or I guess from what you all have been seeing, like there really hasn't been any pressure at the level 3 passes at the moment?
I haven't been in the game for a few minutes,
Okay,
so I don't know.
okay,
But they were fighting us at the Spire. Once they got the Spire, they stopped. They didn't like try to keep going, which I think is odd because they had the upper hand.
okay.
We had so many people banned. Why did you stop going? But really, from my personal perspective, it doesn't do us any good to fight them at the Spire. It's only just to, have some fights. And, obviously people are mad because they got banned. But we could just move on to our next zones and go to Dragon Zone. They have to fight through a lot of towers and everything to even get to the final zone at this point. We can just leave them to their own devices. At the beginning of the season, Fisk said the only thing we care about is fights. We don't even care about rewards. We don't like diplomacy wins. We just want to fight. We just want to have all the fights that we can get. And then when they get the fights, they don't want them. They avoid us. And then, now their whole goal is just to mess us up. And there's another screenshot of Kyle saying, we don't care about rewards. All we want to do is screw up 310.
Interesting.
That's their new goal.
Is there, and I guess I'm curious, is there any form of bad blood? Meaning, I guess, have you all had any interactions with 36 or FSK prior to this season?
Never.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
we actually weren't even in this kingdom pool. We were in a different kingdom pool before we moved into this one. And this is our first fight in this pool.
Okay. So and there's nothing, and I ask that because I think that is another piece of this, is that now at least nobody can say, if that's true, that, hey, listen, this is their very first time meeting them. They've never had any interactions with them. So, why would there be some kind of maybe narrative push on like, oh yeah, well, they betrayed us last season or something like that. And right. So there's nothing to that. So this is your absolute first time meeting each other. Interesting.
Yeah, Zin even told me that they asked us to be allies at the beginning, and we didn't want to ally with them because they have a bad reputation.
That was going to be my next question. You beat me to it. I was going to ask, how did diplomacy go in the beginning? Was everyone, I don't know if you're aware, was everyone invited to basically a Discord server for the reps or the R5s?
You know what? I don't think so. I don't think that's how they do it. I was in diplomacy the last season, and we had like a group chat on just in game between people. I know Zin does a lot of the diplomacy by himself sometimes. But yeah, we had heard rumors about Fisk, and we've been betrayed before, so we're pretty wary. We're kind of gun shy about going with people who have a bad reputation. So we just said no thanks, and we're going to go this direction. All the time, of course, there's people who talk crap in world chat. So, people maybe don't like each other from that, but that's normal. I don't know.
That's just so interesting. I'm trying to think. Do you know who Cutter is?
I do know Cutter.
Is he an R4?
No. He is a player in Lion.
Okay.
I will say I just need to clarify this because I heard from the person who actually does monitor our activity. We typically have 130 online, it really depends on what time of day.
Okay.
You pick the time of day, and that's maybe our uptime
Okay.
amount.
Okay, got it. So, so Cutter had sent me this screen here saying that he was asleep overnight and got banned again. So I imagine he's one of the others who did. And on this one, it looks like it's about a 6-day ban, which is interesting to me because if he was banned, the way I have understood bans is that typically every time you are rebanned, the time goes up and up and up and up, and they have it kind of on intervals. So I guess if that's the case, unless maybe in his case, maybe he just ended up getting a ban that was half the time of the original ban. Because I know you had mentioned that a number of people had got about a 14-day or a 2-week ban at that point. So
I believe everyone who got banned again, it was shorter. I couldn't confirm or deny, but I believe that is what Sama said. Is his was shorter, like 6 days, which is weird to me too. Yes, 14 days now down to 6 days. What are you doing over there? Can you be a little bit more transparent about your actions? And that's really what I'm asking from Lilith: is be transparent about your actions, and then we don't have reason to mistrust you. You are responsible for this game. We are paying you to play this game. It is your responsibility to build trust with us and to be honest about what you're doing. And if Kyle comes in there, says that Lilith are my bitches and they do whatever I want, and he knows ahead of time every time we're going to get banned, that looks real bad on the developers. It just does. They're sharing all this inside information with this whale who spends so much money so that it just looks like he's kind of, getting preferential treatment.
yeah, almost feels like that. God, what was that thing people were memeing about how? And again, I'm not one to ever really. I don't usually talk about anything politically related, but it reminds me of that some of those memes I've seen about how Trump got that $400 million plane for like his new Air Force One from one of the other countries, and that people were saying that, oh, it's not a bribe, it's not anything, but then he's going to be able to, but then it's going to be transferred to his personal hangar after his presidency is over, and it's just yeah, it's one of those things
Little
that just like that. It makes me think of something like that. At least when you hear about situations or stories like that.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's true or not, it looks bad.
Yeah.
So cover yourself, developers. Tell us something. When I ask for proof, don't just say, oh, you're using strips. Okay, prove to me what I'm using. Show me. Show me anything that tells me, yes, I have proof on you.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll stop crying about it. If you have proof that my players are cheating, show me. If there is proof, I will say, okay, yep, they were cheating. Sorry. But they haven't done that, and they refuse to do it.
Yeah. And I think I'm a little bit more along the line of that thought process where it would just be nice if, even if they just told the people that were affected by it, of saying, well, we saw that you were using this because it has this code in it, this program, like just something a little more specific to that point that makes you feel like, okay, well, hey, this is, this is undeniable, right? And it's
Yeah.
justified. They did their due diligence. At that point, it would just feel like, okay, now, but and again, I understand it, and I say this as well. I can see it from both sides, where it's on one hand, yeah, it would be great if there was that transparency and that clarity, and on the other hand, maybe they don't want to say what the specific program is because they fear that more people would use something like that, right, if it becomes public. But then the counter to that is that, well, if you already have countermeasures in place for that particular thing, even if you promote it and people start to use it, you kind of have already, you've already proven that you're able to address it, even if you might see
Yeah.
a short uptick in usages, right? So it's
Mhm.
again, I can I can see it from both sides. I just happen to lean a little bit more on that. I did also see the screenshot mentioned, and God, I don't know if I have it at the moment, but the one where he did say, he's like, yeah, you guys are going to be unbanned again. You guys are going to be banned again, or something to that effect. And I know there was that other screenshot going around on COD Discord of him talking about the whatever the quote unquote relationship with the devs as well. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, it's obviously, if any of that is true, I would agree in the sense that I do think it looks very suspiciously damning, to where
Yes.
I just don't think you want that look. And I feel like if something like that, now keep in mind, maybe that message was banned already and someone had just taken a screenshot in that immediate moment and we're able to save it. That very well could have happened. Obviously, you can't really stop anyone from saying stuff like that unless they just plan to kind of mass ban those particular keywords that are used in that string. But I will just say it's rough, and I can only imagine what it must feel like, at least for the people that have been affected and have been banned. But Queen, thank you.
Certainly.
Yeah, no, I was just saying,
I
thank you.
think
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
the thing is, if they were just doing, an upgrade to their systems, you would see these bans happening all throughout all kingdoms. It wouldn't be concentrated to 310 and this many people in 310. You would see people all over the place saying, hey, why do we have so many bans in our kingdom? You're not seeing that. It's definitely an attack.
Yeah.
So, that's my take on it. I would love to see Lilith answer and actually be responsible for their actions.
Yeah. No, I think more clarity, a little bit more transparency can never be a bad thing in most cases. So
Sure.
hopefully this is resolved quickly for you guys, and hopefully everyone can go back to having a nice, good KVK where everyone is able to participate at full strength and then let the pieces fall where they may. But
that's all that any of us can ask for, right? Nice, good KVK, lots of fighting. Love it.
Absolutely. Well, Katie, listen, thank you so much. I really appreciate you making some time for me today and being willing to come on while we're on the stream. And I really appreciated the answers for the ones that you were able to give. So thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. All right. Take care. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, fam. So that was Katie Queen, or CQ, from Lion. She was an R4. And I'll probably clip this as well when we end up finishing up, which will hopefully be later tonight. I will tell you that for those of you that are sticking around, don't go anywhere, because in about 45 minutes, we are going to be starting, and I'm going to do an announcement on my Discord here in a moment. I'm going to start typing this up. I do want to read through Kyle's letter, and the first one he posted, I want to give you my thoughts on that. But in about 45 minutes at around 5:05 p.m. Eastern time, we are going to be starting 3 big interviews that we are going to do live. And some of them might be spicy. I will just say that. And we will also allow a period of time near the end of the interviews where I'm going to take questions from those of you that are in chat. So if you're still here, you're hanging out with us. If you got to go, you want to come back, whatever's easier. I understand, man. People got to urinate. So with that being said, I'm going to do an announcement shortly, and I'm gonna write this up. I'll probably do it here. I'll probably do it here in a moment, and so that way you guys can see who we're going to end up bringing on, who we got slated. But I'm really excited for this cast that we have for our first kind of live stream, live interview interaction with you all. Definitely some names. I'm sure some of you might be surprised by some of the people that we're gonna talk to. We're gonna talk about some KVKs. We're gonna talk about some situations that have been happening. So it should be fun. So stick around for that. Like I said, that's going to be happening in about 45 minutes from now. We got our first one, and we're going to try and do each one by an hour. So they'll be starting, like I said, about 5:05 p.m. Eastern. And then we have another one slated for 6 and another one slated for 7. Okay. I have totally been leaving chat out. So I apologize for the late, man. I need to turn on my air conditioner because it is getting spicy in here. Let me pop this open real quick, and then what I want to do is I want to go through. Let me type this announcement up too as well, and we'll hang out, and then and then in a moment we're gonna read. Masab says, "Will you continue?" Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna stay on stream. I'm not turning the stream off, just to be very clear. So I'm gonna stay streaming until we're gonna stream for the next 45 minutes. Until we get to our first interview, and then I'm going to keep streaming. So I'm planning to stream for now probably for the next 4 hours or so. But I just wanted to let people know in about 45 minutes, that's when we're going to do our first interview. And then we got our second interview that we're going to do at about 6 p.m. Eastern. And then our third and final interview we're going to do at 7 p.m. Eastern. And I'm going to start writing up the announcement now. So it should only take me a little bit. But for those of you that are here live with us, you will be able to see ahead of time who we have that's going to be coming on and a little bit of what we're going to talk about. And for now, up until then, we're going to hang out in World Chat here. And then once I finish typing that up, we're going to go through and I want to read through Kyle's announcement as well. Well, I say announcement, but it's really his, I guess maybe you could argue it is, right? It's what he posted on the official COD Discord. And actually here, let me see if I can go to that. And, oh, you know what? Let me do it like this. So this way I can, let's see if we can do here. His demand. There you go. All right, there you go, Tail. That may be more appropriate-ish, right? To say his demand letter. I never considered that specifically. Ali Coco, thank you so much for the sub. It means a lot. Appreciate you guys. As always, if you guys are, oh, never mind. Oh, Tail Panic equals. Oh, okay, there we go. So that's Katie. Okay. Yeah, as always, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you throw us up because that was a lot. Thanks. So yeah, let me see if I can. I think I have the link saved as well. I think so. And we can take a look at this while we look at, let me see, where do I have this? Okay, yeah, here it is. So I'll show you guys this. So I want to read through this, which again, this is like what really set off a lot of peeps. And let me see if we can show this off real quick. Hopefully. Okay, yeah. So this is the, oh, hang on. Is that, where am I right now? Oh, actually, I don't need to do all that. I can do, oh, actually, I can just do right window. There we go. Okay, that worked out a lot better. I was like, where am I on my other one? Oh, I was all the way at the bottom of Gen Chat. That's where we were. Okay. So we're going to read through this in a moment. This was Kyle's letter that he had wrote. I believe this was yesterday. Let me see. Where is I got to click on this real quick. Yeah. So it's the 25th right now. He wrote this about 16 a day and let's say, what is that? 4 a day and 8 hours ago. This is what basically started everything here. So I'm going to leave this up for a sec. Let me go turn my AC on and down a little bit and then a quick tinkle and I'll be right back. We'll read through this. And then I'm also going to post the announcement for the upcoming interviews that we have here in about 45 minutes. So I'll BRB. Okay, we're back. Oh my gosh. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. We are back to live. So I'm going to start. So like we said, what we're going to be doing now is I'm going to start writing up. We're going to read through this. I'm going to share with you my thoughts on how I feel about the whole mail. The confession of a, what is it? Sorry, confession of a teenage I don't even know whatever that movie was. Let me continue my jams too as well, so we can vibe out. So this mail, like we stated, sorry, this post, right, that was written from Kyle, or sorry, by Kyle, the leader of FSK, was done yesterday at around 8 a.m. Eastern time. This would have been about 12, a little past 12 UTC in-game time. And he ended up after writing this. First and foremost, let me be very clear.
Nice to meet you.
Kyle does not often post too much, right? So he again, even when I have talked to him in DMs, you know, you're not usually seeing too, like, I guess him chatting that often. At least as it pertains to public chats, right? I don't typically see him on the Discord. I don't usually see him post, or I don't hear about him posting too much in World Chat, too, as well. However, there is something I am gonna. Oh, oopsies! Hang on. What's going on? No, we don't want to get. Oops. There we go. Thank you so much. Jamming out to my country. Thank you so much. Let me turn that off. I'll probably have to slowly cut that piece out. I appreciate the heads up there, mobile. So I'm going to show something here in a moment, and some of you might think this is funny, but when I read this, and we're gonna reread it, we're gonna read it again because I haven't read everything. I haven't read it in its entirety, but I am going to show you guys something that, yeah, that I think is just funny based on what he stated here. And if some of you want to feel like it's a gotcha moment, maybe, but I said it because I just wanted to provide some clarity. So let me see. Oh, here it is. Okay. So, and I thought I had the screen somewhere earlier, right? So let me just show this. Okay. So before I show the screenshot, let me read through this. And then when I get to the part about what Kyle said, I'm going to show you the screenshot. Okay. Oh, let me see. Where am I? Is this my... Oh, it is. Okay, yeah, let me move this over here real quick if I can. And then I think it was in 95. Let me head there. Okay, so Kyle states, he says, hey, I'm the leader of 36 and FSK. I'm also war leader. I'm writing to bring serious attention to cheating and game abuse by the Vietnamese Alliance Lion and Server 310. I'm calling on those to take action against these serious violations. I also call on the entire CoD community to stand with me in boycotting, cheating, and game abuse. Now, first and foremost, if you're going to post some kind of a letter of declaration, I don't know if either A, posting it in Gen Chat on the COD Discord is either the best place to do it, and or B, if it maybe is the only place you should do it, right? Like if they have a Discord, maybe they should have posted an announcement on the Discord, maybe a King's Mail as well. Especially if your objective is, okay, well, let's try and garner some traction here, right? Like, let's try and put the word out as much as humanly possible. Sure, don't get me wrong. It probably will spread from posting because one, Kyle doesn't post that much, so he probably has a little bit of that cachet going for him in that, you know, there's some interest and intrigue, right, behind the mysterious Kyle who doesn't post on COD Discord pretty much at all. So there is that. But I almost just feel like, okay, well, what about maybe doing, I don't know if a suggestion would be the right play. But the other thing I wonder about is why not, this is my thing. And I don't know if anyone has thought about it from this angle yet. But one of the things that I think about, especially with everything that we've heard so far from the apparent reports of that, right, Kyle might have known that these people were going to get banned before they got banned. And my thing is this. Why would you write up a post like this if you already have the control, if you're already, right, AKA, right, quote unquote, friends with the devs, or you can just get people banned, right? Wouldn't it be wild if, he was a dev himself or something? Right. But then maybe on the other end, maybe it's just Kyle wants to put it out into the ether, right? Maybe it's not all about whether or not there is control, even if there is. But maybe it's about, okay, well, we need to plaster this. We need to go high and low with this thing and just spread it. But then, I don't know. It's just like part of me wonders, is this the best use of a write-up in time when really something like this really should just be going to COD support or VIP support? Did he get pushback there? Did he not get pushback? I don't know. When I try to dissect the psychology behind why he would post here, I don't know. Like, did he think this is the court of public opinion, and he felt, okay, well, hey, these people are just going to get shamed. Like, I'm going to generate a lot of shame towards 310 Lion and that particular bunch. And again, I don't know if anyone else wonders the same, but like, that's one of the things that come to mind for me, which is, why the post if, that's not the official way that you go through addressing things, right? Again, unless it was him trying to discredit their team, right, through such actions, which, okay, maybe. Okay, so we continue. I digress. Then we get to, where were we? First, a bit about myself. I'm Chinese and a passionate SLG gamer. I rarely make public appearances, and I do not do interviews. So whatever you've heard about me is likely secondhand. But now I'm speaking directly. And I can tell you this is Kyle's account, because this is Kyle's account that I had messaged on before, excuse me, very early on, before the game and after the game was released, from what I recollect. Most of you know at this point with Kyle is that I have been blocked by Kyle and have been blocked since like very early on in the game's lifespan. However, one of the things I can show you that some of you might be like, like this is funny, is that Kyle says something here where it's, I rarely make public appearances. I do not do interviews. So whatever you've heard about me is likely secondhand. Okay, let's focus on that part. So he says this. I am now going to share with you a screenshot. Some of you might have seen this. Some, probably most of you haven't, because I only posted it briefly on the Discord yesterday by happenstance. So I'm going to show you a screenshot now from Kyle and mine's DMs. Now, this is not anything massively illuminating. It's not like I'm sharing state secrets or anything like that. But it does share with you and go into at least that part of what he stated, which, again, threw me off because of how direct and just absolutely assured of himself that he was, that he hasn't done these things, right? Stating that, hey, listen, man, I don't do interviews. Anything you've heard about me is a lie, right? It's secondhand. Clearly, you can see here that on January, and bear in mind, it was shortly after this that he had blocked me. But you could see here where he says, interview ? Need marketing. Very clear he's looking for an interview. My response at the time was lol. However, it was lol to the need marketing part. That's very clear. I want to be very clear here. I was not lolling at the fact that he was looking for an interview. I was lolling at the fact that he said he needed marketing. And let me briefly walk you through this, which is that at the time, FSK and 36 was a pretty well, like they were a decently well-known kingdom. It wasn't like these guys were just scrubs. You know what I mean? So again, they have, whether you want to say it made a name for themselves or not, right? Like they were known. People knew who FSK were. People knew who Kyle were. People knew who 36 was. Now, again, you could maybe argue how much did they know them or not, right? Like, sure, we can maybe get into some of the weeds there, but that was me laughing at the fact that he's like, oh, we need marketing. Cause I'm over here in my head thinking like, dude, you guys are pretty well known. Like, you know, it wasn't like they had a massive hole at that time for players that they needed to fill up half the alliance. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't anything to that degree. So then he says, so I take that as a no. And then I said, oh, I just thought that part was funny in regards to the marketing since it was unexpected to hear, right? Which is me doubling down on what my thought process was. And then I asked him, I said, marketing for migration or something else? So, and again, that was me clarifying, right? Because I'm asking him now, what does he mean? Which hopefully should indicate that, right, okay, he wasn't sure. Again, I just wanted to share that because I to me, I thought that was funny with just how that whole situation played out and how it felt like there was either some assumptions that were taken from Kyle because afterwards, again, he blocked me and then I wasn't able to have any conversations. Right. Yeah. Liam says, I will not be surprised if Bia disappears tomorrow. Damn, bro, that's aggressive. Jeez, I hope I'm still around. But I see what you did there. Watch it too. It wouldn't be my first time. Well, I shouldn't say that. The first time on my first YouTube account, I actually got hacked. So this is actually my second main YouTube account, shockingly. But yeah, so like I said, that to me was funny with how that all played out from my situation there. And I even tried to message Kyle yesterday just so I could confirm, right? So he had blocked me, I think on January 30th of 2024. It has been almost a year and a half that I've been blocked on his Discord. And I had checked this yesterday too as well, just so I could, like see. Okay. So again, so let's continue before I get this announcement post on. You guys can see who we're going to be interviewing here in a little bit. So he says, I've been playing Rock since 2018. Before KVK was introduced, I also played for 3 years on the China server, leading FSK on server 22. During my time on Rock, I held multiple accounts. One of them, Kyle, was the strongest account for 3 years with the most kills on the China server. I spent over 3 million on Rock and managed a total of 47 accounts. I mean, if that is true, he has probably spent the most amount of money on Rock combined that I would know of. Some of the recent reports I had heard, which was maybe like a year or two ago from Rock, was like there was some people that had spent over $1 million, but I don't know anyone that has maybe spent that much over that point, at least from what I know. So then we get, okay, in COD, I currently own 22 accounts and I spent $850,000. And 4 of my accounts are in the global top 10 for kills, including the world's #1 I Still Chicken. I just want to point this out. And like I stated as well, if anyone from FSK and management wants to come on the stream, they want to say their piece. Again, I'll hear them out fairly and equally, just like I heard out the people from Lion. Again, I don't have a dog in any fight, so it doesn't really matter to me. But if there is anyone from management and FSK, or if Kyle wants to come on, he's more than welcome. I'd be happy to talk to him. I'd be happy to hear out his side. So, but the one thing I will say this is that what I find interesting here is him saying, or sorry, him quoting, right, where he says, "Oh, my account's for global top 10 for kills." Just to be clear, I'm the only one who has ever showed any top kill stats across the entire game. And I just find it funny. And again, for those of you that have watched those videos, I Still Chicken is #1. So what I just find funny, and this is a more lighthearted funny piece, but it's like he's okay quoting stats that I put out, but I'm still blocked for some reason that I have no idea. just, I don't know. Just to me, that's funny. So then he says, okay, today marks my 790th day playing COD. While, while I may be known for having many enemies due to my aggressive lone wolf playstyle, I genuinely care about the game. I don't think I would argue that people would say that Kyle doesn't care about the game. So I think I could agree with that. As I've told many, this is my last game. I am fiercely loyal. I wonder if that means like his last game is in like his last SLG, like he'll just never play an SLG game again. I am fiercely loyal to my kingdom and my members. I treat them like family and strive to create a pure drama-free environment for the best gaming experience. Okay, now I feel like the drama-free environment part is a little bit of a stretch, possibly. Now, I say that not because I feel that they are trying to create drama, but because of the fact that you are coming out in a public chat and making an accusation with absolutely no proof. That in and of itself is the definition of creating drama, Kyle. In case you didn't know. I'm sure someone will clip and meme that. I just wanted to state that for the record because that to me is just incredibly obvious. I don't know if that is incredibly obvious to other people. And I'm not saying that his intent was to create drama. I'm simply saying that based on what he stated and his actions, especially more importantly, because of the fact that there is absolutely no proof that he was able to provide, you are in turn starting a fire. You can't deny that. So, yeah. I mean, if that is not one of the most hypocritical things that I have seen as of late, I don't know what is. And I say that objectively and fairly. So, right. Now, again, I'll also state this on the other side. If Kyle happens to have, or FSK happens to have proof, we're happy to see. Okay. So we have, since its creation, 36 has remained one alliance, Forsaken. We went through 11 seasons. Many of our members have been with me from the very beginning. Now let's talk about the cheating and abuse. I'm going to be honest. He's cheating. No. You see what I did there? Pun intended. Okay, let's talk about this. So here's our server 36 base power, 14.5 bill. It's got 150 over 60 mil. Okay. Here's Lion, 12.1 bill. Okay. 90, 13. Okay. Despite the clear power difference, Lion consistently had abnormal advantage in war. The cheating patterns were obvious. Multiple accounts used in coordinated combat. Again, that could also be done from VC. Let's be very clear. Synchronized movement and retreats. Again, synchronizing using emulators is a thing. Focus fire from multiple sources. Focus firing. Keep in mind, people said the same thing about NTS as well, right? Again, that was disproven mainly because it was shown that they could be very organized and being very diligent in their real-time actions for focus firing. And again, I'm not sitting here saying that, there's never going to be a case of cheating allegations or that that's something that, could never be done via cheating methods. I'm just simply stating what I know from some history. Auto retreat when locked. Okay, it's a little bit iffy. No delay or latency between being locked and pulling back. Okay. So these were the pieces cited. Keep in mind, and I want to be very clear here, the court of public opinion is not a real court, right? We deal a lot of the time in absolutes, meaning you have evidence, you have proof to show that these things are happening. Heck, I'll take some overwhelming video evidence and then comparing that video evidence with other cheating allegation evidence that shows that your new video evidence is different than previous ones and is now something we should be taking more of a concerned look at, right? That would be one example of how to do that. So all I've seen here so far, again, objectively looking in, is a situation that Kyle stated, regardless if true or not, but there was absolutely no proof provided. I mean, listen, I can go around making insinuations all day long, but it doesn't mean that there's any weight to them, right? So, yeah, I think if anything, I will say one of the bright sides of this that that may come out of, the whole situation here is that because there's now a little bit more light being shined on the situation here that started with FSK and Cal's post, maybe that will allow for us to get some more transparency, some more clarity on exactly what what is being done. Like, how are they excuse me, what are people using, in short, for scripts or synchronizers? How are they specifically figuring this out? Is it, like I said, is it a source code? Is it something that is trackable by them on the back end? How exactly are they doing that? And I'm not sitting here saying they need to give out their source code, right? I'm not saying it has to be something that deep, but it's got to be a little bit more, I think, than what maybe has been provided so far. Because otherwise, you're just going to keep having doubt be sown from the community to when devs ban people. There's always going to be that, oh, but was he really, right? So for me, that's my only worry there. Okay. He then says, as many of you know, FSK fights hard. We may not be the most active alliance in terms of numbers, but we are skilled fighters. Given the power and skill difference, which again, you'd have to define skill difference, right? You can't just say skill difference. You'd have to define that. FSK should have had a kill ratio of 1.2 or 1 to 2.5. The ratio was 1.5 to 1 in their favor, despite most of our fighters being T5. We were outmatched in stamina and overwhelmed by mass multi-account abuse. Many of Lion's 40 to 50 mil T4 accounts were farming absurd merit points with focus fire tactics, something impossible for individual players to achieve legitimately. I mean, just go tell that to NTS, right? These types of actions fundamentally destroy the integrity of the game. I urge Lilith to take decisive action, and I ask the CoD community to stand united against this. So, okay, so that's everything. My first thing that I thought of was like, dude, where's McBoo? Like, I feel like I just read the non-PDF screenshotted version of General McBoo's end of season summary, right? For those of you, for the OGs out there, right, who remember McBoo, who played in the war and a few other alliances, right? He would do this write up and he'd post this screenshot of his doc or his PDF that he would send in Discord, right, for like the alliances that he was in. Yeah, I mean, again, some of the comments, like, dude, Fob's like, wait, Kyle. She's this beast cut. Yeah, like, so yeah, man, some of the comments here after this are pretty funny. And I'm saying funny in the sense of like what they're saying for how they feel about what was written, about what Kyle wrote. Listen, my thing about this is I think it's pretty easy to poke holes in this. That is not to say that Kyle is telling the truth or he's lying. It's just that there are holes that you can poke in the post that he wrote and in some of the points and arguments that he makes. And for me, that's where I'm more, as I stated earlier in the stream, I'm a little bit more on the iffy side here, because you have what is a top player in the game, and Kyle is, let's make no mistake about it, he is a top player in the game as far as strength and power. Apparently, which I didn't know, that I Still Chicken was his account, if that's true as well, right? And clearly, he's kind of on that Mephisto level of spending, if not maybe more, which is wild to hear, because if that's the case, he probably could have been the number one player and far surpassed YY by now too as well, who's over there in 314 as the second strongest player with an individual account. So yeah, it's just, again, I read this, I look at this, and I think to myself, it feels a little out of touch. And I say that because for me, the main thing here is like, this post ultimately comes off as a glorified accusational hit piece with nothing to back it up. Now, let's also be very clear. In most cases where cheating accusations are being made, I don't know if I've ever seen any just clear-cut, absolute evidence that anyone's really been able to show. And I'm sure some people may make the argument, well, boss, how can we prove that they were cheating, right? If we don't like hack their computer and look at their screen and see what's on it. And again, I think part of that is somewhat valid-ish, but I don't know enough. But at the same time, I say that from not knowing enough about programming, hacking, data, computer engineering to be able to know all the intricacies of like, hey, can you really tell if someone is using these things from being in another place, right? And that maybe might be an interesting conversation to interview someone who maybe does have software or computer engineering background, or someone that would be able to maybe speak to that effect. Like, hey, is this actually possible to do? Maybe that'll be an interesting interview. If anyone knows anyone out there that is involved in that space, that could be a really cool conversation to have. Thanks. Thank you so much for the sub, man. I appreciate it. It means a lot. I'm going to give you some confetti in chat because it's free. And I love the animation. Okay. Now that we have that out of the way. Yeah, right. Too loose for the goose. What's up, baby? Lou says, I would hope a game wouldn't ban multiple players because one person said to do it. Yeah. I think everyone could agree there. Penguin says, yeah. Yo, what's going on here? Long live be. Dude, why do I scroll all the way down to the bottom and immediately people are wishing me well and hope that I have a peaceful death? Just like, what is happening? Oh my God. Sassy will get banned soon for COD content. It's messed up, man. Kyle is talking to YouTube to get his video removed. You guys, man. Please no. Please no, sir. Yeah, let's do the no sir, no sir. Boss Sassy Lady's video will also be banned soon. Long live BN. Here we go. That's right. At times you got to lean in. You got to lean in. I just saw his hand move too fast. That's good. That's good. Let me see. Let me see. Hi, APM. Oh, wait, hang on. Let's go APM. There we go. All right. Enough joking. So let me, okay. So I'm going to write up my announcement now. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Masab, thank you for asking. So yeah. So you asked, when are we going to get to know who are the interviewees? Okay. So I'm going to write up the announcement now. I'm going to post it on my Discord. So for those of you who want to know, you can join the Discord if you'd like. I'm going to write it up right now. Should maybe take me about 5 or 10 minutes. Before I do that, though, I need to confirm with some of the other peeps as well. So for now, let me see real quick, where am I going? Yeah, let me head back to 36. And again, if you do want to join the Discord, there's a link to that. If you're on the live chat, it's on the pinned chat post or pinned comment on the live chat, and you'll find the Discord link there. Okay. Let me come back, and we're gonna hang out just so I can. Yeah, let's get off Discord, and then we're gonna do this while I write this up real quick. So yeah, we're gonna hang out here. And okay, yeah. So again, first interview should be here in about 10, 11 minutes. I just need to confirm on the timing real quick. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. See, yeah, there it is. Someone sent me the one where he said, all right. Oh man, do I need to translate some of these? Probably, right? Blockpin's the new system. They said something up here. All right, let me see. Okay. Okay, awesome. Let me go ahead and write this up. Kyle Blockboss says, yeah, man, listen, it's a sad day. It's a sad day for me. Laz says, I bet there's a legendary artifact in that draw on there being get it. Oh, could be. Dude, I got a lot. I have like so many, just so much stuff saved. Bruno, boss, after all this, can we conclude that Kyle is a reborn baby? I mean, listen, man, to each their own. Yeah. All right, let me go ahead and get this written up. And let me see here. Okay. Here we go. So right now, if you're just joining us, I'm writing up right now who we're going to be interviewing and a little bit about what we're going to talk about, and then the times in EST and in UTC time for when those interviews are going to happen. So again, I'm going to be posting that on my Discord in a moment. I'm typing it up right now. And like I said, first interview we should have is in about 10 minutes from now. And then we are most likely going to have back-to-back interviews as well. So there should be 2 more after that. We'll probably do, maybe 45, 60 minutes or so, just depending on how long it goes. And if some cut a little short, then we'll just see if we can get the next person in a little earlier. So, but yeah, this should be it should be good. I think you guys are going to like these. Is it 29, right? 429. That's the KVK? Yeah. There's lad, you guys. Man, does anyone else wish they could auto-translate? Is it just me? Like, I wish they had an auto-translate function here. All right. God, it would just be so freaking lovely. I don't know. I don't ask for a lot, but I know that would be great. Oh, dude, my AC is coming on right now. Oh, this is lovely. Thaz says, wasn't there a function to multi-translate that lasted like a week? You know what? I don't know. I am not sure on that one. Okay, good. It is 4029. I just need to make sure. All right, let's list these off. So if you're wondering, I'm going to be posting this in the content stream channel on my Discord for those of you who would like to see it, and I'll show it off too as well on stream. So. What's UTC time? 21 right now? These guys. I gotta remember what KVK I'm in right now, so I don't get lost here. Where's 110? Oops. Let's go up here. I think this is it. Yeah. All right. So almost done writing up this announcement. After I get this posted, we will bring in our first guest because they just confirmed with me that they are ready to go. Well, guys, it will confirm scripting. Dev should be able to detect a third-party device, yeah. They should also be honest about their actions and motivations. FSK, dude, that's pretty good, man. That people can do. I always find it so interesting how some people are so good at being able to like do these. And so maybe someone could tell me. I don't know if this is just a massive talent or if there's just something that does this for you and then you copy paste it. But I've always been pretty enamored by how people can write, like just make these little designs and stuff. It's pretty cool. Okay. Almost done now. Good. Hopefully I should finish in about a minute. Oh gosh, no, I don't know. Oh, okay, here we go. I got to figure this one out for where. Okay, there we go. 31. Oh, sorry, king. I have to put king of. And they're in the 39. Was it 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, so sixth. There we go. Just have to remember how to count here. Okay, and let me see who's in here for this one. All right, we're done. Here we go. About to get this post out. Oh, that took a minute. I was just thinking, it probably would help if I put a link to the stream. Just throwing that out there. And then I'll also rename the streams too as well here in a moment. All right, cool. I think we're good. Let me just highlight this portion. All right, and if you have a COD tag, you're going to see an announcement, so enjoy. There we go. All right, it's out. Ooh, I need to change. Oh, I don't know if I did any. Let me see if I have a. I don't know if I have a live stream thing. Oh, I don't. I need to get one. I just changed the review. Okay, we'll just do this. Yeah, we'll switch this up. All right, awesome. So announcement has been posted. Let me go ahead and change. Okay, I'll just tell them I'm about to call to let them know. Let me just update the thumbnail, and then we should be good to go. Where do I gotta go here? Here we go. All right, awesome. It's me on Bill. All right, let's go ahead and bring this lovable peanut in. I think that should work. There we go. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Big Sexy?
Oh, played row. It's fun.
Playing row when it's fun.
Yeah,
oh, how'd you guys do?
We did all right. I fought BXS. They're actually not terrible. I mean, they're pretty good. I was surprised. They went back and forth. Had to change up the strat, so they changed up their strat. We were like, playing off each other, trying to counter each other. It was a lot of fun. They're good guys. You guys are listening to. I don't know if you're live streaming.
Yeah, you're live.
Yeah. If you guys are listening, man, it's GG's, man. Much respect.
Very nice, very nice.
I'll be right back. Like, give me like a minute.
Sure.
I'll be in the call though. Are you still getting the others in, or
No. So you're first.
just me?
Yeah, you're first, and then
Oh, okay.
yeah, in like 50 minutes or so or an hour, we'll do that. We'll do the next.
Okay. Let me take a bathroom real quick. Give me like 1 minute.
Sure.
I'll be ready.
Sure. Next time, just be prepared. It's okay. It gives me some time to set her up. Set her up. Vitamins. All right, guys. Yeah. So again, if it's not already obvious, we are again going to be interviewing Doom here. So I got 3 right now. Let me show you guys what we got. Right. So I think I can show you guys this on the Discord, right? Yeah, I think I probably can. Let me just skadoosh this over here. Right. So where's my thing here? Where's my thing? Okay, I think this is it, right? Yeah. Okay. So I'll show you guys this. So this is what we got lined up for today. So again, we got Doom in the call right now. We're gonna do an interview with Doom. We have these guys so funny. So we got Doom. Then we are gonna do we're gonna do an interview with Wahid, which is formerly Echo, right? She just moved over to EIS. But one of the reasons, and I think Princess did an interview with her, but ours is different. Ours is going to be live, and on top of that, I didn't watch that one. I'm probably going to ask. I'm going to end up asking different questions, most likely. And so I'm very. One of the reasons why I wanted to do the interview with her, just like I've done interviews with other people in the past who have left alliances. Like as an example, I did an interview with Sod before when he did that big split between when he split off from TFS, right, with half the group. I like being able to speak to people that played somewhere, and especially somewhere big and popular and strong, because oftentimes you can get a level of insight from people, especially with what they're willing to share now that they are no longer a part of that group. And so I think that's going to be an interesting conversation. And then third, we're going to do an interview with Captain Jack, which, yes, is Audie's Captain Jack from 31 at POTC. So I think that's going to be super interesting. So again, this is one of those things I've been wanting to test out and try out, where we can get you guys some kind of like mid KVK interviews, right? And also being able to do it while the KVK is going on, I think is super beneficial, because it allows for you, the community, to get insight from at least the people that are willing to talk and willing to have a conversation while the KVK is going on, and how things are going, their expectations, how did the KVK diplomacy plan. Again, there's a number of things we're going to get to with Doom and with Jack, and then we'll have a little bit of a different approach with Wahid. That's why we had slotted her for the middle. So hopefully you guys enjoy these over the next couple hours. And the fact that we're doing them live, I will also give an opportunity as well near the end. So maybe the last 10 minutes or so of the interview before we get the next guest on, maybe about the last 10 or 15 minutes. For those of you that are here, if I'll open the floor up. So if anyone wants to ask any questions from anything we touch on during the interview, or even afterwards, or something you think of that I didn't ask, I'll open the floor up for anyone that's watching live if you want to ask something. And obviously, if it's something that Doom is able to, and or feels comfortable, or any of the interviewees, then we'll go ahead and get an answer from them. So just another way you guys get to get a little bit more added value, if you will. Doom, are you back?
Yes, sir. I am here, ready to go. Sorry about that, bro.
All right.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Just don't let it happen again, or I'm never going to talk to you. Okay. So, all right, man. So Doom's here. Now, again, this is interesting to me. Why? Because you are, and again, I'm going to let you intro yourself too as well. But for me, one of the important things to really kind of get out of the way up front is you are playing in the second strongest KVK group, arguably in history, but at least for the G2 pool, which is the main KVK pool at the moment. You are also in there with some heavy hitters. You guys got WB, you got TFS, you got NF57, BDO, Luno, right? It is a super matchup. for all intended purposes. But go ahead, give us an intro real quick, right? Who are you? Who do you represent? How long have you been in the kingdom? How long have you been in your role?
Okay, yeah, I'm Doomstar. I'm from server 110, the Ronin Kingdom. Also, everybody kind of knows this as ROG, Ronin Guard. So I've been in since season 1 plus when we initially formed, and I'm the war leader. I'm one of the R5 types. We have a couple. We rotate because this job's really demanding. But
And
yeah, and then
thankless. So.
I got a lot of people thanking me a
Oh,
lot.
never mind,
I
dude.
get
Oh my god.
appreciation. Yeah.
Damn.
So we have like
Management's appreciated in 110? Say less.
yeah, we have like an end of season survey where everybody complains, but also
Okay.
they also thank us for a lot of the work we do. I mean, this Zone 2 war, I was up for 20 hours a day. I only slept 4 hours a day, so it's crazy, trying to be on all the time.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, no, I get you. It's definitely still thankless. Most of the people don't realize what happens. Yeah, I'm happy to be in this KVK, man. These guys are awesome, and including our opponents. Respect for every single one of them.
Okay. So thank you for the intro, Doom. Now, I want to get to some of what could be maybe some juicy bits, or maybe not, but maybe I just want to illuminate a little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
Walk me through KVK diplomacy. How did things start off?
This one?
Yes. So for this KVK, between, again, what is the 6 kingdoms in your group, which are some of the 6 strongest kingdoms in the game, with who we announced, right? It is Luno and 5, BDOs and 41, NF57 and 57. That's one team. And obviously we know now 40 TFS, 249 WBA or WB, and then 110 for you guys with ROG.
Yeah.
How did diplomacy start? Was everyone invited into a Discord? Did it feel like everything was on the up and up? What in your experience, how did KVK diplomacy play out after the kingdoms were announced? Who was in what group?
Sure. So I will start off by saying, in the history of KVK diplomacies, this was the smoothest and most open to a fair and balanced matchup. I don't think there were any issues. Even we decided the Darklings when we all 6 of us decided when was the best time to have the Darklings killed. So it started our our events when the pass opened, so that we had activity from everybody to have fun. It was just the best one I've ever had and smoothest. So the way it started, Jason from TFS, he's always on it. I've learned. He immediately invited all of us to a diplomacy Discord.
Okay.
And we were kind of waiting on his stats guys to get everything to display. His stats guys, by the way, are top notch. Kudos to them. So, and then when we got everybody in, it was all 6 of us. We waited for all 6 representatives from all 6 kingdoms. We got in. Jason shared the stats, right? And we basically, and this was starting the timer, right? When everybody got in, he shared the stats. Start timer. 14 minutes later, we figured out our teams, and it was easy. A couple of proposals went up. We wanted to make sure there was fighting in at least one of the 2 zones, because this map, you're not going to get fighting in both Zone 2 and Zone 3 sometimes, unless you're like us in F57, where we're the sandwich. So we get fighting in every zone, which we really, really wanted, because last season we didn't get a lot of fighting. But so it was great. We were all okay. We went through a couple of proposals. I think we went with the first proposal, and we showed the numbers. Every single proposal was pretty balanced and even. Okay. We agree, it was just over and done with. We all it was super chill. I mean, I'm not even kidding. There was no arguing or anything like that. We found a match and we stuck to the match. Everybody gets fighting, and that was it. I mean, it was that simple. I mean, I don't know what else you want, man. No, that's it. It's literally that simple.
Yeah. So, to be fair, even though, and this is the thing that I want to be very clear on. Not everything has to be right for some people that might be wondering. It doesn't always have to be some kind of dramatic KVK diplomacy. Just the fact that you guys were able to essentially do what, and again, I still remember I told you about this. I still got to reach out to everyone else there, because this is something I really want to do, like a solo, like investigative piece on covering, because the fact is that your KVK diplomacy, from your perspective, saying that it went so, that it was so effortless from A to Z, it took barely any time to figure out. Everyone showed up, from what you're making it sound like, professionally uh, engaged and wanted to try and approach it with being on the same page and trying to get to something where it doesn't drag out for days upon days upon days. And everyone feels satisfied with the team and the arrangement. Dude, I mean, that in and of itself, to me, is a massive win, right? And I'm showing this on screen for those of you that are curious, right? This is the matchup in very basic numbers that we talked about before this KVK and the other G2 KVK started. And you can see here, like, the numbers are not bad, right? On either side. You have a little more power, a little bit more general T5s on one side, and on the other side, you got a more 100 mil pluses. This is one of the things that we often talk about when you're looking to do matchups, because we understand that it's not always going to be perfect. And so usually the major points of interest is that, at least I advocate for, is if you're going to have a little bit more power, a little bit more universal T5s at 60 mil plus and above, then on the other side, you should have some more 100 mil pluses. And obviously you can work out however you guys want to do that, or however you consider it. But like, that's what I kind of go off general. So the fact that you are saying that, hey, listen, this KVK diplomacy went off without a hitch, it was the best one so far, that in and of itself, honestly, is a shocking testament, because you don't usually hear that about how KVK's diplomacies went on average. Usually it's taking a lot longer than that, and there's always at least some bit of spice in what seems to be quite a lot of them. I guess, can you speak to maybe just to maybe give the people a sense here, can you speak to like what you felt your worst KVK diplomacy experience was, regardless if you want to name names or not? Can you maybe walk through what that experience was like versus this, and how monumental of a difference?
So before I get in, I want to comment one more time, or one more thing about this KVK. I will mention that there were preferences. You know, some kingdoms want to be with others, but every single kingdom in this KVK was open to being with whoever. And there are political like rivalries, I guess. So it's not like everybody is neutral to each other. There are factions that don't like each other, but the leaderships were okay generally. Whatever was most fair and balanced and got the most fights for our people. That was what I felt was the vibe in the Diplo. So, you know, politics does play a big part in diplomacy, but part of being in leadership is making sure that your players gets content for the season. Okay, that's super important. And I think everybody in that call, the diplomacy call, that was their priority, was getting content for their players. So kudos to all other 5 Kingdoms leaderships. Thank you. All right, to your question.
Okay, but what he's really saying is 110 above all. Go. Okay, continue.
Oh yeah, Ronins are, yeah, go for it. Go Ronins. All right, so there's 2 KVKs where diplomacy I felt was a little it fell short, but I'm gonna pick the one. It was Calling a Courage, I believe.
Okay.
It was 110. I don't remember the server numbers. It was 110, I believe, GLR, Glory, and BPT. They had like a sub over there, and then that was in us versus BTR, EXP, and IBO. IBO was like the small.
Oh wow!
Like,
so this is pre BTX merge.
Yes, this BTX is EXP and BTR, right? Yeah. So I think this is where this catalyst started when they allied.
Okay.
But if you go back, and I'm sure you have the stats, you can look at the stats. You could see it was kind of uneven. So we were trying to make a fair and balanced match, and we actually had a good relationship with EXP. We were trying to ally with them. We were trying to show them the numbers. There was a rivalry between BTR and ROG, right? So that, and obviously ROG and BTR couldn't ally anyway because that'd be unfair. The fighting was a lot more. It was like better if we were to ally with EXP instead of GLR, because GLR was like opposite of us. So it was a really awkward KVK. It was uphill. I didn't like how that diplomacy went. Even EXP's R5s told me that this is unfair, but it's a vote system over there, and they wanted to go with BTR. That's what you got to do. I mean, if that's what the diplomacy is, then you have to accept it. But I do feel like that was probably our worst diplomacy experience. But I mean, every single diplomacy experience that we've had, with the exception of maybe um, season two, yeah, every single diplomacy experience for us has had some sort of problem with it due to politics, and that's not meaning we're innocent on this. We've had preferences and stuff because of our politics with other kingdoms where we won't ally with them, and that's a weakness. That shouldn't happen, and we're trying to get better on that, and we have gotten better on that. It's like something you learn, but it's that was probably our worst one. And there's nothing against BTR and EXP, which is BTX now, guys, but I mean, if you go back and look at the numbers, that was pretty lopsided, guys. So that's what we felt. We felt that it was a quote unquote Diplo win, but they just really wanted to play with each other. That's fine. I understand that, but it in a situation like a 2v2 camps, it was like two camps versus two camps. You just can't do that. It was too lopsided. It was ridiculous. It was really bad. A really bad diplomacy KVK. Sorry, that was a long-winded answer.
Yeah, it was. Keep it shorter. We're going to end this interview.
Yep.
So, yeah, no, it's fine. Okay. No, I appreciate that. And I think, if anything, the fact that you went into that much detail, I think, speaks to the volumes of when you're comparing how this KVK went, which obviously there's only so much you really can say because of how well it went overall compared to ones in the past, which to me, I feel like that is a massive testament to all of those involved in in this KVK in particular, for how all of those combined efforts led to a very quick and speedy KVK diplomacy where everyone felt like, okay, hey, we're all pretty satisfied. We feel like everyone got what they wanted, for the most part, and you're able to kind of move forward. So
Yeah.
let's segue a bit. So you guys finish KVK diplomacy. You feel content about the matchup. Now you are starting off and fighting. What was the expectation going in for what was going to be your Zone 2 fight? Was it like, okay, look, everyone's on board right now. We're going to try and get massive PvP in Zone 2. We are only expecting our opponents to fight us just as equally, right? And obviously you guys ended up going up against Luno in that case.
Mm-hmm.
How did it, again, obviously, despite Luno having the Zone 2 control right now, how did the Zone 2 fighting start? And I guess, did you guys feel fulfilled going through it? And then, more importantly, what did you learn about Luno that maybe you didn't know before after fighting them in Zone 2?
Sure. Yeah, so the Zone 2 fight started pretty active. Initially, we were just going to go into full defensive mode because, I mean, really, realistically, we would lose Zone 2 anyway once Pass 3 opens because we can't fight 1v2. So we weren't really invested in it. The only people RSS healing were the whales that could just buy the resource packs from the game thing shop or whatever, and and no elixir. We didn't do any of that. So I mean, we already knew we were going with a disadvantage, but we wanted a lot of fight. But after playing with Luno, and much respect to you guys, there wasn't a lot of there was some banter in World Chat, but there wasn't toxicity. So we're you know what? Let's give them a fight. Let's do some open field stuff. So we did that, we did a Bastion fight with them. That was fun. And we had our time. We had our good time. And then we bunkered down at the Spires. And they put up a very mean offense, and we gave it everything we got. I mean, we didn't pull out of the zone until we couldn't get 100K of troops in a march. That's what we do. And it was a good time. I mean, GG's to Luno, but Zone 2 we don't care about. Let's be real. It has nothing to. We're gonna lose it anyway. So we got our fight in. Now we're preparing for Zone 3. Zone 3 is the coup de grace. That's like the big fight for this KVK for their team and our team.
Okay, so the reason I ask about the Luno question specifically is because Luno, for all intents and purposes, obviously since the name change, the Noir transition from Noir, it has kind of felt like they have been trying to re-identify themselves, right? Rebuild up anything that may have been lost, because obviously we know some people migrated out. There's changes in management. Anytime you're going through something that, whether you want to say massive or just intricate, multi-layered, right? It's not like you're just dealing with one thing. You're dealing with multiple things there. They still have to kind of be able to come and put their best foot forward. So I guess when you guys were fighting, like, did you feel like, man, they really, like, obviously apart from what you said, they came out, they had really good activity. Did they seem coordinated and organized and disciplined to you, at least from what you saw?
Yes.
Okay.
Their strategist is very good with their calves. We're trying to learn how to deal with calves. I think we're getting it down, but they are really well coordinated. You can definitely see hints that these guys were Noir. I mean, they're still a pretty powerful kingdom. They're very active. Much respect to them. They got some weaknesses too, which I exploited pretty easily. But their job was to grind us down, to make sure we don't go into Zone 3, with full, ready to go against them, because they're basically getting us weaker to fight in F57, which is where the real fight is. That was their job, and they did it very well. That's why we kind of just gave up and pulled out.
Okay.
But they're a really solid alliance. I don't know them. Like I said, they're from G1. We're G2. We have nothing against them. They did really well. It's all GGs, man.
Okay, awesome. Now I'm curious, when it comes to like war prep and KVK prep, what are some things that or maybe even before we get there, what are some things that you guys did in 110 against Luno that either that you liked, and or maybe some things that maybe some things you guys tested, or some things that you wanted to try out or work on, that you thought, oh hey, this went pretty well, maybe we'll explore a little bit more of this. I guess, again, even if you don't want to go into maybe any specifics or super details there, was there anything like that happened with your team, where there were things where it's like, look, let's we're gonna organize this way, whether it's something tactical, strategical, something micro related that you guys did against the fight that you thought, hey man, like our guys did this really well, and I was really surprised about how we handled this situation or this interaction?
Yeah, I can go into some detail. I don't want to give it away, but one of the meta right now is calves and blink infantry. If you don't know, that is the meta right now. You run blink infantry in, and then you push, and then you kill the DPS. So we're learning that now. They've got it down to a T. But what they do lack in is their mages and archers aren't very good at targeting, and I've exploited that. And every time we get a window, we push through and we kill most of them. But in return, they're really good at the calves and blink inf. So it's kind of like it's a trade.
Okay.
But that's kind of where it's at. I mean, they're tower on tower fighting, that type of stuff, the bastion placements, all that stuff. Of course, they're going to be really good at that. They're a top competitive kingdom, so they've got that down. I mean, I don't know if you saw where our bastions were on the top spire and stuff. I mean, they could not break that. That's why they went the south route. Like we've got all that down. They've got all that down. It was a really good fight. It probably still will be going if we decided to, fully heal all of our RSS and stuff. But it's just, like I said, Zone 2 is not important. But they know what they're doing. They definitely know what they're doing. They're coordinated. I mean, it's going to be a great KVK, man. I'm telling you. I can't wait to see what this KVK turns into.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, it sounds like Which again, man, mad respect for anyone that's able to kind of give kudos and recognize the efforts of others, especially in situations while it's still going on. Regardless if maybe the outcome didn't play out the way as for particularly for Zone 2 that maybe you guys, just like anyone would, I imagine, would love to win every zone. I don't think anyone goes into fighting in a zone saying, "Yeah, we're just so excited and happy to just to be there, but we don't care if we lose," kind of a thing. So, walk me through now when it comes to your KVK war prep. How much time goes into that? Who's usually handling that? What are some things you guys do just from like an organizational standpoint that you think helps out all of the players in your kingdom, in your alliance, to just be that much more ready to go for when KVK starts, at least for what you're able to share, what you're comfortable sharing?
Sure. And this is something that should be common knowledge for every competitive kingdom. I know that because I see that. So, preparation for a war is two things: it's logistics and building. Logistics being you need to calculate how many towers you need to build and how much resources you need to use. And the biggest resource or the hardest resource you need is alliance points, especially if you're running 4 shells. And every single one of my opponents are running 4 shells. So you have to make sure you move players to these shells to generate those alliance points so that you have the alliance points to use when you need them. That's a big thing. And then, of course, the builds, right? The builds have to be very efficient and precise. Timings, everything, when to use your build buff, things like that. So like you're kind of like drawing your plan out when you're doing war prep, with all the different R4s that deal with building and the logistics, like I just went over. And then, of course, the strategic part of war, right? So you're kind of combining those things into one plan. So when that gate opens up, everybody knows what they're doing. It's all, you're not trying to like figure it out last second. It's all ready to go. And that way you can just focus on the fighting part.
Okay. And I guess this segues me to the next thing, because I always find this fascinating in, uh, in leading alliances and kingdoms myself before. One of the things I've always found is one of the most difficult and interesting parts to basically really get a good grasp on is trying to increase your conversion rate from how many players are actually going to participate in the KVK, that are going to be fighting and PvP engaged, and how can you get players to feel more confident and more comfortable when it comes, especially for those that may not have a lot of KVK fighting experience, or ways to just make it so when they do log on, they are able to maximize their time as best they can, right? So they're not logging on and like wondering, okay, what do I need to do? What are some things that you guys do for your player base that you find are either just good best practices, good tips that you would recommend for being able to get the average player in your kingdom, in your alliance at the ready, so that way they're good to go before the fighting starts and are also in a position to know exactly what they need to do to maximize and save the amount of time when they do log on?
Yeah, so a lot of the very first thing you do is you need to communicate to your players what's expected of them for the KVK, not just the time invested that they're going to need. Like this one, I told everybody be ready because we're fighting all season. So, and then there's like what you need to work on. So my kingdom is weak in certain areas, so I say, hey, you need to work on this so we can catch up, right? We're really strong in some areas, we're weak in these areas, work on these areas, right? So there's all that kind of preparation that goes into it. And then when the fighting actually starts, when the player logs on, we use Discord to communicate. But we have players that don't understand English because English is the majority spoken language, understood language in our kingdom. So we have like, we call them war supports. They're like sub war leaders that their job is they have a lot of different jobs, but one of their main ones is to relay what's happening in Discord from the war leader to the chat so that they can then translate it and see what they do. And the commands are very simple.
Oh,
Like go here, like we have like markers that correspond, go to this marker, go to that marker. That way they can kind of it's very quick. As long as they're translating, and then they kind of learn what it looks like. Like they may not understand what go to this marker means, right? But they, in English, I mean, but they kind of know what it looks like now. Okay, I see that. That means go here, right? They kind of learn English a little bit, and it's crazy. Like once everybody kind of gets it and stuff, you can do some pretty crazy stuff in the open field. Because everybody's listening or following directions. Not everybody. There's some that just refuse to read, I swear. But yeah, I mean, it's great. Communication's the biggest thing in active war is communication. That's so. However, you got to do it, either Discord or like some other app. Yeah.
Okay. So tell me, what's one thing that you would love to see them add in the game just to help with war communication and or giving out instructions? Could it be something like one of the things I've proposed before is having a dedicated war chat that all the players in the alliance could switch to, and then they make that their primary default chat during wartime, right? So you can like have different chats as like your default, or basically what pops up for you on the bottom, and or maybe you can customize the chat, the chat size, right? So like maybe instead of having it just be small there, maybe you can make it double the size, right? Maybe you can have it going along your right. Maybe you can put it at the top right. Maybe you can have a war fighting interface that makes it so you're only seeing relevant information on the screen, or the information you want to see. And then you can also have some kind of a larger or maybe more expanded live chat, but it's basically just a war chat that you can kind of switch to. And that's where all the community, I guess, something like that, or anything else. Like what do you see when you're out there fighting, you're commanding, or your commanders are commanding? What is something you think would really help that also could make sense for the game to add in that would really help during KVK wars?
Sure. Simplicity in this regard is crucial. Most players on their phones, it's a small screen. They can't see a whole bunch of UI and stuff. They're not going to see what's actually going on. So a simple chat, like you're saying, that would just kind of show up, would be great. That's cool. One thing that I would really like to see is creating markers, instead of taking you out of like when you create a marker, it takes you out of the screen, right? Like pops up, you can't do anything. I would like it to be a little like smaller, where I can just click on it, create a marker, and I can just add it real quick, instead of like it kind of just takes you out of the fight for a second, so you can add a marker. It doesn't sound like a big deal, but it actually is.
No, massively. So almost like, so you're almost saying like some of you could have one of your commanders like drag and drop it from a sidebar or something.
That would be that. Oh my god, if they could make drag and drop markers, that would be so cool. Because a lot of times you put a marker out and then the opponent shifts, and then you got to go back and change that marker. And it gets tedious. It gets really tedious.
It's like, I'm telling you, man, like you're making my brain I'm having like Jimmy Neutron brain blast. Like I'm firing on all cylinders right now as we're going. So something like a drag and drop marker, but then the marker can be adjustable in real time. So like you could double click on it and then maybe move the marker if you need to, right? So the commanders could take a little bit more control there.
Or press down on it if you're on your phone touchscreen. You just kind of press down on it for a second and then move it. That'd be awesome.
Absolutely. And then maybe they could do something where you can customize the markers. So like maybe you can write in custom text for the markers, and maybe they give you a lot more like maybe they give you a lot more marker shapes, but the marker shapes are all like war base shapes. Like they're things that would make sense. Or you could have the kings and queens suggest like, what kind of markers would you like to see added in the game? And then they allow for you to edit the text. So that way, when a marker drops, you'll have like a big piece of text, and or like maybe it's like big letters of text will show up initially, and then they'll decrease in size after like 2 seconds or something, right? So that way it's a little bit more of a standout-ish thing to all the players.
I mean, they kind of have that in the alliance markers, right? But if you're in a big kingdom, a lot of times you might not all be in one shell. You might be in 2 different shells for whatever reason. So we use warband markers, and the icons there are just 1 through 10. That's it. So that would be nice. Also, like maybe when you mark a player, maybe a setting where when you zoom out to dot mode, you can still see that out. You know, when
Oh
you
yeah,
zoom out.
yeah.
That would be kind of cool. You know, communication's got to be very simple. We don't want something super complicated,
Yeah.
but it does need to be a little more streamlined. And that's so ways that players can kind of see what the war leader is saying or doing or marking a lot easier. And I think you would have a lot better fights that way too. Um,
No, absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. Let me ask you about Zone 3 prep. So,
Yeah.
you guys are now in a situation where you being over there in Skewden, or excuse me, not Skewden, apologies. You guys are over in Sturden or Steriden, if I'm saying that right.
Yeah, I didn't even know what it was called. I just said that, to be honest.
Like, I don't even know what it's like. Okay. So, and then you guys are going to be going into Azanor with, with NF57. So, I guess what your expectation going forward? Do you feel like NF57 is going to be a potential harder fight than Luno? Is it, or do you feel like, you know what, maybe we feel like it might be about the same for what we're going to end up getting? I mean, on their side, WB was able to push them back, right? Very similar to how Luno pushed you guys back. So again, I don't know if you guys have paid attention to like how much more fighting you guys did, maybe versus them. Have you looked at any of those numbers or have any
Yes.
inkling? Okay, so what have you guys surmised when it comes to readiness levels for your kingdom going into Zone 3 versus 57?
So NF lost pretty quick against WB, and I'm pretty certain is because Zone 2 does not matter. We held Zone 2 till the rock was done, so we got the elite rock, and then we were out.
Okay.
I don't think they received their rock, but like that's all we wanted, right? There's no point. Zone 2 has no value.
Okay.
So their entire strat is to save everything for Zone 3. That's very similar to ours, right?
Okay.
The only people that RSS healed were people that could afford to just RSS heal in Zone 3 too. We're holding out. That's what they're doing. So I don't really know. I have never fought them before. These guys used to be VVV, if you guys don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, like they were a pretty good alliance back in the day. I remember
Yep.
watching them. So
Yeah,
you
Bob,
know, those
my 65 OG homie, Crazy Bob used to play there in VVV.
Yeah, that core. I'm pretty certain that core leadership's still there. So I mean, their experience. I don't know, and that's the great part about this KVK for us is we don't know. The only other kingdom that we've played against or with is BDO. That was last season, and
Oh,
we
nice.
got 1.5 days with BDO, and then it was over because we didn't get to fight till last zone. So you know, like this, for us, we're learning. You know, we're meeting new people, whether we're fighting them or with them. You know, it's great. It's great, but I think Zone 3 is going to be a bloodbath on both sides.
Okay. All right.
I think NF 57 is going to give us everything they got, and if you're listening, guys, we're going to give you everything we got, and then we're not stopping. We're coming for you. So you know, like, it's going to be fun. You know, and it's all GG's at the end of the day. I will say, you know, Zone 3, and our opponents know this. Our Zone 3 is the win condition for the KVK most likely. So in our everybody knows it, right? So there's a pass 5, there's a pass 6. You know, there's going to be a lot of fighting, and we're in F57 and 110 is smack dab in the middle of it, and we're on the opposite sides of where we want to be. So it's going to be a fun one to watch, man. I'm telling you, like it's going to be crazy. We can't wait.
Yeah. No, man. Absolutely. Gosh, yeah, dude. I'll tell you this. I'm very much so. You now. I will say this, right? I think it's always awesome when you're able to get a situation where you find yourself playing against new people, right? Because it's not too often, especially with, again, let's be fair, what I know has been a crux for some people in not being able to get their and not being able to get fresher matchups. Let's just say that where it's new faces, you know, more often, if you will. So I guess I'm curious for you guys coming in. How has some of your previous seasons been? Where again, have you more often, or was it more frequent where you guys were getting or seeing more of the same faces? I mean, based on what you're saying, you got 4 new kingdoms you guys are playing against this season. I guess how has your previous experience been compared to now?
I mean, so previous experience is G2, okay?
Yeah.
So, because G1 is now here, but so my experience is mostly G2. And we really only saw the same alliances. We saw Zoo a bunch of times, we saw BR a bunch of times, we saw BTR like 3 times in a row, and what happens is when like those rivalries start and then it gets worse and worse and worse, and then it gets to the point where like you just get tired. Whether you're gonna win or not, you just get tired of fighting the same people, or over and over and over and over again. And until there are options on the table for the top kingdoms for like balance. Right now, there's like 3 or 4 kingdoms that are always going to see each other every single time. And until the game devs give us the right tools, the fair tools to manage our kingdoms and get new people in to replace those people, those kingdoms that are up there, they're going to keep fighting the same time, the same people every season, because the kingdoms that are trying to get to their level can't. And the way they can't match, like they couldn't match Echo in this KVK, right? That wouldn't be very fair, right? Echo would be forced to take like a very disadvantageous um, matchup again, just so that they can get fighting in, because they're super strong. So and there's a lot that goes into that. But being in most of the big alliances, being in the same pool now, we got this KVK we're in now, where I think we're the only G2 in here, right? I'm pretty sure. BDO's G1, yeah, right? No, WB's with us. So, like they're all new. And the reason that happened is because all these G1s came into the same pool. So if everybody was in the same pool, you would see more diversity as far as the matchups and stuff. And you would see diplomacy like that we had.
Do you feel, I'm curious, you remember how I had been advocating, from what I remember, I was one of the first people who did advocate for this, was being able for you guys for kingdoms to be able to select their starting zones.
Yes.
I know we got this confirmed finally which is lovely to hear on what that might open the doors for. But I know we got it confirmed from the COD team that they're going to be implementing that in future seasons, where kingdoms will be able to select their starting zones. When, for yourself as a king in R5, I guess what was your reaction? What were your feelings towards that? Is it something that you just feel like, man, this is an absolute win. This is extremely positive. This is going to help out KVKs throughout their entire season. Hopefully we'll be able to see a lot more PvP from this. We won't have limits or restrictions on potential matchups. Like, where was your head at for how you thought about that when you read?
So in a KVK matchup like this one, picking our zones would be no problem. I see a problem, and for the record, I am for picking zones. Okay, but right now in a KVK where politics dictates diplomacy, picking zones, whoever gets first pick will have an advantage. So it's kind of like when you're picking your team for a basketball like pickup game or something. Whoever picks first, the other team gets the ball first, right? So like there needs to be some kind of give and take from it. Whoever picks first has some kind of other disadvantage. I don't know what that would be.
It's like they do it like League of Legends style, where it's like one you could do it like if you like I said before, if you do the teams, if people get teams ahead of time, then one team gets to pick first, the second team picks twice, and then you go back to team A and they get to pick twice. So it's like 1-2-2-1. Right?
Yeah, that could work.
Or something to that effect.
There you
I know that's how they've done that in games like League and MOBA style games, when they're kind of doing like picks, so to speak, for champions they're going to use. So that way, like you said, the first team that gets to pick first doesn't feel like they have a overwhelming advantage.
And then flip a coin, right? Flip a coin, who gets to pick first, or however you want to do that. That's because you need something in place for the politically challenged KVK diplomacy parts, right?
Yeah.
Like this KVK would have been no problem. We would have just been so like, all right, how are we going to get the most fights out of here? You know, Rog, you guys didn't have a fight all last season. You want to fight all season? Yeah, okay, we'll take that. You know, like it would have been fine, but I can definitely not. This is the exception. KVK diplomacy. Most diplomacies out there are just ridiculous. Some I even heard they never figured out diplomacy till like the fighting almost started. It was ridiculous, right? That should never happen.
Yeah.
It's bad for your players, guys. Like you got to get over some of these grudges, man. Like just get over it. Play with your team. Do the best you can, and for your players, because otherwise they're just gonna quit. I mean, no content equals dead. They're just gonna quit the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, I went on a tangent.
Okay, I got you. No, I appreciate. All right, well, fam, listen, we are getting close to wrapping up here with Doom. There might be a few more things I want to touch on, but if anyone has a question for Doom, again, King leader of 110, right? He's in the second strongest KVK. If anyone has a question, now I'm going to open the floor up for anyone watching as a viewer. If you want to type something in while we continue chatting for a little bit longer, you're more than welcome to. And then again, I will read that off to him if you'd like. So overall in the KVK, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on one of the things that I've mentioned and have proposed earlier, which was about, and I talked about this in one of my recent videos, like this idea of trying to get everyone to the final zone, where even if you want to have like free for all fight, zone 2, zone 3, but everyone has like this general agreed upon consensus of, listen, we're going to allow everyone into the FZ, but we'll put some kind of like timeline or expiration day on it, and once that expires, then anyone and everyone can, be attacked in zone 2, zone 3. They can get zone locked, so in my thought, it's like, okay, well, hey, everyone kind of still gets to get the best of both worlds or all worlds. I'm curious, what do you think about that generally as an approach for a KVK season?
So this was brought up in our diplomacy, okay, and I'm gonna be the devil's advocate for you because I know you like this last zone, final zone fighting, but let me throw you this angle you might have not thought about yet.
Okay.
We generally want a final zone fight. I don't think there's a kingdom out there that doesn't want a good final zone, but like if you just say, okay, you can go to final zone guaranteed, that kingdom that gets that guarantee may not be motivated enough to really fight for their right to go to final zone.
Mm-hmm.
So you might get less PvP out of it. So when we brought that up, it was like a 30-second discussion, right? I think I'm the one who brought it up as a, hey, do we want to do this or not, right? Because it's really only going to be between us and an F57 that would need to be, ones. And that if we both had a guarantee to final zone, I feel like that would take away the fighting. Now, I think a fix for this, because I do feel like a final zone really needs to have everybody. I think the final zone just needs to be a freaking portal or something. I don't know. Like, we all should go to final zone for sure. But if you got cut off from your pass, maybe there's a disadvantage, right? Starting to get to your final zone. Maybe there's like a 6-hour delay before you can open the portal, or 12-hour delay before you can open the portal or go to final zone. Something like that, where you're at a disadvantage, but you still get to go to final zone to fight. But because you lost your right to go to final zone because you got cut off, well, you now have that handicap. Something like that. I don't know. It's a really hard. It's hard to look at because just giving them the final zone means that they may or may not use that strategically to not even fight because, we're going to go to final zone. We're going to save everything we got for final zone.
Yeah.
And then your opponent then gets less content.
So it almost sounds like maybe a potential workaround for that is just making the zone 2 and the zone 3 fights a little bit more worthwhile. Whether it's, whether it's more objective based, it's like you got to capture and hold for something and the rewards are just so good. Like not to where there are passive bonuses, but just like the rewards themselves that you can get from it are so good that it entices people to want to fight. And maybe that's the approach, right? For something potentially like that.
Well, right now they have that. I mean, in this case, in this map, right, your there's a pretty important reward locked behind the Necro Giant. So you're gonna fight for that. But I mean, the thing is, if you go to finals, if you're guaranteed final zone, you fight final zone, and then you can come back and get your second place reward if you want. It's just it's hard. I don't know.
But
What
at
was
the
that
same time,
map that?
yeah.
There was a hold on. There was a map that you were connected to the final zone. I forget which one. Was that the last one or the new? It was the one where we teamed up. That one. I think that map was connected to the final zone from zone 1.
Huh.
That was kind of cool.
Okay. I'm blanking on that one right now.
It was the one where we teamed up.
I remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, that was a good map. It needed a couple of tweaks, but that was a really good map. And then not the super fast building in final zone. Maybe what they just actually had, which I don't know if you know about Boss NASTi, but the preparation buff you get for building in zone 1, because the season was shortened, we had like 2 days of it. So it's not just building was twice as fast, destroying was twice as fast, and you only needed 1 march to max the destruction time. 1 march. That was that needs to be fucking balanced. Sorry for my French, but I kind of like the pace of that for like final zone, because it wasn't too fast, it wasn't too slow, but it wasn't like it takes 2.5 hours to kill a tower type crap. Like that's a little long.
Yeah.
For final zone.
Yeah. I mean, I think when I look at things like tower destruction and build time, and some people will differ on this. I like when things are just universal across the board, same time to build, same time to destroy, but at the same time, not something that's going to take 10 minutes to build and destroy, and like you said, not something that's going to take 2 hours maybe to build and destroy. I mean, I feel like you need somewhat of a little bit of a happy medium there that people can support and get behind. But I'm also not necessarily a fan of, and again, this is how I view it. I'm just not a fan of like, okay, well, the pass opening time favors one kingdom because it's more in line with their peak activity window, or it might be going into their peak activity window, and it's on the downtime for another kingdom. And because of the accelerated final zone building and destroying, they can get pushed out and or choke locked right outside of the dragon objective, and or potentially pushed outside of the final zone altogether. And we know this because we've seen this happen in a number of KVKs from that particular KVK storyline. For me, that's my only thing.
It was too fast. That was too fast.
Yeah.
This one still took like 45 minutes to get a tower down, right? It wasn't terrible. It made it so that you're not sitting there for 2 hours babysitting a tower. Like that, it's too long. Like, I'm okay with universal times if they sped it up a little bit, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting stuff. All right. So overall,
anybody got a question?
I don't know. I don't know if anyone did. Let me double check real quick. But the last thing I want to ask you is, so far, any shout outs, declarations before I bring in my next guest, but any shout outs, declarations from you? Shots fired you want to dish out to the homies or the home grills in the KVK and 110? Anything you want to get off the chest lastly?
So I definitely want to give a shout out to my war team. They were up at late hours doing stuff while I slept. My build team, definitely want to give a shout out. They're doing incredible math and all this other stuff. And I want to give a shout out to Jason from TFS. I'm not trying to suck up, man, but thank you for organizing the diplomacy and getting it squared away, man. It made this season so much better, I think, for all of us. That is textbook how it should be done, for sure. And to all the other kingdoms in this KVK, thank you for keeping things fun and not super toxic. I mean, we have banter, right? But it's not like I'm pretty sure it's not like the other KVK, the one above us. But and then if you want some banter, I mean, in F57, you guys better get ready. We're coming for that. We're coming for that ass. All right, we're gonna get you guys. So you better be ready,
because he likes ass. All right, so let me see here. Hang on. So I got 2 questions. So Roberto asked, "Do you really like pineapple pizza?"
Yes, it's really good. I'll be making a peanut butter and banana pizza soon, and I'll share that on the COD Gen when I make it. It's a dessert pizza for all my pizza fans.
Possibly scared, but okay, we'll see.
It's a thing. Look it up.
Okay. Let me see here. Sorry, Weed asked, why are you gee?
Okay, I'm not. I have a wife and a kid. I'm definitely not.
Yeah. I mean, even I know that. Platonically, of course.
Yes.
All right. Let me see. Here we go. Captain Cod asked, was Cap your best ally ever?
I love WoW, man. My allies last season were top notch. Communication, coordination. Yeah, Cap, you're definitely up there. It's one of our most favorite people to play with. GG, they were awesome to play with. Made a lot of friends. So yeah, allies, love them.
There you go.
Any other real questions, guys? Come on, don't waste his time.
Bye. Aras says, do you like Ross? Doom?
Yeah, it's freaking Eris. He's one of our guys.
Okay, got it. He's asking if you like him or not. Understood.
He's like a shell. He named that shell, Ronin Storm.
Oh, got it. Or he says, Doom, why are you killing the pizza?
All right.
I mean, maybe it's good. We don't know. Maybe it's good. He says, love you, Doom. Okay. Listen, I'm going to let Doom skedaddle. We have, so first and foremost, Doom, man, thank you so much. I appreciate you making some time. I'm definitely going to be releasing these as some solo videos too as well. So I'm really happy to be able to get you in today, and you made some time for us.
Anytime.
All right, man. I will leave you to it. You take care.
All right. Thank you. See you later, COD peeps.
Lates. Okay. So that was Doomstar from Kingdom 110 with ROG. We are now going to get our second interview going. And I have a quick amendment to make because I had got the times wrong, which was my apologies. I switched them around. So we are actually going to be interviewing next. We got Captain Jack from POTC, which is Odie's Alliance. I don't know if I've ever talked to Captain Jack before, right? I know I said that we were going to interview Wahid next, but that was my own fault because I went back to check the DMs with them, so I had some time corrections. So we're going to end with Wahid, which will be at 7 p.m., so that'll be in about an hour. So we got Captain Jack, though, that I'm going to get into the call here in a moment, and we're going to talk with him. Again, that's Kingdom 31 with POTC. They are in the 6th strongest KVK group. So let me go ahead and I'm going to give Jack a call here. And let's go ahead and get him into that. I also have to switch and go to 31 as well. Jack, what's up?
Hey, what's up, BN?
Chill. Yeah, listen, man, my boy's coming in with that Captain Jack energy.
Of course.
Oh, man, I love it. Listen, man, hey, first and foremost, thank you so much for making some time and for being willing to come out and hang out with us live on the stream.
Hey, not a problem. Thanks for considering me.
That's right. Absolutely. So, again, I guess I'm going to start similarly to I know how we did with Doom. I'm going to try and work in an Adi question as well for you, but we'll ease our way in there. Let me start.
Not the mercenary guy.
Yeah, your best buddy.
Oh, yeah, he's my best buddy.
So let me. Which, to be fair, he talks you up, like all the time. Like anytime I see him,
I know he does.
Anytime I see him, like he again, only nice things to say. Loves playing there, regardless of how active or active he may be or not. I know he kind of flirts a little bit with the amount of activity, but I know he always has nice things to say, without a doubt.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he has he has respect for the game. I have to give him that.
Yeah. No.
And he respects the fact that we've stayed true to our calling for how many gazillion seasons we've had so far. Other than BDO, I think. Well, no, I think there was there's one more other alliance that's original from day one. Besides us and BDO.
Oh my God, man, you might be you might be really testing my historical library archive here in my brain. Regino said FG. FG could. RFF, I think, was, well, it depends when. I don't think they've done a name change yet, because I know I remember Refund Family being there for a very long time. I mean, EIS did move. I guess technically, yeah. I guess technically, yeah, it would be EIS as well.
And you can't say DS because DS was not the same when we
That's true.
defeated them.
Yeah.
Or when the whole betrayal with the
You know what I
with,
can do? I have my
with Seals became MILF.
Yeah. I have my top kingdom list here. Let me see how far I can go back on this. Oh my god. Let me see, because I bet you if I can go back, I don't know if I have this saved. Okay, let me see if I have this archived, maybe, because oh no, you know what? I can do it on alliances. Let me see. I bet you I can go all the way back on alliances and I can tell you. Oh, I can. Here we go. So here's some top alliances at the time for back in October. This is October 10th of 2022. So we got Brandy, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you. So there's King. Right, that was back server 1, right? So some of these are like the first couple servers. So there was King, PHL, GRD, which was Garuda. I don't know if they're still around, but I know they were for a while. There is NAS. There was EMP, if you remember them. They were in Kingdom 2.
Yeah.
But they're not around anymore. There was OO, which was Panda Hut. That was they were Kingdom 2. IMB was Kingdom 1. And then TA, which is now 30 NA, but they merged, right? I mean, you could still say some of their OGs are still playing since back then, but obviously not with the Alliance attack. So GRZ actually might be it. GRZ would be one. They started out in Kingdom 2, unless it's a different GRZ now. But I know there's a GRZ currently. I just don't know what kingdom they're in. So yeah, maybe they are different. And there was ROG as well, but they were in Kingdom 3.
Yeah, I remember.
So I don't know if that's 110. I don't know if that's like Doom's ROG, if maybe they played there and they just moved. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm going way back. I mean, 31, 32, 30.
Oh, those ones. Let me see what I got then for those.
What was the original, the original servers that started on day 1?
Yeah, hang on.
Season 1.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I got it. Okay, I found it. So I got this. So this is from June 10th of 2023. So this is about 2 years ago. Let me see here if I got this correct. Okay, actually, yeah. Let me go to June. Let me go to before June. Which January, February, March, April, May. So May. Let me do May. So in May and June, I'll read you from these for this month. So there was TATM, BDO. So BDO would be 1.
Right, they were 32 and they haven't left.
The GK, but that was Ragnarok. So I guess maybe them, because they renamed to RK. So it could have just been, that could be 1. And then DNS, as you said, they were in 32. They're not there anymore. There was GOAT, GRZ, but this is Grim Reapers. I don't know if they're still active. BDL, that was Blood Legion. LN, the Legion. There was Gas, that was Kingdom of Animals. SN, Super Naughty. God, Holy Grails. EX, Exile, they're still active, so that would be another one. I just don't know what kingdom they were in, but I know they were from some of those younger kingdoms back then, like the 20s and 30s. So that'd be 1 with EX.
Well, yeah, SN, Jason, all those all started in 31.
Yeah. And then I have BXS on here, Uwu, P101, GG. They were 25 though. I think new GG now, and they were the Gladiator, so I think that's a different one, because the GG we know was in 68. And then there's 7THD, EXV, GN22. Those are the ones I had for some of the ones on my list. Okay.
All right.
Man, you're taking me down memory lane with that one. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
That was good. Okay. Enough of the funny business. Let's get down to seriousness now.
All right. What do you want to shoot at?
So, first and foremost, for the peeps out there, can you please introduce yourself? Who are you? Where do you play? What's your position? What's your role? How long have you been where you're at?
Okay. I'm Captain Jack. I'm from Server 31 or Kingdom 31 now. I originated in 31. POTC is the alliance I started on day one of this game, and been the R5 and now the King since we've gone to a kingdom based system. So yeah, since day one, actually since beta, actually.
Okay, and did
So, yeah,
you
it's
did
been a
you
long
start in
time.
31?
Yes.
Okay. So let me. Okay, so no, man, I appreciate that. Let me ask, because this might be one of my first official times talking with you. So at least in this capacity, I guess I should probably say. So so you start in 31. How did you get into COD?
Correct.
Like, did a friend was playing? How did you get involved with the game?
Well, I was Rise of Kingdoms, one of the original 1050 over there.
Mhm.
Played that for like, I don't know, 6-7 years. But it was losing its luster, and so I was looking for a new game, and I just happened to catch an advertisement about this game, and I kept following it a little bit. Then I saw beta, so I just happened to jump into the beta version of it, and 31 was one of the beta servers, and I liked what I was seeing. It completely different concept of fighting than Rock.
Okay.
It basically, I guess my analogy would be, it took Rock from like a 2D game to like a three-dimensional game.
Okay.
So that's kind of like my short analogy. And
You're
I
playing
don't know,
chess instead of checkers now?
correct. So I don't know, just brought like 20 people from Rise of Kingdoms with me, and we just started going, and I ended up spending more time in COD than ROK, and I don't know, 6 months, year later, I just basically walked away from, like a 200 million account and like a 70 million trap account over there. I just walked away.
Okay. Which, I mean, to be fair, I wonder. I'm curious. Was there anyone you knew that was playing Rock at the time that maybe would have liked to come over to COD, but just wasn't willing to part with the investment they made on their account? Because I've heard some stories about people like that, where it's like they would love to do nothing more than come over to play COD, but some of them just don't feel like they can let go of that financial investment that they've already put into Rock.
Yeah, there was a few of those.
Okay.
But and there was a few that came with me to COD that just eventually they ended up fading away. I mean, they couldn't keep up a parallel universe between the two, and
Okay.
and then Rise of Kingdoms, kept on, adding more and more, and it just, eventually it's it's not a game for everybody. So I mean, to make the long haul, it's, you're either in for it, and you have to have that love for the game, regardless of you're free to play or an in between, or even you have a black card and money is no object. It takes a toll on all three.
Yeah.
I just find
I can imagine.
I just find the thrill of the game. I love the challenges. I like helping people, experience the game the way it's meant to be experienced, and that's my motivation. That's my drive.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean, obviously for yourself, you have been playing for a while. What are, and I guess I'm curious for you, what are some of the strengths things that keep you playing COD compared to maybe going back to Rock or seeking something else? Like some things that really appeal to you.
Well, I liked it. I like they took the good elements from Rise of Kingdoms and they made them better. I know that they brought some things similar over there, but then they put that COD twist on it. Some worked out really well, and some of them crashed and burned. But I think, overall, the game experience, I think they're headed in the right direction. I get a lot more satisfaction playing this game than Rise of Kingdoms. It just was kind of stale, especially when you had the Kingdom Hoppers, and it just got really crazy and insane over there. Hopefully it doesn't happen here, but we've had some crazy, insane things here. But for the most part, I mean, the gaming experience has been relatively what I expect in a war game.
Okay.
And I've played a million of them.
Okay, awesome. So let's get to your KVK at the moment. So
Okay.
you guys are in 4039. You are in the 6th strongest KVK group for Winter is Upon Us amongst the Gen 2 Kingdom pool. At the moment, with what we know the matchups are, right, being 81 with DBB, 77 MFD, 31 POTC, you guys versus 297 SG97, 119 Law, and then 62 with FG. Can you walk me through the diplomacy process? How did diplomacy go for you? Again, was it pretty straightforward? Was it pretty easy? Was it pretty amicable? Does everyone feel satisfied? You feel like at the end, what are your interpretations? But can you maybe set the stage for us on how Diplo started and how did it go?
Well, this one was relatively seamless and happened extremely fast, almost like a snap of a finger. You playing the game as long as I have and interacted with so many people, especially with so many of the players coming from 31 originally. So with ABBA, I've had a history with ABBA, and actually ABBA was piloting one of my accounts over here last season. So he spent the season with us last season. So when we just happened to, match make with MFD, it was instantaneously, okay, that's right there's an alliance right there, and they already had an alliance with DBB, so that basically was that's how the 3 started. And I know there's FG and SG, I believe, are sister kingdoms, so that basically left the new laws or the spinoff of laws, basically left with FG and SG.
Okay. Now, let me ask, during KVK diplomacy, was everything kind of out in the open? Was everything publicly pretty much put out there and decided, or did some people kind of okay? So you felt like everything was on the up and up.
Yeah, there was the prep chat or whatever. So that was there. It was discussed just to make sure that there was no let's see, negative to the parent, the team up.
Okay.
So it seemed like it was straight. There was no disagreements or anything like that. So
okay. And your impression at the moment is everyone is satisfied currently in the KVK with how the teams played out and how things may or may not play out, obviously, throughout the season.
Yeah, so far I haven't seen any negativity.
Okay, awesome. Now, for your guys' Zone 2, with you all, I believe you guys were going up against Kim or FG. That's their shell.
Oh, FG.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys go up against FG. Obviously, with at least with where you're at now, FG was able to push you guys back to passes. I'm curious, what was the fighting like when it started, and as far as for you guys going in, did it feel like, okay, like we really have a shot here? Was it more of like, we're going in, we just need to get an objective, we'll dip out? What was kind of the general game plan, at least going in to zone 2, despite what the results are currently?
Well, we played against FG last season.
Okay.
And we had a long season with FG. And actually, they were actually the first alliance that actually chased us in Zone 3.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, we had like a 3-4. But yeah, we had like 3 days of the at the past 4, I believe, because it was the new map, the scenario 3 last season.
Oh,
So
for Rise of the Dragon?
Right, Rise
Okay.
of the Dragon. So we had like a 3-day battle there, and then they basically like literally just chased us through that whole zone, all the way up until like past 7. They basically ran out of resources, and I strategically put one bastion in a choke point, so they couldn't get past through that choke point to get through the 1 past 7. So the POTC territory stayed throughout the whole KVK. They did eventually get through past 7, and then we kind of got sandwiched. The other alliance, our second alliance, got sandwiched between them in the final zone. But that was already at the point when the fall, NA fell, we fell, YDB, and I think it was RRR, I think.
Oh yeah, it's like R squiggly RR, something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
So that they were with YDB. So yeah. But no, so we had a lot of experience with FG. So and they're just you have like NTS, has that reputation with their murder ball.
Yeah.
So FG is like, I mean, they just basically broke the game. I mean, nothing against like MM. They fought well against NA, but FG basically was just a machine. I've never seen gameplay, their strategy. So this zone 2 was a little bit different for us. We had really good trades against FG, like 2-1, 3-1, I think, last season. This season, our trades were still good, but we still have a whole season to go, so I can't say too much as far as our strategy goes. But our objective in Zone 2 was, to see if anything changed from them from last season to this season. And we were basically, we're just going to do a good, solid day 1, maybe 2 days of good fighting, and then prepare for Zone 3.
Okay.
So Zone 2 was really not a major objective for us.
Understood. So Doom said this when I was just talking to him before you came in. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to any of that, but Doom stated that he felt similar in that sense, where it was for him, it was like, all right, we're gonna get in to Zone 2, we're gonna get a rock, we're gonna hold it, we're gonna get the reward, and then if we're able to stay, great. If we get pushed out, that's fine too, but we're not gonna overcommit. Do you find yourself with sharing any similarities along that same line for how you view Zone 2 for this map?
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of respect for FG. So, it's just it's really going to come down to activity. I mean, and the hardest really thing here is strategy wise, their uptime and our uptime are two different sides of the world. So,
Oh, really? Okay.
so that makes it a lot more difficult. So, it's just trying to, do that balance. But they're resilient. They just, they're really good at what they do. And, just hopefully that we play a good game and have a good strategy, and hopefully we come on top this time.
Got you. No, man, I can only hope and obviously wish you guys the best on that one against them. Let me switch gears a little bit. So, when it comes to your KVK prep with your team, I had asked doing this as well, and I always love asking some of these questions to people that are leads of the alliances, or if you're someone who's in charge of doing any kind of war prep. What has been, I guess, for you, maybe since, obviously because you've been in 31 since inception, what are some things that you've learned through your time in KVKs when it comes to trying to get the most amount of engagement, the most amount of conversion from the everyday or the average player in your kingdom to actually go out and fight? Has it always been great? Was it something you had to work on? And if so, what are some things you learned through maybe some of those first KVKs to now?
Well, it's always a process. You got to try to keep your members engaged as much as possible. Because not always the devs give us enough, challenges and things to do to keep people, occupied and interest enough. And not always, there's the lag time sometimes between the PvP. I mean, everybody loves to fight, especially my team. We love to fight. No matter what the odds, we've always had a reputation of being fighters. So it's basically just, you keep the motivation, keep the encouragement. One of my mottos is, battles are meant to be won and lost. It's the war that you want to win. So that's what we strive for. And you give it your best shot. And it's not always about winning. It's about, having fun and enjoying the game, whether you win or lose. Of course, you want to win, but I always look at the leaderboard. I go, historically in the KVK, okay, we may not have won the KVK, but look at the leaderboard. We were, top 3 in merits against this caliber of alliances. I mean, that's a win for me. When you can compete at that level and be in the top 3 in earning merits, I mean, you did something. You guys all achieved something. We may not have walked away with the dragon or, be on a winning team, but you at least can walk away proud that you put that effort in. So that's basically what we try to, the leadership in me and stuff like that, try to keep that with our players and stuff like that, and keep that motivation and that enthusiasm to continue playing the game and get better.
Gotcha. Okay. No, man, I appreciate that. I'm curious. You said something there in your response where you were talking about your players and wanted to try and get the best for them. Do you feel over the seasons that the players in your kingdom, in the alliance, the people that are participating in the KVK, do you feel like there's more of a care or more of an emphasis or a priority even that they put on just wanting to have the most amount of PvP, the most amount of excitement and engagement in the season, or that to a point where they don't really care about who they team with? Like they absolutely don't care who the allies are with. It's just like their priority is how can we get the most amount of fighting? How can we have the most fun? And how can we enjoy as much of our time in the season as possible? Or do you notice, no, maybe there is some concern, maybe there is some worry or some pushback there? Where I guess what side of the fence do you feel like your players have fallen on, either throughout the seasons or even in any recent seasons where it's maybe a little more potent, it's a little more noticeable from you?
Well, it's funny you say that. You asked me that question. Um,
Anyway, listen, I'm not just a pretty face.
It's because the first couple KVKs was basically us versus everybody else. So we never really had any allies in the first couple. I think the first 2 or 3. So that was kind of hard, but I mean it was fine. I mean we were fine with it, and we gave it our best shot, and we get to the final zone. We were actually one flag away from the dragon, and that was against Kyle and his FSK and actually Laws and Dawn. In that particular KVK. So the last couple we've actually had some really good team ups. We had a great one with 57 NF 57. We got Retribution on RFF that season. We had a great turn against NTS that season as well, and was also in there, and Jen. And then I would probably say, due to that season, that's why probably the bulk of the top players from Gen decided to join us this season. Bassie and his crew and Twix and everybody came over to Kingdom 31. So yeah, I mean to get to your question is, yeah, I mean they like, Jack, we're going to have allies this time, or we're just going to take on everybody. I'm like, no, we're going to have allies this time.
Like they're asking you based on what they've come to expect.
Right. So I mean, the last couple seasons, yes, we've had some, we had that one where you had the matchmaking, and then they had the ranking system and stuff, but then you had some dip low in there. So that worked out, and we felt we had a really good, strong team and stuff like that, and it was it was a good KVK. Unfortunately, towards the end, TC decided to leave the KVK in the final zone, so that basically left it a 3v2. So that was unfortunate that season. Otherwise, we had a good shot. And last season, same thing. We're all there, all around there, and MM and FG and RK. I got to give credit to RK because they came in through the back door, and so that was a tough one to lose that season too. But the matchups was on paper, and you were spot on with your numbers and stuff, and I mean it was nip and tuck all the way until the end. This KVK looks good too. So excited to see what happens and how things unfold going forward. So, but yeah, as far as 31, we like the fighting. We just that's what they want. Our crew, they're looking, when's the fight? When we're going to fight again? So
No, man. Listen, I think I guess it's nice to. I guess in one angle of it, it kind of sucks to hear to a degree where, it's some of the players are like, oh yeah, we've just come to kind of expect that we're just gonna free for all echo style, just every KVK or just maybe have some mismatches in that sense. Do you find that maybe the reason why that has happened to you guys maybe more often than not is just simply because of just the allies themselves not working out, those people just not wanting to team up? I guess what would you attribute it to on some of the challenges of just being able to find either good allies or putting yourself in a position to be able to find good allies where you don't end up solo or kind of the odd man out? I guess, is there anything you've kind of learned along that way, along that journey, based on how many times you guys have?
well, yeah, the first couple of KVKs obviously was new because it was new to the game, going to the rock style KVK matchup. So the devs, we're still trying to get the matchmaking set up right and so forth, and then the Diplo. So it was kind of rough in the beginning. There was a couple situations where there was some behind the scenes talk that was said, so that kind of derailed an alliance that we had. But it was fine. We still got the fights, we still had the things going forward. Now, as the game has gotten seasoned with these matchmakings, and I think the devs have really figured out the matchmaking, and it's coming out really good so far. At least the last two, at least that I've been involved with. I can't say all the other KVKs because I can look at the scans and the data, and but as far as 31 is, the last two KVKs or three have actually been really good matchups. And actually the Diplo this season and last season. I mean, we had a couple changes, and actually actually approached me. And they really wanted to have a good KVK. So they wanted the 3v3, but they wanted it as fair as possible. So yeah, there was talking back and forth and to get everything set so that everybody all felt that it was a good pairing or not pairing, the matchups for the 3v3 was agreed upon with everybody. So the last two, I mean, I think you get these alliances that and leadership that value the gaming experience more than the greediness or the thrill for the win. I think those are the ones that I have a lot more respect for, and those are the ones that are keeping the game, going forward in that right direction and making things equal, to the best of their ability. I mean, you can only do so much when you only got 6 kingdoms in there, and you all have to agree or disagree. So come to the compromise and what works best for everybody. Egos aside and stuff like that. Let's make it fun for everybody. So that's my experience so far.
Okay, got you. Well, so I'm curious on this. What has been so and it's always fascinates me when it comes down when we talk about things like kingdom management and really just how much time goes into just this aspect of the game that the people that are again as leads or R5s, R4s that are basically volunteering their time to put in. And sometimes sometimes I think about the fact that just the average player, and not to say that maybe they don't appreciate it, even though, again, we often hear, well, sometimes it can just be a thankless job. I'm curious from you. Can you walk me through your routine? So, like, when you first get on, what are you doing? How much time is it taking you to kind of get through each step until you get off for the night?
Oh wow. I mean, I basically
Just
live
that
on
response
Discord.
already is appropriate. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, yeah, I'm literally on Discord constantly, all the time in the game.
But give me the best step by step you can. So you log in to the game, you log into Discord first. What do you do first, second, third, fourth? Like just to the best of your recollection. Like just try to walk me through like a standard typical day.
If I in game, the first thing when I log in, I'll check leader chat.
Okay.
See what's going on. Then I'll respond appropriately or whatever I need to do. And then I'll go to Alliance chat.
Okay.
And I'll let them know that I'm online.
Oh, I like that.
And then I'll probably
so you do that as a point of importance to like let people know, hey, you're here, you're available.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because everybody knows that they can always ping me in Discord, and I'll always respond. But yeah, it's always good to have visibility in the game. So yeah, I'll check officer chat, then make an announcement. Some saying in Alliance chat so that the crew knows I'm here, and then I'll probably quickly go through my like dailies and clear all my crap out of the way. Because I hate seeing all those little red numbers everywhere. So I'll clear all those out of the way. And then check some messages and stuff like that. But if there's other things going on, or usually I have in advance, I know what's going on via Discord. So usually I'll hop in and I'll have, an itinerary, objective what I'm getting on. But just if nothing's really going on, and that's what I'll do. I'll go through those two things first, and I'll start clearing my little red numbers on everything, items, alliance, campaign, my challenges, see where my troops are.
Okay.
See if I have any.
Okay, gotcha.
So that's pretty much
how about
my original.
How about things like meetings? Like how often do you guys try to make an emphasis on doing management VCs? Do you guys do town halls internally? If so, like how frequently, how productive do you find those to be?
Yeah, we do town halls, not as often as we would like.
Okay.
But the crew, we talk a lot in Discord, and we talk a lot in the game. So it's sometimes a town hall between with the crew and everybody is not quite as pressing as needed based on our communication and stuff like between Discord and in the game chat.
Okay.
As far as leadership and stuff, I constantly talking all the time. And some of my top officers, I talk hours upon hours, VC, not bouncing things off, talking about here and there. So yeah, it's a constant daily thing.
Gotcha. Do you feel like you spend if you had to average, I'm just curious, if you had to average how many hours a day, non-war and then during KVK war, do you think you spend a day?
Ooh. I guess if the dev storyboard or whatever their story they do on an annual basis
Yeah.
usually is any indication. So that's, I don't know, it's like 600-700 minutes a day. I think my longest was 23 hours and 43 minutes or something.
Damn. Okay. So I mean, and I ask that because to me, I think it's so important that people have a very realistic expectation on how much time is being spent in game, and whether that's in game or out of game, right? If it's something on Discord, etc., that management spends. Because to be fair, the average player is not necessarily going to spend that amount of time in game or doing something for the game throughout an entire period. And
Right.
that's something, again, so I appreciate you sharing, because I love to talk about those things. I'd love to hear that, because for me, it's really about, how can we maybe get a little bit more, and I've said this in videos too, where it's like, look, man, the next time you see your lead, you see a member of management, just give them some love. Just say, look, man, I appreciate the work you do. I appreciate the effort and the time that you put in. Thank you so much for what you do for the Alliance. Like, it doesn't have to be super long. It can be something simple, even if it's just, hey man, thank you for showing up today. Like, damn, that in and of itself could be argued to be an accomplishment. So,
Right. Exactly.
do you? So I'm curious. Do you have you noticed? Because obviously you've been in 31 since the beginning. Have you had a lot of turnover? Right. Like, and then I'm curious, for some of the people that have been with you the longest, how long have they been with you? Like, for your management team, your R4s.
Probably I have a couple that been with me since season 1. I have players that's been with me since season 1. Leadership, I probably have. I'd probably say half of them have been at least, I don't know,
Okay.
maybe 7-10 seasons.
But still, that's really good. I mean, like, that could arguably, I mean, that is maybe better than most. I mean, I'd be curious if I had reached out to some of the alliances that are maybe still in their kingdom, or at least maybe have been there for multiple seasons, to ask, like, hey, how many people do you still have with you? Now, obviously, things can always change. IRL stuff can come up where people just have to maybe move away from the game. But I'm talking about like, in positions where people are there and they're still playing, but maybe they've moved on or they've opted to stay right in the alliance that they're in. But yeah, that actually sounds like really awesome to hear, that you guys have that you have noticed you have that many people that have still stuck with you on management, and that you've only had maybe about half, right, of people kind of getting burned out, or maybe you've had to think or look for replacements in that.
Yeah, or sometimes, some of them have either retired from the game. They just, they just, for whatever reason, some of them been real life issues. Some of them just no longer had the thrill of the game anymore.
Yeah.
And called it quits.
The mental capacity to keep going day after day.
And you get that with players and
Yeah.
stuff too. I mean, yeah, I typically, I would say I would lose probably maybe 10 good players a season,
Okay.
but I get 3 times that back. And then I get people that leave, they return. They say, Jack, you know what? You were right. Can I come back? Will you still have me? I'm like, sure. Well, once a pirate, always a pirate. So, I mean, heck, Siren, she's left like 3-4 times and always comes back.
Oh, I like Siren. I've talked to her a couple times. She's a good egg.
Yeah, she just, but she's a woman and she's competitive, and she's sometimes wants to go somewhere else and flaunt her stuff. So, I'm not going to take that away. I mean, it's, we provide an opportunity. So if you want to play and you want to have fun, enjoy the game, and that's what the pirate life is, living in the Caribbean. So, but if you want to try an opportunity somewhere else, I'm not gonna hold you back. I wish you luck. But I always get, when the player does eventually leave the ship, 9 times out of 10, I get like a long, lengthy, heartfelt message that it was, a hard decision and they enjoyed their time here and stuff like that, and they want to try something new, and that was it. So, I mean, for them to take the time to write something, that's more than just a few words or a sentence or two, that means I did my job. So, I wish them the best of luck wherever they end up going. And, if everything always comes full circle. So, it's the nature of the game. So,
Absolutely, man. Sometimes the grass ain't always greener, as they say. So
that's correct.
All right, fam, listen, I'm going to open the floor up now. If anyone has a question for Jack, you are more than welcome to go ahead and ask it now. We got a few more minutes here with him until we get Wahid in here from Now EIS. And she is on standby at the moment. I did confirm with her that she is good and ready to go. But if anyone does have something that they'd like to ask Jack, just please feel free to post it in chat and we can read it off. Somebody did ask Jack, can we get your best R? Touche. That was good. Solid. I says Jack is a very solid dude. A lot of R5s will toss people aside when their value drops. Jack will keep them and try to give them another chance or help them. That was Iceman. Here we go. House says, Jack, I have a question. What's your favorite drink? Even though he said, what's your favorite drunk? But drink.
My actual favorite drink would be called a rum runner. It's like
A rum runner.
it's basically like a Long Island version, but made with rum. So it's got like 5 different rums in it.
Okay. What is it made? Oh my God, what is this? Rums, liqueurs, juices, grenadine.
Well, there's a couple different versions.
Oh,
but
yeah, I guess.
Basically the one you want is the one with the floater, which is 151.
Okay.
Not the Myers floater, but you want the 151, and it's got the blackberry brandy in it. the banana liqueur. Then you got your different rums in there, but the 151 floater is the one that makes the kicker.
Okay. Let me see. Another question for you. Who is better to listen, tell a story, Ricky Bobby or Adi?
Oh my God. Well, now you're on both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, dude, I figured. That was Ice.
Yeah, Ice man. Yeah, Ice was with me for a long, long time, and he's doing well. He's doing well. Yeah, Adi. I mean, he's got heart. He's always entertaining when he hops into the VC. And Ricky Bobby, he's just like Ricky Bobby from Talladega Nights. I mean, I'm just waiting for him to pop in there, screaming he's on fire. Help me, Tom Cruise.
Yeah. No, absolutely. All right, let me see if I have any favorite truck. There you go. Let me see here. Maybe booze. This is like a person. No question. Who is? Okay, here we go. So, Lad asked you, who's your favorite March combo, and then we'll wrap up.
My favorite March combo?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I love my calves. I love the archers, and I love infantry. I guess which gives me probably I'm actually digging the two new cav heroes. So I'm gonna have to say those two. The two new cav. I don't know. I just have fun with calves. I mean, they've done so much different with the game, and they're just it's just a different play. Than the grind with an infantry or the kind of kick back and stay in a safe zone with a mage or an archer. But I do love my Magzay too. Magzay is good too.
Well, there we go. All right. Well, Jack, man, listen, I'm going to go ahead and end it out. But man, listen, I really appreciate you making some time for me today. It was an absolute blast.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Nah, man. Always more than welcome, man. Thank you so much for the time. And I hope you have a good rest of the day.
All right, you too.
Oh, sorry. Before I let you go, any shout outs, declarations, shots you want to fire at people? Go.
No, now you put me on a spot.
Oh, no.
I don't have one off the top of my head. Sorry.
Okay. In that case, anyone who's not a pirate sucks. All right. Good note to leave on.
There you go, Al.
All right, Jack. Well, I'll leave you to it, man. Again, thanks so much for taking some time out with us, and I hope you have a good one.
All right, you too.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. That was Jack. So we got one more interview left. This is the last one. Again, dude, tell your friends, your wife, your kids, your cousins twice and third time removed. It might be a good one. It might be a good one. So I think I have to go to 176 though for this one, right? All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and get Wahid in here. Oh, is that the call noise? There we go. Let me mute that for a sec.
Hey, how's it going?
Wahid, what up, girl?
Not much. How about you?
Chilling. Just having a good day and streaming for a lot longer than I thought I was going to be today, but it's been good. I was happy to get on a little early and chat about all the FSK and Kyle and 310 stuff that's going, which is just absolutely
Yeah, I was
wild.
gonna say though, you must be exhausted by now. That's a lot of streaming in a day.
No, absolutely. I mean, you know me, professional talker, so it comes a little bit of the territory. All right. But you are up. And shockingly, we're going out with a bang because you are the last big event for the evening. So,
Hey, and then you can be done.
yeah, more or less. Yeah. And then literally, no, absolutely. So right when I finish, I got to go. I have to go drive over to my mom's because my brother's visiting with my nephews and his wife. So they live about 15 minutes. She's about 15 minutes away. So like literally right when I finish here, I'll probably end up heading out. And
Oh gosh, that's a long day.
yeah. So, but then I get to go play with my nephews for a little bit. So that's gonna be super fun. And I think they're
Oh
gonna
yay.
do a little bit of dinner there, so I can kind of hang out with them until the end. And then and then when I get back, I'm just gonna try and sleep for like 25 and a half hours. So tonight.
I don't even blame you.
No, absolutely. So okay, let me make most of the time that I have with you here at the moment. So first and foremost, I appreciate you making some time for us. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself? As far as, again, I know our conversation is going to be a little bit different than the two I was doing previously, but let everyone know maybe how long you've been playing COD, what kingdom did you start in, maybe some of the alliances you started in with as well.
Sure. Well, to preface, by the way, I have like the worst storm going on right now. So if you hear loud thunder, that is not like an ASMR thing. That is the weather. So I'm sorry. But to start, I started in the game, gosh, right when it came out, like 2 years ago. Is it God, I think it is 2 years ago. And I started with BXS. Those guys I had actually played with for, God, 10 years now. We've taken trips together. We know each other really well. So obviously, when they were telling me, "Oh, you got to come play, you got to come play," I decided, okay, let's do it. Worst mistake of my life, but here we are. From there, I ended up going to TFS, which at the time was a separate alliance that merged and became TFS. From there, I went to Echo with SOD, and now officially I am in EIS with Dark. So I'm really excited. I think every alliance has really contributed to my experience in CODs. It's really cool.
Yeah. Now, first and foremost, thank you for the intro. This is I think our second time doing a conversation.
I don't know. It feels like more than that.
And again, we've chatted a couple times prior to today, but I remember I did one interview with you, and I remember you telling me at the time, because I think I had asked or had made a comment or a statement about you possibly being the strongest female player in the game, and then you had mentioned to me, I recall this. It was one of the lights, and I always forget which one, if it was Northern or Southern, because I know they're married or a couple, but I can never remember exactly who was the man, who was the woman. But I know you had mentioned that to me at the time when we were chatting.
Yes.
I
remember now. Northern is higher power.
Yes. So, and what's funny is after you told me this, I tried to reach out to them, and I've probably reached out to them maybe 2 or 3 times in these past 2 years. But again, I don't get a response. So there's just, maybe it's a language barrier.
Yeah, they're very private. There's a bit of a language barrier.
Yeah.
They're private. They're not really much for kind of that social aspect of it, which is totally understandable. Everyone plays for different reasons.
I get it. I mean, they hate human beings. It's okay. We don't have to sugarcoat it. So,
I mean, if you're gonna be honest, no.
There we go. Okay, so your alliance track record. So you ended up starting out. We went BXS, TFS, Echo, EIS. Give me, before we get to kind of some of the reasons for the move, I would love to know. Can you give me, even if it's just a few things about and again, and I'm showing this on screen too as well. But again, like you're currently 247 mil. You're pretty much at peak power at the moment. Again, strong player, strong account. So you have basically been a part of what it feels like strong team after strong team after strong team, right? Always playing on top kingdoms, in top groups, and being a fighter for the most part. So I'm curious if you can maybe lay out for me, maybe obviously with the exception of EIS because you just joined, but maybe for BXS, TFS, and Echo, can you give me a couple things that you really liked, that really stood out to you when you were there, and then maybe a couple opportunities that you noticed as well while you were there? If you could maybe start with BXS and then TFS Echo.
Oh, that is such a good question. That's a really hard one too. Um, BXS, I think the biggest strength was the family atmosphere. Everyone there was really there for each other, and it wasn't necessarily about being the top team. That wasn't really, the our overall goal. Our overall goal was just to have fun, which is a little different than a lot of alliances you see today, who are, especially Gen 1, who are still around today. The goals have kind of changed a little bit. The area of opportunity was just, when I took over as R5, it wasn't something that had been planned. It was a crazy mess, and leadership in general was a crazy mess. So I think that really the area of opportunity there would be leadership, more structure, better structure. And then TFS. TFS, it was really fun. There were some great characters there. When Jason wants to be fun, he is the most entertaining person on the planet. The negative was also Jason, though, in that he was, he was a tyrant. He was not a nice person. I remember once we were doing a behemoth, and two people had a similar name, and one of the people had messed up in the behemoth, but he couldn't tell who it was, so he kicked them both.
Oh, jeez.
Um, so it's very much stuff like that, or him calling everyone idiots, or just not a very nice person. Um, and then EIS, obviously I haven't been here long, but I think
Or
that
Echo, if you
the
do Echo next.
or Echo,
Yeah.
thank you. Echo, I'd say, Saad is a great guy. I think that Saad had a really noble, goal for starting it. He really wanted to kind of keep that TFS family atmosphere, but eliminate kind of the abuse that was going on towards the players. So it was really nice. I'd say the thing to work on is that as time went on, it got a bit toxic. There were players that were doing and saying things that I wasn't okay with. And, I would talk to leadership and say, look, like, this is really upsetting to me. I think we need to address this. And things weren't being addressed. And at that point is when I left the game because, I kind of felt, okay, well, where do I go from here? I was losing interest, A, and then B, to kind of see this toxicity take over. It just wasn't the right place for me. So that's kind of the pluses and minuses.
Okay. Okay, got you. So essentially you get to this point where you feel like, okay, I've been here now. How many seasons did you play with Echo?
Gosh, I mean, from the first season, I had left with Saad.
Okay. So you were originally a part of the group. Now, at the time, obviously, if we maybe simplify it between Jason and Saad, you chose Saad to go with. You get there in 60. And as they're starting out I guess in their rebuild, did you feel like, you know what, after you got there, you played out the first season, at that time, did you feel like, okay, hey, like they really got a good game plan here. Like they're really laying down a good foundation. Did it feel like everything, at least from your perspective on what you noticed, that everything was still on the up and up? And I say that to a point of where you felt justified in your decision to go with Saad to 60.
Absolutely. That first season was like heaven. It was, because going from TFS, where and obviously you were part of this as well, where you had streamers sitting in your VC, where everything you did was being watched and streamed and videoed. And then you go to this other alliance where it's almost like season one again. There's nothing really to prove. Everyone just set out to have fun. The mentality was just, let's have fun, let's do this together. Let's have that community. So, I mean, I was in heaven that first season. I was really, really happy. I think I told Saad probably 100 times, thank you, so much for doing this, because it saved, my COD interest. Because, at the time, obviously, with TFS, I was like, all right, well, I'm kind of getting over this. But that was great.
Okay. Very interesting that you hinted at this idea that it felt like you were almost kind of in a reality show to an extent, right? Like you're kind of on an episode
Yeah,
of
that's
Keeping
how
Up with
it
the
felt.
Kardashians, right? If everything is kind of
Yeah.
being watched or it's being monitored, because you're in that environment. And I guess in obviously to no fault of any of the creators that are doing that, obviously they're doing what they need to do. But at the same time, it's interesting. it's interesting to hear. Oh, hang on. Yeah, maybe I should do that. 1 second here. Let me.
What'd you forget?
No, I forgot to update the video title.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm Captain Jack.
that's right.
Just kidding, guys.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
Let's see here.
There's worse people to be mistaken for.
That's right.
I have faith in you.
That's right. I will. Let me see here.
You got this.
I got it. We can do it. There we go. Here. We'll give a little bit of the same. Oh wait, hang on. Here we go. Hang on. I forgot to do this. There we go. All right, fixed.
Yay!
Feels pretty spot on. To my first,
I'm proud of you.
To my first one. Thank you. I'm going to be honest. I'll take that with a high level of praise. So, okay. So we get to the situation where you're there post season 1. You feel like everything is going great, and you're over the moon. You're saying you get your season 1 vibes back, which is such, to me at least, that is such an underwhelming statement that really speaks to the almost mental sanity and just psychological comfort that players have when it comes to how easily they can either get burnt out, or because of certain things that happen, they can just turn you off immediately to a point where it feels like, all right, maybe I'm just not really enjoying the game anymore. And you start kind of getting it into your mind of like, okay, well, do I consider quitting? I guess I'm curious for you, because again, you come from more, now you have been in management, but you also have just been the I don't know if I want to say average Joe, I'll say average Jill, if you will, as a player. And so I'm curious for you, when you've been in some of these alliances, have you had moments, and regardless if you name the alliance or kingdom or not, that's okay. But I'm curious, have you had moments of where you have felt demotivated, you felt deflated? And if so, what was happening at that time that made you feel like that?
Gosh, yeah. I mean, in TFS, Jason was kicking me left and right, so that was a little demotivating. I think TFS is probably the worst for so many reasons. I mean, obviously, Jason was the worst, but then when it came down to where it became this like you said, keeping up with the Kardashians. Everything you did was being streamed and watched, and everything you said and everything you would type. It just became this, this behemoth thing where you were just kind of sitting there, and every single thing you did was just under the microscope. And that was stressful. It wasn't like you could just log and have fun. It wasn't like you could log and do something stupid in the game because people were always watching. So I think that kind of dichotomy between going from an alliance like that to going to Echo, where no one really cared, it was so
Okay.
different and so freeing. I mean, obviously now people watch Echo a lot closer, but at the time, most people thought it wasn't going to be successful. Most people figured it would fail. So it just wasn't a top topic for anyone.
Okay, that's interesting that you say that some people. So who, like, was it at least about the Echo situation of some people saying, okay, hey, listen, it's all well and good, and let's to put things into perspective. I mean, SOD basically had about half of the alliance at that time there in 23 from TFS that split. I think it was a little bit less than 50%.
Yeah.
Was the general sentiment amongst the group that left that, listen, great move, spirits are high? And was it more of, from you saying that people thought it was going to fail, was it more of people that were still left in 23, or was it also from people that were just not a part of the group as well, as far as outsiders looking in?
It was a bit of both.
Okay.
The people who had left, all of us felt really encouraged, because we knew that the people that were with us were fighters, degenerates that were going to stay up and were going to make it happen. For me, it wasn't a question of whether it would happen, because I knew it would. But the people who stayed thought, oh well, what, Jason said he's going to change. So things are going to change. Jason's going to change. He's going to be a different, better person, which throughout my entire time knowing Jason, I heard that many times, and that never happened. So that wasn't very encouraging to me. And then you had the people from the outside who also looked and they said, well, Jason's this huge player. How are they going to survive without Jason? Without the realization that for pretty much the past like 2 seasons before we left, Sod had been running things. I mean, he was pretty much the R5, just not in name. So for us, it was like, okay, well, this makes perfect sense. Whereas from the outside, people might have just saw it as like a spur decision or something that there wasn't a lot of thought put into.
Okay. Okay. So this happens. You now are successfully in one season deep. When, I guess, and I'm curious, at least for your time with Echo, when did you, at what point, whether it was the second or third season, when did you first start noticing at least some things within Echo that maybe either caught you off guard or were surprising to you, things maybe you didn't expect, or just, I guess if we even simply say like, what were some of your icks that maybe you developed over time in there? And was it something that kind of happened right away? Was it like, no, it was kind of like a small thing, it just kind of creeped in season to season?
Yeah, I feel like it was something that we took in a few players, and I don't know if it was a creep necessarily, or if it was like we just took in the players and then it became problematic. But I think what started happening is that we had someone in HR. I don't know if you ever met Mommy, but she was our HR person, and she started having some, pretty severe health issues. She started backing away from the game a bit, and losing HR, I think, is where things started really going bad. Because what happened is then you had these players
And
come in who
just so I can interject for a second, so you can dive in. What was everything she did, just so people have a good, full understanding?
she made sure that everyone stayed in line. I mean, she made sure that the toxicity, that the trolling or the banter stayed where it should versus kind of because when it's banter versus when it's toxicity. When people are trying to just go to those personal attacks, which I don't like. I think has no place in these kind of games. And some people go with that though, and I think that she was really good at tempering that and making sure that um, that the players were kind of staying where they should be in terms of the lines between trolling and toxicity and everything else.
Okay. So basically you're like Saint Teresa, so to speak, which is, I mean, to be,
No.
okay.
God, no.
So more like a hall monitor, so to speak. Maybe that might be too light of a example, but to me, so it's interesting you say that because I remember from my time when I was playing Rock and I was in 1196, we had they had like an MHA, it was like a mental health awareness department that they basically created, and it was essentially for anyone could go there and they could go and speak to some people, right? These were usually some older individuals, but they were always there for anyone who wanted to chat, right? Like if you just wanted to vent, if you
Oh,
want
that's really
like if
nice.
you wanted to share things with just what your experience was, or something that maybe happened, or maybe something that's really tough on you that's going on in real life, you could go to some of these people and you could just have a conversation, right? It was almost kind of like volunteer therapists, if you will. And I always thought that was like a really interesting approach, but it kind of reminds me of that a little bit of what you're saying. Obviously not exactly, but to that point, it feels like it's nice to have someone or anyone that can be there for the players, whether that is in a supportive capacity and or if that is in a like I'm about to keep that acid line capacity, so that way things don't get maybe too overboard. Um, and I guess I'm curious, have you been, have you ever, I guess in that case, right, from what you're saying with Echo, because you mentioned some, like some people came in that may have been toxic or may have been saying certain things that might have been perceived as offensive by you. Is it, I guess from you saying you felt like that might have been the start of when you started noticing like just some things that were kind of okay, I'm like looking a little side-eyed right now with how things were going and or what I thought wasn't going to happen here. Was that a little bit of what that was as it kind of started to build up?
Yeah, I think that, what really started and when it became very apparent to me was in the season where we fought EIS,
Okay.
when it was Echo EIS. And that's kind of when I brought my concerns to leadership, was because there were a lot of personal attacks going on, people making fun of each other's looks, making fun of, like, it wasn't just banter for the sake of the game. It was almost like a little bit of doxy banter,
Okay.
which I didn't care for. And that's kind of when I went to leadership and I said, look, like, I'm really not okay with this. I don't feel good about this. Which leadership pretty much just said to me, well, they're toxic too. Which I didn't feel was a good enough rationale. I felt like even if there's someone on their team saying stuff, we're accountable for ourselves. We're accountable for this alliance and we're accountable for every one of our players. And I felt that, that should be reinforced more. And that was kind of the difference of opinion there was, well, if they're being toxic, then we'll be toxic.
Okay. So kind of, at least for some of those people involved, if it wasn't like, okay, if we can't beat them, join them, you're saying kind of a mentality.
Exactly.
Okay. So, okay. So this happens. You're saying that's kind of the first chink in the armor for you. Next season goes on, or the seasons go on afterwards. I guess, was there anything else prominent that you felt, okay, this is like either the next thing or maybe the final straw, if you will, where you said to yourself, okay, maybe it's just time for me to move on and move somewhere else, right? If they want to, if the alliances will continue, and this isn't to say that, obviously the entire alliance is bad or dear God, no one should join them, but for you personally, on what was important to you to prioritize, I guess, what was there anything that happened after that, or what you felt might have just been the final straw for you that made your next steps as a decision more clear?
Well, it started when I came back to the game, and I kind of came back kind of just in a yapper capacity. I
Okay.
was telling myself I'm not going to come back in the game, just going to do some yaps, talk to my friends, let it be. But then and that's the current season. And so once again, Echo versus EIS. And the toxicity, they started trying to dox people in EIS. And it wasn't successful, but they were trying to make it seem like they had doxed people. They're trying to make it seem like they had information or intel on these people's personal lives. I mean, it just got to the next level. So from there, I was like, all right, this is a little crazy, but maybe it'll calm down. I thought that maybe if I was to spend more time in their Discord and kind of, spend more time with them, that things can calm down a little bit. But obviously, well, that goes into the reason that I left. But yeah, I wasn't a fan of that.
Okay. Which is interesting because, man, the last time I heard about people doxing was, gosh, back when I was playing Halo on my console years ago.
I
So
know, right? Like, it's been years
yeah,
and years for me in games where people have not doxed. I mean, I thought that was a thing that was done
yeah.
like 5, 10 years ago.
I mean, absolutely. Yeah, that's okay. Interesting. So okay, so that happens, and then you say to yourself, okay, it's finally time for me to move on. How what were those steps? What did those steps look like for how you were going about choosing where you wanted to go next? Did you have a short list already? Did you reach out to multiple people on a long list and you filtered that down? What was your process for figuring out where you needed to move next?
Well, it was tricky because I didn't plan on leaving. I very much planned on staying, but then Saad and I got into a disagreement. And as a result of that disagreement, I decided, hey, you know what? I'm leaving. And from there, I had no plans.
Okay.
So I kind of was debating at that moment between MFD with Abda,
Okay.
and then obviously EIS was kind of always in the back of my head. But I was trying to figure out, what do I want my play style to look like? Do I want to come back full time? Because that would definitely mean EIS. Do I want to come back part time, which would be MFD? It was really trying to make that decision between those two.
Got you. And then obviously, if you wanted just to come back in the app, you're like, I'll just join COD Discord, and then we're done with it. So
Yeah, exactly. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna yap. It's gonna be fine, no problem.
yeah. Okay. Okay. So
But it's one of those things where, and leadership plays, and I feel like this has been the theme of a lot of conversations that I've had recently, is that leadership plays such a large role in the success of an alliance. I mean, we saw TFS fail after the CoR5 left. We saw BXS fail after, that the whole leadership structure fell apart. And then you have Echo, which I don't foresee failing, but I do think they're in a very tenuous situation.
Okay. Okay. So you get to this point of you're now trying to figure out and decide who you are going to go with. Did you have conversations with MFD, or was it just conversations with Echo as far as who you spoke to about possibly moving, and or if there was anyone else maybe that you actually had to talk with, whether that's text or voice?
Well, just to clarify, because I see Dell typing, Dell was the reason that TFS was successful. When I say Co-R5 left, I mean he was pushed out by Jason, and he was actually Dell, or Yoda, you might know him as. He was the reason that TFS was so successful. So thank
Okay.
you. Just to re-clarify
I
that.
remember Yoda. I don't know if I remember Dell though. Okay.
It's his same name. He just
Okay.
went by like Dell or Yoda. So sorry, but could you repeat that question?
Sure. Yeah. So I guess I'm curious on you. You get to this point where you finally need to figure out, okay, where am I going to go? And you narrow it down to somewhat of a short list. Which kingdoms and or alliances and that you actually had conversations with, whether that's text and or voice.
Yeah, it all happened so quickly. I talked a little bit with Quokka at MFD. She was the whole thing was over this kind of Discord role situation, and so she kindly was like, "Hey, I'm gonna give you full access to MFD's Discord. Don't worry, you can yap there." So that to me was really touching. I think that, kind of taking away that side of, "Hey, this is just a game. Like, come have fun." I thought that that was huge for me. And then EIS, Dark and I talk all the time, obviously. And I was like, I asked him, I said, what do you think about me joining EIS? Like, do you think that's a good idea? The first question. And he seemed to be like, yeah, it is a good idea. So he talked to his leadership team, and they kind of came back and said, yeah, if you want to come, you can come. So for me, it really kind of came down to, right now, I want to be active in the game. I want to go back to kind of that season 1 vibes. And the right decision for me to be at that peak playing and peak activity is EIS.
Okay. Okay. Any considerations for and again, I guess based on you, it's more of so there wouldn't have been any consideration as far as for places like BTX or SSG or RAC
Well, the tricky
or
part
as far as
is
any
I won
others, but
the.
I guess I'm asking it's more about you felt, I guess, a little more comfortable in the maybe personal relationships you already had for people you knew. Was that a factor essentially?
That was a huge factor,
Okay.
and then I also want to make sure that it was an alliance that wouldn't ally TFS.
And oh, I see. Okay. All right.
Funny as
Okay.
it
Now that's a new
sounds.
element. All right. Okay.
So it like eliminated a lot of the options because I was like, okay, who will never ally TFS? And I know Dark would never, so that helped a lot too.
Okay. Got you. So still carrying the feelings with you multiple seasons later. Understood. Understood.
It will never end, VN. It'll never end.
Gotcha. All right. Okay.
Until TFS is destroyed again.
Consistent. Oh man.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Gosh, honor among thieves, as they say. Okay. So you get to this. Okay. So you figure out where you're going to go. I guess I'm curious. What else? I guess what else besides that when it came to, I guess how much did you know or do you know about EIS? I guess prior to going, again, knowing that relationship there with Dark, EIS still a top kingdom and a top fighting kingdom at the moment, wanting to go there because you knew they weren't going to ally with you. I guess are there any other things about the kingdom, the alliance that stood out to you that you felt, okay, hey, this is like another attractive perk, another attractive incentive to want to go there?
Yeah, I mean, I've watched Dark be a leader there, and I've watched his decision-making process, and I've watched how he's handled different issues in his alliance for, a year, obviously with a bit of a break in between. And for me, that seemed to be where I wanted to be because it was a leader who was very fair, a leader who was around since season 1. So, obviously they're successful. You don't have a leader around that long if people don't like them. So for me, it really kind of came down to that, knowing that the leadership was in a good place, a stable place, and that the Alliance was going to be somewhere where I can stay and grow and have a good playing experience.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. So now that you're there, and you're in 176 with the group, what is your plans at the moment are, okay, I'm coming back, I'm going full time. What, obviously, because you just migrated there, you won't be able to do anything obviously until the next season. But what are your expectations now that you're there? Is it something that you feel like, okay, I'm reinvigorated, I'm remotivated, I'm in it, and obviously being in a new place, it almost feels like that maybe just goes without saying. But what are some of the things maybe you're looking forward to being there in 176 with the EIS? And what are some of your expectations that you have now that you're there of the Alliance and the Kingdom that you hope and or just expect to see next season, regardless of how this season goes?
Yeah, I think that I'm really excited, and so far I have kind of been pleasantly surprised even at the family atmosphere there. It's, constantly we're sitting in VC hanging out or, joking about this, playing games. It's a really fun atmosphere. You don't see I mean, I haven't seen any toxicity internally. Whenever someone has a comment or, a suggestion that they want, Dark handles it. And if Dark sees something that he sees as too toxic, he reins people in. I mean, I think that overall I'm really excited for that kind of atmosphere. And I also think, we recently had a town hall, which was interesting, my first town hall of this alliance. And it was nice to see, kind of that leadership style of, hey, here's the expectation set. I'm going to be fair, but I'm also going to, hold everyone accountable for their actions. I thought was really nice versus kind of that, hey, well, some people might get special treatment or some people are allowed to slag off and others aren't, or I'm going to throw this at you end of season. The expectations were very clear. And I think that that's something that will lead to success.
Okay. Okay. No, I mean, it's pretty straightforward in detail. No, I appreciate that. I will say I like it. I've always been a fan of any time, which to me I always feel is such a big plus when you go somewhere and you land in a kingdom where the leadership team will host town halls, whether that's after a season starts, if that's before a season, if you do a mid town hall in the middle of the season. Again, I know some kingdoms that'll host them, once a week, once every 2, 3, or 4 weeks, just depending on the interval and the rates that they would like to. But giving, for me, I guess I've always really appreciated the fact that when you have leadership teams that give their players, which are basically the meat, if you were, the cogs in the machine, that also keep things going in their own right, giving them that opportunity to speak and to share their thoughts on things that are going, because again, as we know, some people some people will be more outspoken than others. Some people do
Yeah.
not mind sharing in a public forum. Other people prefer that it's done anonymously. And obviously having those options to do that, I've always felt is incredibly important and is always something that people can even just do IRL as kind of good takeaways. But so you get there, you have the town hall that happens. I guess at the moment, your mentality is just play. No aspirations for doing anything more than playing. At least currently, you just want to be just an additional fighter, a part of the group.
I was gonna sing like the Pokemon theme song. It kind of like popped in my head, but I held back.
Gotcha.
Um,
Okay.
no, I mean I'm really excited to. I think that EIS too is at a really interesting position. They have gone kind of their post their restructure, which I wasn't really around for. So for me, it's kind of new to see in the new server with different players and a stronger foundation. And I think that they're really at a point right now where they can either kind of, stay as the top lions, but, kind of just be hanging out at that level, or if they're going to go to that next, huge level. And I think that that is they're right on that border. Obviously, this season you saw Zone 2, which was not great. And I think that everyone in EIS acknowledged that wasn't great. But I don't think that that is indicative of the alliance itself. I think that there's a lot that can be done. I think that there's a lot we're going to see be done.
Okay. Okay. Now, you have been a part of, like we stated, multiple top competitive alliances, also being a pretty avid fighter. What, at least when it comes, and I'm curious because again, you being there as a fighter, also being on the front line for, however many of the alliances it was, I'm curious, what are some things that you have seen that really stand out to you? That make, I guess, that stand out to you, that make the alliances, if you were to consider them top fighting alliances, right? What, I guess, are there anything in slash or is there anything that you felt while you were with some of these alliances really was like either their bread and butter, or things you thought like, man, they did this really well, and this is something that others can learn from?
It's hard because there's a flip side to the coin for every argument that I can think of for each alliance.
Okay.
I will say that with TFS, the good thing they were really good at is building that community and building that family atmosphere where people kind of stuck together, where people wanted to help each other. I think that was huge. And then going into Echo, they were really good at recruiting. You know, they were able to recruit these top fighters, but again, there's another side of the coin to that where you get some more toxicity. And then you have EIS, who actually, uniquely enough, I'd say EIS is the first top alliance that I've fought in where the R5 is not a huge spender. And that actually gives a really different perspective to things. When you have an R5 who isn't, Nephisto or isn't, Jason, you're dealing with someone who's able to say, hey, you know what? I understand that people have limited resources, so we have to make strategic decisions. We can't be just assuming everyone's going to throw out every last troop and die and do all this because, again, all of our people aren't, top spenders. So I think having that kind of mentality is really different, and I've been really interested in that. I'm interested to see that play out more.
That's interesting you say that. So you feel, in another way of saying that an R5 who isn't a heavy spender, maybe even arguably a mid-high spender, has a little bit more of a down-to-earth or a relatable connection to maybe more of the average players that are in their alliance, where their approach and perspective on how they treat certain situations are maybe more in line with the average player power versus maybe the top 1% or the top 0.1%. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and in our last interview we did, I remember we spoke about this a little bit where, and you kind of found this as an interesting perspective. But to me, that 100 to 150 mil player is the bread and butter for an alliance. You can have the top spenders, you can have 10 top spenders, you can have 5 top spenders, but wars come down to those 100, 150 mil bodies that are on that field fighting. And I think when you have an R5 who is able to recognize that and realize the limits of these players, they're able to tailor their strategies more towards what they understand people's abilities to be and what they understand is feasible and what's not feasible. And I think that gives a very interesting perspective to things, and one that, I haven't experienced before.
Okay. Well, if anything, I guess for you, more of a reason to enjoy the new home in that case.
Exactly.
Okay.
And you know me with my resources.
Touche. Sometimes all too well. Okay. So, okay. So you get there, you, again, feeling the sense of renewed, reinvigorated energy, feeling like, hey, I'm a kid again at the candy store. I get my free pick of my devil's pleasure, depending on how the Christians say it. Who knows? So you're now looking at, with EIS going forward, is there and I guess I'm curious because, and so I guess this is somewhat EIS related, but being in multiple top alliances and top kingdoms, again, you get to EIS, they've been around for a pretty long time. All the alliances you've been in they're all pretty much, at least for the ones you named, they're all intact. It's not as though any of them have, for lack of better words, died off. right? At least at the moment, currently, right? With the exception of maybe the TFS rebuild, but none of the other ones have pretty much had to go through that, right? If you look at the four you name with BXS, TFS, Echo, EIS, only one of them, being TFS, has had to do a rebuild. So and I'm curious, for you as the player, what are some things that, and again, it's not like you only played in some of these kingdoms or some of these alliances for one season at a time. You know, you've played in these for multiple seasons and moved on, you know, where you're not just kind of hopping each season. And I imagine also because it could probably just get expensive. So, but I'm curious on what what are some things that, and I'm talking about for your perspective, for your personality, for what you prioritize. What are some things that you think, as when you're in a kingdom with these, playing with these top alliances, what are some things that you feel like, give me one or two things that are just deal breakers to you, that you feel like, okay, this is just an immediate red flag? And then what are some things that are like, okay, no, the fact that they're doing this, and it doesn't really even have to be the most standard thing. It could be something that is just important to you. And then what are some things where you're like, man, this is great. I'm in the right place and I just don't see myself leaving.
That's a great question. I feel like the biggest thing for me is having leadership who are very hands-on, leadership that are going to address things right away as things happen versus
Okay.
letting, something continue or sitting there and being stagnant. That's a huge green flag for me. A huge red flag is any kind of leadership that you see that's kind of taking out losses on their players. You know, at the end of the day, when you're a leader, every single thing that happens in that game, in that alliance, falls back on you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if a zone has failed, it's your failure at the end of the day. And leaders who are able to acknowledge that, huge green flags. Leaders who just go to their players and say, "Well, you all suck, so we lost." You know, that's huge red flag for me. And then the huge thing that obviously I think from our discussion that is just, game over for me is any kind of toxicity. And what I mean by toxicity is I don't mean, everyone making your mom jokes in world chat because that's just part of the game. But I mean doxing people or attempting to dox people, I should rather say, or going through this where like you're making like personal comments to people, making fun of people's looks or something. I don't think it's necessary. I really don't.
Okay. No, that's, that's fair. Well, I'm curious, what do you think about, and because I've always had this, I think we talked about this last time. What are, do you often talk with a lot of other, I guess, female players, and if they're around your power or not? And I say this because to me, it just feels like maybe the female community in COD isn't, I guess maybe isn't that big or that large per se. And I guess if so, and or because of that, do you feel like it's a little bit more of a tight knit group where so I guess I'm just curious on that. Do you often talk with other, like, either female players, whether they're in the same alliance or in a different alliance? Does it just not matter if they're in a different alliance? It's just like, okay, hey, listen, this is just nice to see that there's another girl playing this game.
You know what? I'd actually say that this game is probably the best I've played when it comes to female representation. Most of the games I've played is either girls that are playing these games for the wrong reasons or a very small amount. Whereas this game in particular, I think that the women are very strong. I think you have some great players that, care about the game, that enjoy playing the game, enjoy the community. And then obviously there's some others, but I've tried to bring that group together. I have a girls Discord chat. I know that EIS has a girls chat as well. So there is attempts there to kind of bring that together and to make sure that that community is there. I think it kind of fails sometimes, but I do think that this game in particular has really kind of had that community that other games lacked.
Okay. And you have been playing these kinds of games for a while. I remember you used to have a picture on your gallery for, I can't remember if it was for Game of War or something. I remember I
Yeah.
asked you about this before because I found this article you did an interview for. And I remember at the time when we had talked the first time, I asked you about it. So again, you've been around these games. It's not like COD is your first rodeo. You've been in the space and have been playing games in the genre for a pretty long time. Let me backtrack a little bit. what are some things that what are some things like you really like about give me like one or two, maybe two or three things you really like about COD in its current state, and what are some things that you just wish they would change, they remove, they would add on?
I think that the community is probably my favorite part.
Okay.
There's been in every alliance that I'm in, I love 80-90% of players. The people in this game are just they're very special. I think that unlike any other kingdom builders I've played, and I've played a
As in they
lot,
need helmets?
um, I wasn't gonna say it like that, but no. I think that people are really caring. They're really good at, building that kind of fun atmosphere, which I don't think, all kingdom builders have that to a degree. But I think this game in particular, people stay around for a long time and those relationships are really deep. Um, uh, but overall, I just think that this game is just it's very different in that sense, and I think that it's a good thing. Some games you kind of play with people, you're like, oh, these guys, aren't my favorite. But every alliance I've been in, it's been great.
Okay. And what about some things right now in the current state of the game that you just don't like, or things that you wish they would change, or they would improve, or they would switch something up?
I wish they'd be a little kinder to the free to play. I think that what tends to happen in these games is there's a point where the company just kind of says, you know what, we're done. We're just going to let it run without any huge improvements or huge changes that are good for the community as a whole, and they start only making changes that are good for whales. And when that tide turns and it switches fully there, that's when the downfall of the game begins to happen. And I don't think we're there yet, but I do see a lot of things that kind of get pushed that are very for pay to win versus free to play. So I do wish there were more opportunities for those, 100 mil players and below to be able to participate in more events and do different things that aren't just pay to win.
Okay. Okay, fair. How about the current KVK state right now of the game? What are give me one or two things that you like about the current KVK state, and then one or two things that you just think, okay, this needs to change, we need to switch something up, or maybe they can add something.
Well, this might be controversial, but I actually really like that it's a lot shorter. I think the shorter time frame makes it a lot more exciting. You're able to just run from zone to zone, and so I really enjoy the length of them. In terms of what I'd change, I should preface that by saying, I was out of the game for 3-4 months, so I don't think I'm probably the right person, and I don't want to say something that is going to have 20 people say, no, don't change that. So I'll withdraw from that question, but I will say that I
Okay.
like the length of the KVKs.
Okay. Okay. Now, for obviously for your power level, you're someone that does spend on the game. Do you feel that, and this is something that I always find interesting because people will talk about things like catch-up mechanics, right? When you're just starting out, and or if you even if you've been playing for a while, like for example, I ended up covering a situation, what was it? It was when I talked about some of the free-to-play world records. And obviously spending's a little bit different because you're essentially able just to accelerate everything at more or less your own pace, depending on budget. But I recently covered and I talked about how there's only been a handful of players at the moment that have been able to get max T5, right? Or just unlock all. And some of those login dates, shortest one being 580. You might remember Ragnar in TFS,
Yeah.
Snowman, or I should say First Avenger, who did it in 649 days. Snowman, who was in Noir, now is leading -FU. He did it in 678 days. Now, to put things into perspective, these are players that were more or less playing in top alliances, right? High spending, mid spending alliances where they were really able to help accelerate that time that they were able to get there. I'm curious for you on just your take, even though again you're not free to play at the moment. Do you and this is, and again, this might be something of a hottish perspective, but I have always felt that this would be something where I like this idea of all the players being able to unlock all their T5s and get to max buildings, max tech, to me, all in under a year. And I say this because there's still so many other elements. There's still so many other things you have to work on for your account. But I treat this, I don't know if you ever played World of Warcraft, but I kind of treat this,
I did.
okay, see, and I've used this example before where I talk about how, one of the things I've always was told when my friends would try to get me to play WoW was, okay, you just need to make your account, grind, get to max level or whatever the end kind of end game-ish point is, and then more things will get unlocked. You'll be able to start enjoying the game more, right? But you got to get to max level or closer to the end, and so like get through all the main story, etc. And to me, I kind of look at kingdom builders in this way, where most of the enjoyment, to me, and from people that I've spoken to, they feel like, well, I have a lot more enjoyment out of the game when I have all my T5s unlocked, when I'm at max building level, when I have max tech, and then I can kind of start working on and prioritizing my resources, my investment, my time into these other elements, because it kind of gets them closer to that end game state where they feel like, and I say this because I felt the same way when I participated in the global versus China exhibition event. And I was able to basically get my hands on like a couple $100 account that they had set up for us. And it was incredibly enjoyable. Like, that's the kind of state I wish I could get my account to a lot faster, because to me, that was so much more enjoyable. And this isn't to say that the grind isn't enjoyable, but it's to say that grinding is one, there's almost like a bit, and again, this might be hard for some people to understand, but for me, it always feels like there's a big difference between grinding the game from a new account to you feeling like I need to get my account in a state where I will now feel comfortable and confident to actually go out there and fight and lose troops. And to me, and again, this might just be my own selfish perspective, but I have always felt that it's like I would rather go and do those things once. Like, if I could choose and have my own preference, I would rather do those things once my account at least was, like I said, max building, max tech, and I had all T5s unlocked, right? Regardless if I had anything else maxed out and I was just working on everything else as such, but at least having that, because then I would feel like I'm at more of a point of, okay, I have less to work on now, and now I feel like I can personally contribute a lot more just from being at that state. And that's not to say that like I wouldn't do any fighting or any levels of contribution prior to. Again, that's kind of a long-winded way of me saying that. And again, maybe I lost you. I'm curious on your thoughts there when it comes to being able to get to a certain state faster, if the WoW comparison does anything for you.
You know what? It's a tricky, very tricky question, because you're trying to balance a lot of things when you create these games. And one of those things is you need to balance the pay to win versus the pay. So if you have it where it's too easy for the free to plays to catch up, then the people who are paying don't see a reason to, dump all that money. And there's also kind of the psychology of it where you need to get people to that addiction. And that addiction begins when you don't know, because, the community aspect and your friendships aren't there in the beginning. So you need them to develop. To make sure that addiction goes into full force and to get that development of the community, you need people who have to log in, who have to redo their research, who have to sit there and farm, and who have to, do all these build things that the account needs. In my heart, I want to say yes, I think it should be much shorter, but logically, I don't know the exact time that you need for that addiction to take hold. Because obviously that's what they're banking on, right? With any of these games, they want to get you so addicted that you can't stop, because you then develop that community and that community relies on you, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I think that's a really tough one. I really don't know what the best solution would be.
Okay. No, listen, that's fair. I again preface with, I understood it's a little bit of a loaded question. Those are just some of the topical pieces that float around my Jimmy Neutron brain upstairs that I always find.
I like it.
I those are things I think about often, because for me, I guess one of the things I really love is being able to, I don't know if I'd call it a thought experiment, but basically just trying to think about, how to better the game holistically, where it's not maybe just necessarily focusing on one area or another, but how can we look to aim to increase the day-to-day enjoyment and the playing experience of the largest group, or a large group, as an example. But anyways, let me segue here a little bit. So, and now at the moment as well, I'm going to open up questions for Wahid. So if anyone has a question for Wahid that you would like to ask, please go ahead, type it in chat, and then I can read it, and we'll see if she's able to. While we're waiting for those to come in, okay. So there was a mention. Obviously, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask. To be fair, someone had mentioned something about saying, and again, if it's farce or not, you can let me know. But someone had said something about one of the reasons that you had left Echo or something was over a Discord role. If I have that right.
Yes.
Okay. What? Long story, short story about it. Okay. What is it?
Okay, so at some point, when I was gone, the Discord role, that they always purge Discords
Yeah.
and everything and redo roles as people come and go. Totally fine. And I had a guest role. When I came back to the game, I was like, I want to go back and talk to my family. I want to be in that Discord. Our public Discord just wasn't a thing. So I really wanted to get back into it. And I had messaged Sod, and this is kind of where our disagreement came into play, is that I said, well, you know what? I'd like to have, the family role, the member role. And he said, no, you're a guest. And I said, well, I don't feel like I'm a guest, considering I've been here with you from day one. I've helped the Alliance so much. And then the biggest point being that my 245 million account is in your alliance. So, but he said, no, you're a guest. And I said, okay, well, if I'm a guest, then my account's going to be a guest. And then I pulled it out. So that was really what happened with the Discord role. It was a principle thing.
Okay.
It was, a trust and being valued thing. And I felt that neither of those things were at play. So I pulled out.
Okay. Literally and figuratively. Understood. So we have so you felt like it was more of a I should be grandfathered in kind of an approach.
Yeah, and you know what? When I had, and it's been done in the past. Like I don't remember if I'm sure you remember Rusty, the old mod.
Yeah.
He was in Echo's Discord forever
My
after he
boy.
quit. Yeah, I mean he was there forever. And then EIS, I was talking to Dark about this when I was thinking about it all. And he said, yeah, like we let people who left the game have member roles all the time. Because I was wondering, I'm like, am I overreacting over this? Like, is this a thing? He's like, no, like we do the same thing here. So I just felt that it wasn't, appropriate.
Okay. All right, fair enough. All right, so I got some questions coming in. First one, well, first one we did answer, which was someone asked why EIS. Okay, hang on. Lad asked your favorite march and why.
My favorite what?
Your favorite march, favorite legion, favorite comp to run, and why?
Anything infantry. I love infantry. I think that it's such an underutilized march on the field. I think everyone loves to get their merits, which I get. They want to do their kills, but I love going out there and just spamming 5 march infantry because everyone hates it. So I like to be as annoying as possible.
Okay, it's fair enough. Very direct, very honest. Thank you for your candor. We appreciate.
You're welcome. Always with you.
Okay, so okay, here we go. So Delarin asks, okay, so I guess a short list here. Okay, who's the better leader? Jason, Sod, Kane, Kong, or Yoda?
Well, I have to say Kane because I've played with him for 10 years. We took a vacation together to Dubai.
Okay.
But
is that friend, hubby, boyfriend?
BXS.
From BXS.
What's that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kane's
Sorry,
from BXS.
no, I said
I've
like
played
hubby,
with him for
boyfriend,
ages.
friend. Okay, gotcha.
No. I know him and his wife really well.
Oh, sweet. Okay, nice.
But aside from that, I would definitely say Yoda. I think that Yoda was really good about keeping Jason in line. And I was in group chats with them. It was Yoda, Jason, and then me. And Yoda would be like, log off right now. You can't talk to a player like that. So he kind of kept that check and balance there. And I think that was really, really good. And that's kind of what kept Jason bringing the fun. And then, the less of that emotional coming from Yoda.
Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, let me see what else we got. let me see. For Alpha, my boy Alpha Deer says, Inf mains rise up. Lovely.
This is our moment.
That's right. Protix says Dubai vacation is crazy. I can only imagine.
It was so fun. We actually had a bunch of us get together from another kingdom builder, and we all went and partied, and it was really cool.
Man, listen, gosh, just you talking about that. They just did that announcement about doing the fireside gatherings for COD. Where,
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
if anyone wants to, like, if anybody wanted to host an event or a meetup for COD, they could do it, and then the team would provide some, I think, like swag or gift codes or things like
We
that.
should do one.
Man, I know.
Let's do it.
Let's
do it. We'll do a VN Wahid gathering.
Yeah. Listen, man, and that's the thing. I feel like that's the thing. I would be the first to sign up. And I could tell you, I would absolutely love to host something like that. It's just part of me feels like I wish I was a little bit bigger and I was making a little bit more. So like budget wise, it would just make it easier, make more sense for me to do something like that. But listen, if it was something I could get it together with other people, even if like Guns and Princess or anyone else, right, wanted to get involved and do that. Listen, absolutely. I mean, for me, I have, I got family on the West Coast and the East Coast. So, whether it's, anywhere really, but something like that, if there was an opportunity, I would absolutely jump on that. It sucks though. The one thing I will say is that it does feel like it's a little bit of a slap in the face because they did the gatherings. They've already done one, I think one or two so far, but now it's like, oh yeah, we'll just not host them ourselves anymore, and then we're just going to let the community people host them, right? I imagine it probably saves a little bit on manpower and money on their end for doing all those things, but like that to me is the only little letdown. But aside from that, if there was an opportunity to do one in a major city or major market, I absolutely would love to do something like that. That's one of the things I talk about where it's like, man, if I was like a Chisgul sized person for the amount he probably makes, like I would love to put something on like that where we could get a bunch of people to come out and just have it be a fun time, like do fun events, maybe do like some panels and some seminar, some AMAs, maybe have some guest speakers. Kind of like if I was going to organize it, I would do it proper. Like I've it's funny because I've thought about this a lot on if I was going to do it, how would I organize doing a meetup with, going to a major market that we can get the most amount of people to come out to, and it's like, dude, I would do like, I'd do like a cosplay contest. We would do trivia, like do COD trivia and give away stuff. We would do, like I said, some seminars or like some panels with, like, for example, I would want to do something where it's like, dude, let me find the best cav player. Let me find the best infantry player. Let me find some leaders, right? And we can get really good conversations where it's like leaders can talk about their experience leading, managing. Players can talk, like you can have players talk about like we can do panels and have like some of the best PvP fighters come out and talk about things like tips and tricks, best practices.
That'd be cool.
Like really make it a proper event. Like I'm telling you, man, like I've thought about this so much in my head. It's just, yeah, I'd love to kind of be able to get some. Okay, so I'm not burning the midnight oil with you too much here on time. Let me see. Mr. Get Done asked, how many cheese puffs would you order if you were to order some?
Oh my God. This is an inside thing.
Oh, it is? Okay. I was gonna say it's oddly specific.
Yeah, just someone's very curious about that. No, what had happened is
what had happened was
Dark was sick or something. I don't remember, but I'd sent him some soup, and by accident, Amazon.
Hold up. You sent him some soup?
Yeah.
Damn, that's just that is there's some kind vibes right there. Okay, continue.
No. Then I was like really craving cheese puffs, and there's this barrel of cheese puffs on Amazon, and I was so excited for this, right? So I put them in order. I'm like waiting for my cheese puffs, and then I'm like, oh, this is weird. I thought they'd come by now.
What kind of cheese puffs are these? These aren't like the cheese puffs I can get at the store in like in like the barrel, and it's like the small little.
Yeah, it's not small. It's not small, but it's a barrel of cheese puffs.
Okay, got it. Okay.
And it was so embarrassing. I was so embarrassed because what I did is I realized they didn't arrive to me because they went to him because his address was saved. So I had to message him, and I was so embarrassed because it makes me look so fat, right? So I
The
messaged him, and I'm
fattest.
like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, "Something is coming to you, and it's so bad." And he mentioned some like inappropriate things, and I said, "No, it's worse than that. Worse than that. Worse than that." And he's like, "What is it?" And I'm like, "A barrel of cheese puffs." So, so he has his barrel of cheese puffs. Don't worry though, I now have mine as well. So all's well that ends well.
There you go. Right, you should have asked him to just to reship it to you and like put it back in the mail. That would have been hilarious.
I thought about it, but then he had said he ate some already.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure. It's like, man, free food just showing up on the door. I get it. Okay, I got another question for you here. And again, if you're just joining us now, right, we're still interviewing Wahid, but coming to a close here shortly. If you got a question you'd like to ask, throw it in the chat. So Masab asks, or Gilgamesh asks, EIS versus Echo. How do you feel about fighting ex-comrades? And obviously you won't necessarily do that this season, but if you were to get matched up again, is it just not something that bothers that you feel anything about? Or is it like, because I've talked to some people and they say, like, I can't wait to tear those efforts faces off. What side of the fence you land on there?
Well, hi Gilgamesh, because I remember you very well. Love him. Um, it's one of those things where for me, I'm able to separate so much what's a game and what's real life. So for me, I just see it as, hey, we're all playing a game here. We're all playing to have fun. If it's fun being over there, great. If it's fun being over in the other spot, then great. I don't see it anything personal. I really don't. Everyone's entitled to their own feelings on that, but for me, I don't. I just see it as playing the game.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, let's see. Mr. Get Done says hashtag cheese puffs party. Okay, sounds good.
God.
Order myself some too.
I'm never gonna live this down. Like I thought I wasn't gonna live it down before. Now it's even worse.
Oh man. Gosh, that's a good story. Okay, let me before we finish off. Now that you have me on this story time moment, any other great stories, something like that, or whether it's from your time there in that Kingdom or Alliance or something else. Any good stories that come to mind, or one that you find is super memorable that you could share?
I don't know. I feel like so many things happen on just a daily basis of like weird things. I don't know if I just have one. I'm on the spot now. I can't think of any.
Yeah, no, that's what happened. Yeah, we put it on, brain jumbles up. It's understood. Okay. How about this? Do you have a wish list of things that this might be a good question to end on. Like sometimes I feel like I outdo myself. But let me ask you, because you've played a number of kingdom builders leading up to COD, is there anything that you found incredibly enjoyable, something you loved that was in another kingdom builder that you have said to yourself, man, I wish they added this into COD? Whether it's like 1, 2, 3 things, anything that you've played somewhere else and you're like, man, this event was great. The way they set this up was great. I wish they would add this into COD.
I really liked there being an Emperor system in Game of War.
Okay,
I
explain.
liked how they had an Emperor. So there you essentially had this battle, and it would be much like a KVK, but it would be in a period of 3 days. So you'd have 72 hours to win. And if I was to compare it, it would be 72 hours to get to the dragon and take it.
Oh, okay.
And whoever won. And that what it was alliances from all different kingdoms came together to battle other kingdoms. So almost like global allies, but a little different. But you'd have this whole group, and then the winner, the king of the whoever the king was that was kind of on top of all those alliances, that would become the emperor. And then the emperor would have like special powers, like he could give bad titles to people and like good titles, what have you. But I thought that gave a really interesting ability within the game to kind of build friendships and build even enemies and stuff with people from outside of your kingdom where you interact with them a lot more. This was something that happened like it wasn't every month. I can't remember right now. Maybe every 3 months. but it was a really huge part in the game, and it was huge for the company. I mean, people would drop $1 million on that. It wasn't cheap.
Jeez. This is interesting that you say that, where what you have basically explained is kind of the opposite way that a number of kingdom builders now run their KVKs. And I say that because what you just described is basically where it's all gas, no brakes. There's always something happening because of such a short duration within the KVK. So everyone either feels fulfilled or they feel like they have so much more to give, versus what you have now, which is it either feels like, I was cut short by a lot and I can't give anymore because we were cut short, or you get a feeling for some of them with being fulfilled. But essentially, a lot of it you could say is that even though they reduced the days for the KVK seasons now to 40, it's just, you can argue in a number of the KVKs, because they're not fighting 24/7 for the entire time, and there's going to be some delays or sitting around and waiting for something to happen. You're kind of talking about being in a KVK where it is so short that you really only have enough time to basically, I mean, not to say you only have enough time, but you're basically able to fight 24/7 nonstop. It's very interesting that you say that, because I don't know, it feels like it opens up like a whole new avenue of just a different approach to where it's nonstop fighting versus breaks, fighting, breaks, fighting, breaks, fighting, which is kind of what it feels like here.
Yeah, and I love that whole entire let's go and just don't sleep for 72 hours, and when it's on that short timetable, I think it's people even more hyped, right? Because they're able to say, "Hey, for this period of time, I know I'm going to be nonstop fighting," versus let's see what happens when we get to this zone, and then dip low for this zone, and it's a little convoluted.
Yeah. No, it's just no, it's fascinating. And it just, I don't know, kind of feel like I'm Aladdin and Jasmine on the carpet right now. Just a whole new world's opening up in my brain.
Oh no,
yeah.
What have I begun?
No, it's great. This is one of the reasons I love talking to people that have played other kingdom builders, because and asking these types of questions, because it really allows for us to have a little bit more of what I feel is a relevant conversation on either the state of the game that we're playing currently, and or what are some ideas that we just haven't thought of. And sometimes you can find, I think, some really great things. I mean, just like what you said there, I mean, that really makes me think a lot more about just a different way of approaching the game, to a point of where I almost wonder if they even tested that out for a season, would some people like that?
I think they'd love it. Yeah. Knowing the personalities of people in this game, I think they'd love it.
Well, okay. So let me get to the last few couple questions, and then again, we will leave you to it. So someone had asked about this. What do you... here we go. Okay. So Jets asked, what do you think the COD team needs to add that would really drive new players to start and stay playing COD?
Oh, that is such a good question. I don't know, because I mean, this game has really followed the steps of any other kingdom builder to a T. Everyone starts the same way. Everyone kind of goes through that same process of the researching, and then you get to your T4s, the researching, and get to your T5s. I don't know. I think that's a good question. I think that's a good question for the developers to ask themselves as well, as they try and recruit more and more players.
Gotcha. So are you team I love the ads they run, or team I'm not a super big fan of the ads they run?
Every kingdom builder does this. Yeah. The ads have nothing to do with the game. It is like they outsource it to an ad agency. An ad agency doesn't even open the game. They just play it in the most interesting thing they can think of. They just throw on there, or what they think is going to attract certain personalities. So, I'm not a fan, but it's just one of those necessary evils, I think, in this sphere of gaming.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's that might be a decentish one. Okay, hang on. Mr. Get Done asked, why are penguins your favorite?
They've been my favorite since I was in kindergarten. I was in the penguin class, so the classes were broken up by animals. I was in the penguin class, and yeah. So there was the penguin class, which I was in, and I really liked the penguins. And so I've been obsessed with penguins ever since kindergarten. And people just tend to lock onto the penguins. So I love it. It's my favorite thing when I see the penguins everywhere.
That's awesome. So do you have penguin items, memorabilia in the house, in the room? You got like some penguins bobbleheads?
Well, the worst thing is that guys that I date, they'll give me penguins, it's gifts.
Okay.
And what do you do when you break up and it's like this like bad breakup? You have to, because I'm not going to throw away the penguin, obviously. You can't give away stuffed animals anymore.
Yeah.
So I have this I have these tote boxes that are filled with penguins. It's from like X situations. So if anyone ever thinks of what to do with those penguins, please let me know because I can't throw them away.
I mean, there's goodwill. Maybe
No, they won't take stuffed animals. They won't take
yeah,
used
you're
stuffed
right.
animals.
Yeah, you're right. Well, if you got a friend, or if you have any friends that have kids, as long as you wash it. Or
I guess if I just dump a
that
whole
have
thing
kids.
of penguins.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. I mean, it's just, listen, people might think what they will about you, but listen, don't fret. I think you're a good egg. Okay.
Oh.
So, all right, last one I got for you then. And then we'll leave you to it. So, let me see. Yerkerbert asks, who should EIS recruit next?
Oh, easy question. Dragon Sister.
Okay.
She's just the sweetest person. She's actually a really good row lead. She loves penguins. She's penguinized everyone. She's my favorite.
Is she the one that makes who makes all the penguin memes or images that I always see floating around?
That's her.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah, some of those are really good, and I love how it feels like there's diversity where it's like, okay, it's like a different thing we could use for a totally different situation. Like she must just be in there working like she must be putting in some serious work on that stuff because
she does.
Yeah. Okay.
So I would love her to be an EIS.
Okay. All right. Well, there's your answer. Listen, okay, let me go ahead and round this out. Wahid, you let me know. Shout out, declaration, shot fired. You wanna put out there before we close it out.
Gosh, I'd say I'm really excited for EIS. I think that everyone there has been so welcoming. I'm really excited to kind of get to be in that team and kind of integral part of that team. And I'm really excited to see what next season brings. I'm excited to be able to fight. I'm excited to penguinize EIS, one day at a time. But yeah.
All right. Penguinize, man, you're just you are assimilated. Like they got you into that penguin cult. Like Happy Feet has nothing on you.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, nothing.
All right. Well, listen, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Wahid, thank you so much for taking some time out of your day to join me. I know it is a little bit late our time, but nonetheless, thanks for making some time for me. Great conversation as always, and obviously wish you the best in EIS.
Thank you so much.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
All right, fam. So that concludes our massive, super fun live stream today that we did. I will definitely be back tomorrow. A quick recap before those people go. First and foremost, thank you so much to everyone for tuning in. This was such a fun live stream, right? I mean, we peaked. Oh, that just fell off. We peaked at whatever it was, maybe around 170, 175 peeps. That probably is, give or take, I think a record-ish, or maybe my second highest outside of when I was doing streaming early on and we had like that one massive boom. We were able to cover a lot of the FSK, the Lion stuff. We spoke to some people. That was so fun, man. Like that's the kind of stuff when we hear about news that I really want to do more of. Like, I just think covering the game in its entirety as the community, and I'm not saying it always has to be something, spicy or something drama related, but it is nice, I think, to be able to cover things that are happening in the game so I can share with people that the game is so much more than just one kingdom, one alliance, the people that play where they do, right? We can pop that bubble and kind of get outside of that sphere to really talk about news that's happening around the game instead of it kind of just being more internally, right, or more isolated within an individual kingdom. So I love being able to cover these kinds of stories and scenarios. And then obviously, lastly, being able to get some of these great interviews in with Doom, right? So shout out to 110 and ROG, Captain Jack for coming on. So shout out obviously to 31 and POTC, and then Wahid coming on and giving us a nice little live follow up about her situation from going from being an Echo to then EIS. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. I mean, this was a blast for me today. The fact that so many people tuned in and were interested in what we were going to be covering just means that much more to me. So thank you. I really appreciate the time and the fact that you guys enjoy the stuff that we talk about and we cover, with it being a little bit different than what others might cover outside of, at least whenever we're able to show off some fights and wars, which you guys know I'm always excited to watch some good PvP. With that in mind, we have been going now for 5.5, almost coming on 6 hours. I'm going to finish it here because I got to run over to my mom's real quick and hang out with the fam a little bit before they end up leaving tomorrow. But I will be planning to stream tomorrow on Monday as well. It's my day off. Also, for those of you that work out, or if you're curious, I am going to be, and also thank you, Bert, for the sub. I appreciate. I'm going to be doing this thing called a Murph, which, to be honest, I didn't really know what it was initially. This is like the CrossFit gym that I go to. And I think it's tomorrow at 8 a.m. we're doing it. And I'm going to have to Google it because someone told me, let me see, Murph workout. What is it? Okay, so it's, what is it? Apparently it's a Navy SEAL training thing. So it consists of a 1 mile run, 100 pull-ups, 200 push-ups, 300 air squats, and then another mile run. Okay. So I don't know if it's exactly that or if it's going to be a modification of that, but yeah, basically I'll be doing that tomorrow morning. So is this Murph thing. And I just got done running 6 miles today before I streamed. So, I mean, again, I feel great too as well. So again, I'll let you guys know how that goes in addition to tomorrow's stream, but hopefully we'll be able, I got some ideas. I think there is some fights and some wars happening tomorrow, along with some other things that I would like to stream. So there might be some opportunities for maybe another interview, whether that's tomorrow or another day, but definitely will be around. So as always, if you guys want to get notified when we have new content coming out, when we do streams, again, join the Discord, go to the Reaction World channel. Discord link is at the live chat in the pinned comment or pinned post at the top of the live chat. And yeah, that's it for me. So get out of here, and I hope whether it is morning, afternoon, or evening for you, guys have a great rest of the day. And as always, man, thanks for tuning in. It means a lot. Okay, we out.